his illustrations with a rich array of contemporary audiovisual ones. Despite American workers achieving a 5-day working week by the early 1940s, with weekends free, at least in principle, a great deal of popular culture has reflected ongoing attacks on the continued domination of life by work. The almost universal critical attitude toward work is manifest in the resentment of, and attacks on, Monday, the day most people must return to work, and celebrations of Friday, the day people escape from work. These attitudes have been articulated, elaborated on and circulated in almost every form of popular music. Rock and roll, country and western, punk, rap and hip-hop songwriters and bands have all contributed to the construction of a corpus of musical denunciation of the working week and of the rhythm of the working days which constitute it. Among the more memorable contributions are the following, in chronological order. The British rock band The Kinks created a concept album entitled Soap Opera, 1975. Most of the songs on side A of that album critique moments of the working day and its consequences, before, during and after official work hours. In Rush Hour Blues, 7 a.m. begins the day, well before the official job itself at 9 o'clock. As this and the other songs make clear, the real working day is much longer than the official one and includes getting ready for the job and getting there. Compare the Kinks' cup of tea with Parton's cup of ambition through the Clash's cold water in the face, below. The story is the same. There is no spontaneous enthusiasm that brings one springing from bed in joyous anticipation of going to work. On the contrary, dreams, yawns and reluctance require shock and drug treatment to be overcome. In the Kinks' song, the reluctance becomes resistance to being hurried to the unpleasantness of both commuting and work itself. Rush Hour Blues laments all the details of the daily annoyances of commuting, waiting for the train, rushing up the stairs and in the elevator, being caught in the crush, being pushed and shoved, fightin' with my briefcase and my umbrella. And the worst of it is some people do it every day of their lives. The second Kinks song 9 to 5 has something of the same tenor as that of the Clash. Work life is so incredibly dull, the hours tick away / the seconds, the minutes, the hours, the days / each day, each week / seems like any other. And the result, he's starting to lose his mind or take it back, depending on your perspective. 2 years later, Elvis Costello launched a general attack in Welcome to the Working Week, 1977. I know it won't thrill you / I hope it don't kill you. The points are well taken because not only do most people dislike working, but work does kill thousands of people each year, either through on-the-job accidents or through its byproducts such as stress and insanity. Many songs attack Monday, the first and most despised day of the working week. I Don't Like Mondays, 1979, was co-written by Bob Geldof of the Boomtown Rats in response to the actions of a student in California who, one Monday morning, decided not only that she did not want to go to school but that no one else should go either. To implement her decision, this schoolgirl, who lived across the street from the school, took a .22 caliber rifle and started shooting. The song reflects on the general amazement that followed this event, as no one could understand how this hitherto quite ordinary 16-year-old who was always good as gold could do such a thing. In the Rats' interpretation, the silicon chip inside her head got switched to overload. In other words, her programmed behavior of going to school every Monday became more than her humanity could tolerate. Why, everyone asked, what were the reasons? Well, the Rats respond, they can see no reason / cause there are no reasons / what reasons do you need to be shown? In other words, what needs explaining is not why she flipped out, but why it didn't happen long before. How was it possible for a healthy human being to be programmed into weekly self-destruction without revolting? That is what needs to be explained, not why she didn't want to go to school. All of this, of course, is based on the understanding that school, like the factory, is a place of incarceration, that schoolwork really is work, and is imposed on people just like other kinds of work, and therefore, that revolt against unwaged schoolwork, like the revolt against waged work, is a perfectly sane response. The song is reminiscent of the analyses of schizophrenia and psychosis by R.D. Laing, 1927-89, and David Cooper, 1931-86, who have argued that people sometimes find themselves in situations to which sane responses appear to be insane. 104 Commonplace in the wake of more recent school shootings, analysis has focused on either the character of the shooter or the issue of gun control. The fundamentally repressive nature of schooling is rarely discussed. Dolly Parton's 9 to 5, 1980, the theme song of the movie of the same name, describes not only the morning rituals of drugging oneself awake and dragging oneself to the job, but also exploitation on the job where they just use your mind and they never give you credit and you're just a step on the boss man's ladder. Without ever speaking of capitalist society as such, Parton says the same thing in American vernacular: it's a rich man's game, no matter what they call it / and you spend your life puttin' money in his wallet. Magnificent Seven, 1980, by The Clash, probably the second best known British punk band, after the Sex Pistols, like the Kinks' 9 to 5 and Parton's 9 to 5, rails against the working day from dragging oneself from bed at 7 a.m. through work, till quitting time and beyond, to a life poisoned by work. The title of the song is, of course, ironic. 7 in the morning is not magnificent but rather damned, because it is the time you must start getting ready for work, move yourself to go again / cold water in the face / brings you back to this awful place. On the job, clocks go slow in a place of work / minutes drag and the hours jerk till lunch, when you can wave bulletin bye to the boss and get away from the grind. The Clash are very clear about the qualitative nature of time in this song, when they sing about lunchtime stolen from work. It's our profit, it's the boss's loss versus work that is the boss's profit and our loss. Work is money for the boss, loss of life for us. Time away from work is life for us, loss of profit for capital. Work in the afternoon, the after lunch, the after freedom, such as it is, watching cops kicking gypsies on the pavement, is no better, so get back to work and sweat some more. It's no good for man to work in cages. But what follows, at the end of the day, once you get out the door and escape? The worker hits the town, he drinks his wages. Workers never make enough money to change their basic condition. Did you notice? You ain't gettin'. At the end of the song there is an evocation of various people who have struggled against some aspects of capitalism: Marx and Engels, Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi. The reference to Marx and Engels is humorous and refers to Marx being poor and having to borrow money from Engels. The reference to King and Gandhi is much more bitter: they was murdered by the other team. The Bangles also complain in Manic Monday, 1986, about the unpleasantness of getting up and going to work in contrast to the pleasures of Sunday, making love and dreaming. Despite the unpleasantness of a run day when she must hurry, get dressed, catch a train and make it to work on time, the singer gets up and goes to work for the classic reason within capitalism: in order to eat. In this case the pressures on her are even greater because her lover is unemployed and they both depend on her job for survival, the traditional situation of the family with only one wage earner. Section 6, Struggle for the Limitation of Working Hours. Outline of Marx's analysis. Capital, last third of 18th century. Avalanche of violent and unmeasured extensions of working day. Working class, began to resist, as soon as the working class had recovered its senses. It began to offer resistance. 1802 to 33. 5 labor laws are passed in response to working class struggle. But there is no enforcement. Children and young people are worked all night, all day, or both. 1833, the Factory Act of 1833 is passed, will last till 1844. Applied to cotton, wool, flax, and silk factories. Regulated hours of children and young people. Set working day at 15 HRS, 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Set maximum hours at 12, during this 15 HR period. Set minimum meal times of 1.5 HRS. No children under 9 YRS, mostly. Set maximum hours of children 9 to 13 YRS at 8 HRS, except in silk industry with 10 HRS. Banned night work for ages 9 to 18. No regulation of adult workers over 18 YRS, could be worked 15 HRS. Capital, the capitalist response was to find new ways to lengthen hours. Mainly the development of the relay system. Ages 9 to 13 worked in two shifts, 5:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., 1:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Made it hard to judge compliance with law. Sought to lower age of childhood from 13 to 12. This was defeated by working class. The pressure from without became more threatening. Sought to repeal corn laws to lower wages. Working class, workers began to demand the 10 hours bill, achieved. 1844, Factory Act of June 7, 1844. Protected women workers over 18. By limiting hours to 12 and banning night work. Reduced hours for children under 13 to maximum 6.5 HRS. Except silk, which got 10 hours for 10, 13-year-olds. Attacked the relay system, a main object of the law. All labor must end at same time. Labor time regulated with public clocks. HRS to be posted. Still no regulation of hours of adult male workers. Results, generalization of the working day to 12 HRS. 1847, Factory Act of June 8, 1847, 10 Hours Act. Reduced hours for young persons, 13 to 18, and all women to 11 hours. Hours to be reduced to 10 on May 1, 1848. Still no regulation of hours of adult male workers. 1848, revolutions of 1848 swept Europe. Capital, the capitalist response to these laws included use of crisis of 1846-47 to repeal the corn laws, proclaim free trade. Reduce wages, about 25%. Attempt to get workers to demand repeal of Act of 1847, failed. Attack on factory inspectors, failed. Counterattack against working class in the wake of uprisings of dismissals of young people and women, regulated hours. Restored night work for adult males. Shifted meal times to before and after work, failed, courts ordered otherwise. Reorganized relay system. Divided up hours into shreds of time. Kept workers in factory longer than work hours. Hours of enforced idleness, paid 10 HR wages for control over 12 to 15 HRS. Home Secretary George Gray told factory inspectors to lay off. Local courts acquitted mill owners of violations of Act 1850, Court of the Exchequer ruled Act of 1844 was meaningless. Working class, against these counterattacks, the workers struggled harder. So far, the workers had offered a resistance which was passive, though inflexible, and unceasing. They now protested in Lancashire and Yorkshire in threatening meetings. Class antagonisms had reached an unheard of degree of tension. 1850, the Factory Act of August 5, 1850. Ended the relay system. Set work day at 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Except for children, attack on adults. Set 1.5 HRS for mealtime, same time for all. But allowed increase in hours of young and women from 10 to 10.5 HRS, MF, reduced to 7.5 on Saturday. Silk again the exception, children 10 to 13 could still be worked 10.5 in some branches, silk twisting and silk winding. 1853, a law was passed limiting time children could be kept at work to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Forced by adult males who didn't want children used against them. Cumulative result was to achieve 12 HR day for all, including adult males. Result, physical and moral regeneration of the factory workers. Capital's power of resistance gradually weakened, while at the same time the working class's power of attack grew. 1860, dye works and bleach works brought under Factory Act of 1850. 1861, lace and stocking factories brought under Factory Act of 1850. 1863, earthenware products, matches, percussion caps, cartridges, carpets, baking, etc. Commentary. Methodology. Throughout his historical sketch, although from time to time discussing specific groups of businessmen and workers, for the most part Marx discusses the class struggle in terms of two personifications of the classes, capital and the working class. He thus carries on his discourse at two levels of abstraction, specific industries, general classes. He even, from time to time, cites specific individuals who took particular actions, a third level of analysis. Clearly, a complete history of this period would require an interweaving of all three levels: class, industry, individual. The point here is to see the circumstances in which he feels free to talk about capital in a general way. He does this when and where the actions of specific groups represent or express the interests of classes as a whole. When a specific group of capitalists introduced the relay system to outflank the law, Marx saw them acting as representatives of their class, others followed their lead. They were the most innovative at that point of the class struggle, thus they represented not just themselves but capital. There is a fundamental shift from the last section to this section. In the last section, and indeed in the opening sentences of this one, too, Marx was emphasizing the way in which capital was on the offensive, pushing out the limits of the working day, imposing longer hours, etc. He points to the last third of the 18th century as a period in which the capitalists, at the height of their power, pushed working hours beyond all bounds. In those circumstances the working class played a defensive role, it merely resisted, even if this resistance was inflexible and unceasing. But in this section, we see a shift in initiative. Workers' resistance grows to the point where they can block further extension of the working day, and then they pass over to the attack. They take the initiative in the class struggle. From the Factory Act of 1833 on, the regulation of the working day means not only setting a maximum number of hours, but a repeated reduction in that maximum. Capital is forced into defensive maneuvers to defend the long hours they were able to impose earlier and then to resist the reduction of those hours. Despite their best efforts, workers won first less work for children, then less for women and finally less for adult men. This turning point meant that in the following decades workers were on the offensive the majority of the time. The achievement of 10 hours limit on the working day was followed by agitation for the 8-hour day, and by 1940 not only did most workers in the United States achieve the 8-hour day, they also achieved the 5-day week with the liberation of the weekend from capitalist time. In the United States, the working week was chopped down by working class struggle from an average of 75 to 80 hours in 1880 to 40 hours in 1940.105. For 30 years after that the struggles shifted from the working week to the working year and life cycle as workers fought for more paid annual holidays and early retirement. Although in recent years capital has regained the initiative, the historical trend throughout most of the 20th century was repeated reductions in the portion of our lives given up to capital. 106 As in early periods, capital resisted every such reduction. It seems to have understood intuitively that a reduction of hours not only threatens its immediate profits but also constitutes a long-run threat to the very survival of the system. As the portion of lifetime devoted directly to work drops, it becomes ever more untenable to demand that the rest of life be subordinated to that diminishing percentage, or to accord prestige and power to those who impose work on others. We can also discover this distinction between resistance and offense, so clear in sections 5 and 6 of chapter 10, in the sphere of reproduction. Two obvious examples in the United States are those of women and students. After World War II, women were pushed out of wage jobs in wartime industries to make room in the labor force for returning soldiers. Then throughout the 1950s, the nuclear family, repeatedly celebrated in new TV shows such as Father Knows Best, 1954-60, provided only a narrow terrain for individual women to resist patriarchal oppression. Resistance in Isolation did find some reflection on TV in Lucille Ball's Coping with Marriage in I Love Lucy, 1951-57, and then on her own in The Lucy Show, 1962-68, and in a few strong women in Hollywood movies, example Katharine Hepburn. But the mobilizations of the suffragette movement were long past, and while many women fought alongside men in union struggles and played essential roles in the civil rights movement, they often had to confront gender discrimination, even within liberal or radical political groups, and found few opportunities for collective action by women. That obviously changed with the rise of second-wave feminism, in which large numbers of women once again found each other, their voices and the energy to mobilize collectively against the many constraints on their lives. With respect to school, prior to the mid-1960s most students were fighting defensive battles often fragmented and individual, where rebels were frequently dismissed as juvenile delinquents. Rather than celebrated as Ferris Buellers, they were dismissed as rebels without a cause. 107 The mid and late 1960s saw a definitive shift in initiative. Instead of merely resisting the functioning of the school as factory, students took the initiative and attacked its subordination to corporate interests and war. They also demanded more time for their own projects, their own courses of study. So successful were these attacks that a wide variety of spaces were opened for study critical of capitalism and unsubordinated to its needs. By forcing the creation of courses and fields such as women's studies, radical economics, insurgent sociology, black studies, Chicano studies, and so on, students were beating back their working day and expanding the time available to them for their own purposes. This reduction in the time during which students accepted being disciplined into dutiful workers is analogous to the reductions of factory work time Marx describes in this section. What is missing in this section, as in other parts of Capital, are detailed analyses of just how workers were able to achieve these changes to their benefit. Just as we need to know how they failed to block the extension of work in the previous period, so too do we need to know how they were able to pass over from an ineffective defense to an effective one and then take the initiative. Marx mentions a few things: that workers used parliament, the factory inspectors, the courts and threatening meetings to fight for less work. But, to truly understand, we obviously need much more detail and analysis. The same is true about the struggle against the work of reproducing labor power, example in the school, the home, or the community. In the last decades of the 20th century and the first two of the 21st, all of these struggles have continued. Marx's accounts in these sections provide only a starting point and methodology for learning from past struggles to inform the present. Section 7, The Impact of English Legislation on Other Countries. Outline of Marx's analysis. First point, factory legislation was gradually extended to all of industry. Second point, isolated workers are helpless, organization is necessary to limit and then reduce the working day. France, limps slowly behind England, but legislation after 1848 is comprehensive. United States, struggle for less work was impossible as long as slavery survived. First fruit of Civil War was 8 hours agitation. 1866 General Congress of Labor in Baltimore calls for 8 hours. The International Working Men's Association Congress in September 1866 calls for 8 hours universally. Conclusion: workers as a class must compel the passing of laws to limit working hours. Commentary. The main emphasis in this short section points to the obvious conclusion from the foregoing historical sketch, namely, that to bring about changes beneficial to themselves workers must put their heads together, organize and fight collectively. 108 They must overcome the divisions which separate and pit them against each other, example wage, ethnic, gender, racial divisions. The strength of some depend on the strength of others. The struggles of free workers in the North depended on the defeat of Southern slavery. Labor in a white skin, he writes, cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin. 109 Marx's participation in the International Working Men's Association, the first international, demonstrated how strongly he felt that workers had to organize and circulate the experience of their struggle from country to country and not let themselves be isolated, a guarantee of defeat. He salutes English factory workers as the champions, not only of the English working class, but of the modern working class in general. 110 The success of English workers in obtaining a whole series of factory acts from early in the 19th century demonstrated to workers on the continent what could be achieved, and was won by French workers through the Revolution of 1848. Everywhere the following statement by Marx has held true: the establishment of a normal working day is therefore the product of a protracted and more or less concealed civil war between the capitalist class and the working class. 111 The war is still going on. Despite the best efforts of the First and then Second International, 1889 to 1914, to unite workers across national boundaries, World War I demonstrated the cost of failure, as workers in some countries were pitted against those of others and over 15 million died. That cost has been demonstrated repeatedly in World War II, in the war in Korea, in the wars throughout Southeast Asia and those of the Middle East, all playing roles in the proliferation of multinational investment and trade that have made up the globalization of capital in recent decades. Just as the struggles of slaves were key to those of their waged counterparts, today the struggle of workers in the global South, example Mexico, are key to those of workers in the global North, example the United States. Multinational corporations pit the former against the latter, either by shifting production from where workers are stronger or by importing workers willing to work at lower wages and under worse working conditions. Politicians, bought and paid for by those corporations, reinforce conflicts between workers in different countries the same way they do within countries, by fomenting racism, nativism, and ethnic, cultural and linguistic discrimination. It continues to be true that only the international circulation of struggle can undermine capital's global hierarchy and strengthen all workers. 112. Besides the failures of the internationals, 113 social democratic attempt very much in the spirit of the struggles to limit working hours discussed in this chapter that has, unfortunately, also proved ineffectual, was the creation of the International Labour Organization, ILO, in 1919 to fight for international labor standards. Although the ILO has been able to gather information revealing details of capital's global hierarchy and to formulate rules that would undermine it, it has never been granted any power of enforcement. More effective, although still quite piecemeal, has been the organized collaboration of workers in different countries. Some examples include the widespread international support for the movement against apartheid in South Africa in the 1980s, mobilizations in over 40 countries in support of the indigenous Zapatista rebellion in Chiapas, Mexico in 1994 and again in 1995, the support by stevedores all over the world for the dockers in Liverpool, 1995-98, and continuing solidarity around the world with Palestinians suffering Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. Such specific struggles gave rise to the emergence of a networked, alter-globalization movement against neoliberalism. Ever since the intercontinental encounter in Chiapas in 1996, tens of thousands of grassroots and labor organizers have mobilized, from Chiapas to Geneva, from Seattle to Davos, from Prague to Genoa, to attack capitalist institutions and policies. Just as the success of workers in limiting waged working hours in Britain strengthened similar struggles elsewhere, so too have successes of some women and children in winning less subordination of their lives to the reproduction of labor power given strength to those in other countries. Examples have included women gaining legal rights to contraception, divorce, and jobs, children gaining freedom from corporal punishment and influence over curriculum in schools. Victories in Britain, of course, have not always been the source of inspiration. Today struggles persist, surging and ebbing in many different countries, while modern means of communication, both mass and social media, have facilitated the circulation of knowledge, inspiration, support, and emulation. The international circulation of student struggles in the late 1960s was obvious, so too were the anti-apartheid movement, the Occupy movement, the Arab Spring and the recent women's marches in 2017-19. Such circulation, in the spheres of both production and reproduction, give hope that Marx's dream of an international of workers capable of overthrowing capitalism might, one day, be within reach. Chapter 11, The Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. Outline of Marx's analysis. Assumptions. Value of average labor power, V, constant. Variable capital equals V hashtag, where hashtag equals number of workers. Rate of surplus value equals S/V. First law. Mass of surplus value equals S/V, V equals S/V, V hashtag. Implications of first law. Capitalists can only increase, upward arrow, S by upward arrow the number, hashtag, of workers, or upward arrow the length the working day, V plus S, upward arrow, increasing S, and S/V. Capitalists can potentially offset a reduction in the mass of surplus value, S, caused by a decline in one factor, hashtag or S, and S/V, by increasing the other factor. Example: a reduction in employment, hashtag downward arrow, can be offset by an extension of the working day, V plus S, upward arrow, and thus, S/V, upward arrow. Example: a reduction in working hours, V plus S, downward arrow, which cuts S and S/V, can be offset by an increase in the number of workers. Therefore, S is, to some degree, independent of the supply of workers. Second law. But the absolute limit of the average working day, V plus S, 24 hours, sets an absolute limit to the degree to which the decline in the number of workers can be offset by a rise in S/V through an extension of the working day. Third law. The mass of surplus value varies directly with the investment in variable capital, i.e., delta S/delta V0. This is not affected by differences or changes in C/V, either between different branches of industry, or in the same branch. But this law seems to contradict immediate experience. Observations on the definitions of classes. Independents, own/control their means of production. Example: family farmers and artisans. Capitalists who also work, hybrid, example: small masters. Example: small business owner-operators. Capitalists qua capitalists, capital personified. Fully devoted to the control of the labor of others. Comes with an increase in the number of workers controlled. For this to happen, some minimum amount of capital must be available to the would-be capitalist. Main points. 1. Capital develops within production until it acquires command over labor. 2. This command is coercive. Forces people to work more than necessary for their needs. More coercive than all earlier systems of directly compulsory labor because unbounded. 3. At first this coercion is exercised with no change in technology, formal subsumption. 4. But the relation between workers and their means of production is soon inverted and the MP become the means for the absorption of LP. Come to consume the workers instead of vice versa, real subsumption. Commentary. This chapter concludes Part 3 on absolute surplus value by illustrating some interrelationships among the variables that determine both its absolute amount and its relative amount vis-a-vis variable capital. Keep in mind that within this analysis the intensity and productivity of labor are held constant. Marx takes changes in those factors into account when he turns to relative surplus value in Part 4. Here, he organizes his presentation around 3 laws, or regularities among the relevant variables. Those laws are discussed in terms of both labor time and money. For example, a rate of surplus value, S/V, of 100%, generated during a 12-hour working day, can be represented by 6HRS/6HRS. Or, assuming 1, value equals price, 2, price is measured in terms of shillings, S, and 3, that the mining, smelting, minting etc. of the silver in threes is assumed to require a social average of 6 hours, then the same rate of surplus value can be expressed in money terms, threes/threes, where threes in the hands of workers buys the means of subsistence produced by 6 hours of labor and threes in the hands of capitalists buys the means of production produced by 6 hours of labor. 114. The first law. Keeping in mind that surplus value is determined by the amount of surplus labor, Marx's first law states that the mass of surplus value depends upon the rate of exploitation and the number of workers being exploited. Assuming V per worker is constant and V equals the total variable capital invested in hiring #number of workers equals V #, then the mass of surplus value equals S/V, V equals S/V, V #. An implication of the first law is that the only way capitalists can increase the mass of surplus value, S, at their disposal is by a, increasing the number of workers, #, which would increase both total V and S, because more workers would be generating more surplus value, and or B, increasing the length of the working day, V plus S, which, with V constant, would increase S and S/V. In money terms, increasing # would increase the wage bill, V #, or V, total variable capital, but also profit, surplus value, 0.115 with # and the wage bill constant. Increasing the length of the working day would increase both the rate of surplus value and the amount of profit. If workers succeed in holding the length of the working day constant at V plus S and increasing in the value of labor power, upward arrow V, the resulting increase in V would undercut both the rate and mass of surplus value. Value would be redistributed from S to V. In other words, the better paid workers would be producing less surplus value in the same work time. For this reason, Marx assumes V is constant in this chapter and changes in V are due solely to changes in the number of workers. Let's look at an example, in which a decline in the number of workers is offset by an increase in the length of the working day, which produces an increase in S/V by increasing S. Let's assume a capitalist puts 100 workers to work for 9 hours, such that the total new value, V plus S, equals 900 hours of SNLT. If the value of 1 shilling equals 2 hours of SNLT, then the total new value, V plus S, equals 450s. If 6 hours are required to produce the value of the labor power of each worker, V, the value of variable capital, V, required to set those 100 workers to work is 600 hours. If, in monetary terms, the value of the labor power per worker, and thus the wage, equals 3s, then the total wage bill required to set those 100 workers to work is 300s. Thus, total mass of surplus value, S, realized by the capitalist will be, V plus S, V or 900 to 600 equals 300 hours, or 450s to 300s equals 150s. In this case, the rate of surplus value, S/V equals 300/600, or 150s/300s, or 1/2, or 0.5, or 50%. Now, if for some reason say, by introducing a new arrangement of production capitalists lay off some workers, so downward arrow #, they can try to compensate by getting their remaining workers to work longer so as to raise the rate of surplus value and keep getting the same mass of surplus value. For example, if the number of workers falls from 100 to 50, V remains fixed, and V declines from 300 to 150, then, with the same rate of exploitation, S/V, the total mass of surplus value S would fall to 75, which would obviously displease the capitalist who had reorganized production. 116. However, if the capitalist had the power to increase the length of the working day from 9 to 12 hours, while holding the value of labor power, V, constant, such that V equals 150, that would raise S from 300 hours to 600 hours and S/V from 300/600, or 0.5, to 600/150, or 4, a 200% increase, and an S of 150s would be preserved. Before, 100 workers were producing 300 surplus hours, 100 x 3 hours, now 50 workers are producing 300 surplus hours, 50 x 6 hours. In other words, the law also implies that if workers somehow manage to reduce the rate of exploitation, example by forcing up V, or wages, then the only other way for the capitalists to maintain their total mass of surplus value would be by putting more workers to work. Remember, intensity and productivity are assumed fixed. The second law. The point of the second law is that this process of compensation has its limits, and those limits are set by the absolute length of the average working day. Biologically speaking, that absolute limit must be something less than 24 hours, because no one can work continuously without rest and sleep without dying in short order. At the height of capitalist power, the level of such an absolute limit was explored as capital pushed the daily number of hours people were forced to work out to 14, 15, even 18 hours. Marx recognized that such extreme limits, although sustainable for some years, had the long-run effect of shortening the lifespan of workers. This, of course, didn't matter to the capitalist if new recruits were available, from new generations or from immigration or through foreign conquest. Fortunately, as we saw in Chapter 10, the absolute limit came to be set not biologically but socially, by the power of workers to force down the length of the working day. Therefore, the absolute limit he evokes here is a very real historical phenomenon which constrains the capitalists' ability to cope with the drop in the number of people they are able to put to work. In the example given above, with a 9-hour working day, we have seen that the negative effect on the mass of surplus value, S, of a halving of the labor force, example a drop from 100 to 50 workers, could be fully offset by a doubling of the rate of exploitation, S/V, from 50 to 100%, so that S stayed at 150 shillings, or 300 hours. However, given some limit to the possible extension of the working day, say 18 hours, at some point the negative effect on S of a drop in the number of workers cannot be fully offset in this manner, because there is a limit to how much surplus value can be extracted from each remaining worker. We can calculate that limit in this case by working backward using S equals V, S/V, equals, V hashtag, S/V, to find hashtag given V and the initial S. Assume the capitalist is forced to lay off workers but wants to keep the mass of surplus value, S, at 300 hours or 150 shillings. Assuming too that the value of labor power remains the same, no reduction in the wage or the SNLT required to reproduce the labor power of the employed workers, then 3 or 6 hours of each worker's working day must continue to be devoted to covering that cost. If the working day is extended from 9 hours to the maximum feasible 18 hours, then for each worker, the capitalist employer will get the now expanded number of surplus hours, 3 plus 9 equals 12, or 6 shillings. Under these circumstances the rate of exploitation will have quadrupled from S/V equals 3 HRS/6 HRS, or 50%, to S/V equals 12 HRS/6 HRS, or 200%. Or, from S/V equals 1.5 S/3S to 6 S/3S. So, the question is how many workers would be required to produce a S of 300 hours or 150 shillings. If, within this 18-hour working day, each worker is generating 12 hours, or 6 shillings, for their employer, then the answer is obviously 300/12 equals 25 workers. If the number of workers fell below 25, it would be impossible for those remaining to produce 150 shillings worth of surplus value even working the maximum of 18 hours. A similar calculation will show that there would still be such a limit even if workers could be forced to work 24 hours a day, even if the capitalists had the power to work people until they dropped and died. For Marx, as he suggests briefly, this limit is important primarily because while capital always seeks to produce the maximum mass of surplus value, there are also strong tendencies for it to also reduce the number of workers as much as possible in any production process to facilitate control over the remaining workers. He discusses this tendency at length in Part 4 on relative surplus value. It appears as a part of his analysis of the technological changes capitalists introduce to raise the mass and rate of surplus value by raising productivity and increasing the intensity of labor. The third law. The third law holds that with V and S/V constant, the mass of value and surplus value produced is exclusively dependent on the mass of labor set in motion. This law is clearly derived directly from the first law. Where delta equals change, we can also state the third law as, S varies directly with the number of workers employed, delta S slash delta V greater than 0 or even, delta S slash delta hashtag greater than 0. Marx emphasizes how this holds true regardless of the amount of investment in constant capital. He juxtaposes the cotton spinner who works with a lot of machinery with a baker who requires very little. After showing how surplus value is uniquely dependent upon the living labor set in motion by the capitalist, Marx turns to the issue of constant capital. He does this because immediate experience suggests that most capitalists earn about the same average rate of profit despite employing very different technologies. Yet this seems to contradict the assertion that S and S depend uniquely on V. Remembering that the rate of profit equals S/C plus V, where C equals the total investment in constant capital, it would certainly seem that differing levels of C would produce differing rates of profit given the same V and S, even if S varies only with V and not with C. Given that C does indeed vary enormously from industry to industry, and even from firm to firm, this would seem to contradict the notion of an average or general rate of profit. Marx does not resolve this apparent contradiction in Volume I of Capital but returns to it in Part 1 of Volume 3. There, he argues that the notion of an average or general rate of profit remains valid because of the tendency for capital to reallocate itself across profit rate differentials from low to high, which raises the low and lowers the high and by so doing tends to equalize profit rates. Definitions of classes and individual psychology. Up to this point in Capital, Marx's theoretical analysis has differentiated between two interlinked but antagonistic classes, the capitalist class made up of those who impose work on others and the working class upon which work is imposed and which frequently resists. There are many people, however, who do not fit neatly into these categories. For example, those who have escaped enclosure and reduction to dependence on finding jobs to survive, example subsistence peasants, family farmers or artisans. Such people work to live, using whatever tools are appropriate to their craft and circumstances. Then there are capitalists who also work, those whom Marx calls small masters, a rather archaic term that harkens back to the feudal guilds where, say, goldsmiths would both work at their craft and employ a small number of apprentices. Today, we can find counterparts in the owner-operators of small businesses, including some family farms, with few employees, who impose work on both themselves and their employees. They work, generate value and pay wages, both to themselves and to their employees. Capitalists qua capitalists, or what Marx calls capitalists properly speaking, do not work at all, but merely own the means of production and live off the surplus value produced by those they employ. Of course, for surplus value to be successfully extorted, someone must coordinate and manage employees, and as owner-operators ascend to become capitalists properly speaking, they usually hire others to make sure that happens, example overseers, supervisors and managers. For small masters to become such capitalists, they must have enough money to put enough people to work to generate a surplus value greater than that required for their own consumption, large enough to hire managers and finance investment and growth. With the rise of the joint stock company, Marx saw that the control over the imposition of work, investment decisions, and so on increasingly lay in the hands of managers, not among widely dispersed owners. So, he began to speak less of capitalists and more of functionaries of capital, i.e., that hierarchical array of managers responsible for the execution of the capitalist rules of the game, such as being competitive and earning at least the average rate of profit if not more. This aspect of capitalism is emphasized and studied by Marx in Part 7 on accumulation. This discussion of intermediate cases, between the extreme class prototypes, the worker who only works and the capitalist who only imposes work on others, is useful not only because it shows Marx's awareness of the complexity of real life, but also because it speaks to the issue of class in the age of the middle class. While small business owner-operators are generally considered middle class, Far more numerous are those middle strata of the wage/salary hierarchy involved in both imposing work and having work imposed upon them. Examination of most people's work lives reveals that virtually everyone in contemporary capitalism lives this dichotomy. Moreover, given how capitalists have structured contemporary social institutions to convert life into labor power, example the nuclear family and the public school system, virtually everyone lives this dichotomy internally, psychologically, as well as externally in their work situation. The inculcation of self-discipline, which is a prime prerequisite both for being a housewife and for getting middle and higher waged and salaried jobs, is a primary objective of schooling. To the degree that such inculcation is successful, each person lives a continual tension between their capitalist side that keeps reminding them of their obligation to work and their working class side which repeatedly rebels against the subordination of their life to work. Housewives find themselves torn between a sense of obligation to their spouses and children and the need for at least some autonomous self-realization. Among students, such tension takes the form of internal conflict between the sense of obligation to go to class or to complete assigned homework and desires to play or to follow one's own intellectual curiosity down unassigned, perhaps uncharted, paths. Among waged workers such tension takes the form of conflict between the sensed need to always be on time and always be focused on their work and the desire to steal free time through absenteeism or playing on the job. Resolution of the tension through the suppression of desire leads to the pathologies of workaholism, one-dimensionality and social isolation. 117 Resolution of the tension through the complete rejection of imposed work, while perhaps leading to a happier and psychologically healthier life in the short run, may also lead to problems of survival. Most people experiencing the unending pressures of capital to work and the insurgence of their own needs and desires, struggle to work out a compromise whereby they can live with the tension. They learn how to resist the internalized ought enough to preserve space for some personal fulfillment, while giving into it enough to survive. Capital offers an uncomfortable trade-off: the more you are willing to subordinate your life to work, the more, they claim, you will be rewarded with income and status. At least that is the promise. In reality, there are all kinds of limitations, such as sexual or racial discrimination as well as the wage hierarchy itself, which limit rewards no matter how much you internalize the capitalist work ethic, no matter how hard you work. What all this shows is that the issue of class in capitalism, whether at the collective level or at the level of the individual, concerns the struggle over competing ways of life, the capitalist way in which life is subordinated to work and alternative ways in which life is self-constructed and work is subordinated to that self-construction. Main points. In 4 points Marx sketches what he considers vital aspects of the emergence of capitalism. First, capital develops within production, or takes it over, until it acquires direct command over labor. Thus, the merchant capitalist becomes an industrial capitalist as first the putting out system and then the factory provide mechanisms to control and exploit others' labor. Capital is power over others, power to command their lives and limit them to incarnations of labor power. Second, this command is coercive. Capital forces people to be workers, to be part of the working class. It forces them to work more than they otherwise would, example longer than they would. This was the point of the discussion in Chapter 10 of The Capitalist's Success at forcing out the length of the working day, at introducing night work and so on. Here he repeats what he emphasized in Section 2 of Chapter 10, that capitalism is more fanatical in the imposition of work than all earlier systems of directly compulsory labor. Unlike such earlier systems, where labor was imposed to achieve some finite purpose, the capitalist imposition of work knows no limits, it is unbounded. There is an endless thirst for surplus labor and its monetary equivalent. Where the imposition of work is the substance of the social order, the backbone of civilization, then the eternal maintenance of that order requires that such imposition be endless. Third, command over labor, over life as labor, is prior to any question of technology. The capitalists at first take command, impose work, using the technologies available, whatever they are. The imposition of work is the main thing, how it is imposed is secondary. This priority is obvious in the putting out system and in early factories where traditional methods of production dominate. However, fourth, the method of production, as embodied in the means of production themselves, soon becomes the vehicle for capitalist command. The means of production are no longer tools in the hands of workers, but become tools of the capitalist for the control of workers. Instead of being the means workers use to produce useful things, the means of production become, under the control of the capitalists, the means of exploiting the labor power of others, the means for putting people to work. Instead of the workers consuming their tools in the accomplishment of their own ends, the workers are consumed by the means of production in the accomplishment of the capitalists' ends, which may involve either the fetishistic chase after money or a more sophisticated understanding of the need for jobs to maintain order. Quite independently of the consciousness of the capitalist, investment always involves the imposition of work. Note, there are many times and places where capitalists understand quite explicitly their role in maintaining social order. One common example is in periods of high unemployment when policymakers worry about the lack of jobs, leaving too many people to free people whose free time threatens to be used in ways inimical to capitalist plans. Another example occurs during strikes by school teachers, in which those same policymakers worry about the dangers of having vast numbers of young people loose in the streets instead of safely incarcerated in school buildings. This discussion, which ends Part 3 on absolute surplus value, sets up the reader for the next section on relative surplus value by focusing attention on the issue of technology and the means of production. Relative surplus value, Marx will show, is that surplus value obtained through the manipulation of technology for the purpose of imposing more work or of obtaining a greater proportion of the work already being performed. 7. Part 4. The production of relative surplus value. Whereas the capitalist strategy of absolute surplus value involves forcing workers to work longer, their strategy of relative surplus value is considerably subtler. More hours of work exhaust workers and, as we saw in Chapter 10, provoke resistance, ultimately effective in forcing a reduction. Faced with defeat on the terrain of working time, capitalists have responded by replacing obstreperous workers with non-human energy sources and machines, all proclaimed to have the virtue of reducing the labor required to produce commodities, but which are wielded as weapons to impose more work. Chapter 12, the concept of relative surplus value. The extraction of relative surplus value occurs via the introduction of productivity-raising technological change that reduces the value of labor power and the costs of labor to capital. The primary technological changes in Marx's day, and often today as well, involves replacing workers with machinery that raises the productivity of labor, but also often displaces some workers who lose their jobs entirely. Increases in productivity that have the potential to reduce work for everyone become, in capitalism, the means for extracting more work. Chapter 13, Cooperation. Although relative surplus value involves technological change, what changes is not only the relation between workers and machines but also the organization of cooperation within a complex division of labor. Marx emphasizes how humans, as social beings, have always cooperated, although the modes of cooperation have changed with the social order. Cooperation, therefore, precedes capitalism, plays a part in the struggle against it, and will continue once capitalism has been overcome. Chapter 14, Manufacturing and the Division of Labor. This chapter examines how industrialization changes the division of labor, the relationship between workers and their tools, how capitalists impose their despotic will within factories but are also subject to the anarchy of markets. Beyond Marx's study of industry, I show how his analysis can also be extended into domains of unwaged labor such as the home and the school, in part because of capitalist efforts to organize those domains to be complementary to industry. Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry. In one of the longest chapters in the book, Marx analyzes both the development of machinery and how it has been used by capitalists against workers, not only to increase their exploitation via relative surplus value but as a means to break their self-organized resistance to its control over their lives. To describe the dire consequences, both in the sphere of production and in the larger sphere of reproduction. He draws mostly on detailed government reports, written by official inspectors appalled at their findings, year after year. He ends with an analysis of how the development of capitalism has disrupted natural ecological cycles in ways that threaten both humans and the rest of nature. Chapter 12, The Concept of Relative Surplus Value. Outline of Marx's analysis. Alternatives to lengthening labor time. With V plus S fixed, reducing V increases S and S/V. How can V be reduced? A. By pushing down the wage. B. By pushing down the value of the means of subsistence. Increases in productivity relative surplus value. Increasing productivity equals increased output per unit of useful labor input. Capitalists achieve this by revolutionizing the technical and social conditions of the labor process. Relative surplus value can be achieved either through an increase in productivity in producing MS. An increase in productivity in producing the MP used in the production of MS. Competition circulates productivity raising technological change. An individual capitalist, or corporation, who lowers costs and increases profits, gains a temporary advantage and a greater share of surplus value vis-a-vis competing capitalists. The increased productivity will cut costs, allowing innovating capitalists to sell at lower prices. Assuming increased productivity results in increased production, supply will expand and push down prices, which threatens other capitalists' profits and market share. They are therefore under pressure to adopt the same or similar productivity-raising innovations to lower their own costs. If they do this, their costs will fall, competition increases and the original innovator loses advantage. As this process unfolds, overall V falls and S/V rises for the capitalists as a class, so relative surplus value has been realized collectively. Productivity and the working day. Marx is careful to note that although rising productivity makes it possible for the amount of work by all workers to be reduced, this is by no means what is aimed at in capitalist production. Instead, the only reduction in work is experienced by those workers displaced by machinery and unable to find other work, and thus earn their bread. Commentary. Even if the boundaries of the working day cannot be extended, because of the success of workers' struggles in setting legal limits on working hours so that V plus S is fixed, capitalists can still increase surplus value by reducing necessary labor, V, and thus raising both the amount and the relative share of surplus value. The reduction in V might be achieved by pushing down wages, but if wages, and the level of V, are at subsistence, as Marx usually assumes, then success at reducing the wage would mean a collapse in the ability of the workers to reproduce themselves and a breakdown in the system. Marx notes that this does happen especially during crises when layoffs and increased unemployment force those still employed to accept lower wages but must be assumed away in the analysis of self-sustaining accumulation. Point 1. The alternative way to reduce the value of labor power, V, is by pushing down the value of the means of subsistence, without reducing the real wage and the ability of the workers to reproduce themselves. This can only be done by increasing the productivity of useful labor in the production of the means of subsistence. This theory of relative surplus value follows that of absolute surplus value. Although he does not spell it out until chapter 15, the distinction between absolute and relative surplus value is historical as well as analytical. The capitalist takeover of production is at first merely formal, they take control of production methods as they find them. Only later do capitalists begin to invest heavily in the technological changes at the heart of relative surplus value. They build factories, they use water, then steam, then electricity to power machinery, they introduce more efficient machines. The pressures which drive this investment are twofold. 1. Workers' success in limiting and then reducing the length of the working day, already discussed in chapter 10, which, ceteris paribus, reduces S and S/V. 2. Workers' struggles at the point of production which force capitalists to reorganize to regain control. The dynamics of these conflicts are dealt with in more detail in chapter 15. Two other pressures that Marx does not explore in Capital but are implied by his analysis. 3. Increases in wages, or the value of labor power, imposed by worker struggles. Assuming the length of the working day is fixed or being reduced, these would increase V at the expense of S. We already know from Chapter 6 that the value of labor power can rise, and Marx's analysis of workers' historical struggles to limit and then reduce the length of the working day in Chapter 10 can be replicated in an analysis of workers' historical struggles to force up wages. That he did not do so has been lamented and the reasons debated. Point 2. 4. Successful struggles around the unwaged labor of reproduction, example housework and schoolwork, create pressures A. on family wage earners, spurring them to fight for higher wages and salaries, and B. on the state to subsidize workers' income with transfers of value through programs such as family allocations, welfare, unemployment insurance, the GI Bills, Pell Grants, etc. Relative surplus value as a strategy. Marx writes of relative surplus value as an object, a certain kind of surplus labor time extracted by capitalists. However, this kind of surplus value is extracted through the process of raising productivity by reorganizing production via new technologies. Such reorganization of work has not only increased productivity but has also constituted an ever more prevalent strategy for dealing with workers. As a strategy, relative surplus value is considerably more subtle than absolute surplus value. The absolute surplus value strategy, as we have seen, involves forcing workers to work longer, extra labor time which rebounds to the profit of the capitalist, not to that of workers whose wages, or value of labor power, Marx assumed constant. Point 3. In relative surplus value, in the absence of an increase in demand, some workers suffer from the introduction of machinery by losing their jobs, increasing unemployment, driving workers from the active into the reserve army of labor, discussed in Chapter 25. But for those who remain, the costs are not immediately obvious, except where the reorganization of the factory is carried out in a way that undermines workers' self-organization. On the contrary, the increased productivity which lowers costs can not only raise profits but can even be used by the capitalist to meet workers' demands for higher wages. Marx doesn't discuss this possibility here, but it is implicit in the analysis. Assume a simple, exaggerated, case in which productivity doubles. In Marx's examples, the capitalists always get the full benefit. Suppose that at first, in a fixed working day, a total new value, V plus S, of 100, embodied in, let's say, 100 bushels of wheat, is evenly divided in real terms and in value terms between the classes such that V equals 50, workers are paid 50 bushels, S equals 50, capitalists retain 50 bushels, and S/V equals 50/50ths, or 100%. Now suppose that in the next period, the introduction of tractors doubles productivity such that total output rises to 200. With total working time remaining the same, the per unit value of output would be halved. With real wages fixed, the working class would still receive 50 bushels of wheat even as V fell to 25, because that amount of value is now embodied in 50 bushels of wheat. Under Marx's assumptions, the capitalists would reap the whole fruit of this doubled productivity by arrogating 3/4 of the value to themselves, by retaining 150 bushels worth 75, so that S rises from 50 to 75 and S/V rises to 75/25, or 300%. However, it is also possible for capitalists under pressure from workers' wage struggles to concede increases in real wages and still earn larger profits. Suppose workers demanded a real wage increase of, say 50%. With a doubling of productivity, the capitalists could grant such an increase, in which V would rise from 25 to 37.5, and surplus value would still rise from 50 to 62.5. Not only would their absolute amount of profit increase, but so too would the rate of exploitation, S/V, rising from 50/50ths, 100%, to 62.5/37.5, 167%. Herein lies the subtlety. Relative surplus value makes it possible for the capitalists to grant an improvement in living conditions to workers, while at the same time retaining and augmenting their own power, measured in terms of value, and thus workers commanded. This possibility provides the capitalists with a new tool for dealing with the working class. Not only can new technology be used against them, but those who retain their jobs can be persuaded to cooperate with such change by being paid higher wages. Point 4. Rising productivity and less work. While Marx's analysis of relative surplus value reveals the technical possibility for workers as well as capitalists to gain from increases in productivity, the potential gains are not limited to higher real wages. In the example given above, of a doubling of productivity, there are many possible outcomes. A shift in value distribution from 50/50ths to 25/75ths occurs only if we assume capitalists reap all the gains, and that the working day, V+S, remain fixed. But for workers, a doubling of productivity has the potential to mean less work. At one extreme, with the same working hours, doubled output can be shared between the classes according to some deal or another. At the other extreme, the same output, produced by only half as much work, can be shared. In between, some positive increase of output, but less than doubling, together with less work, example a 50% increase in output with 25% less work. Indeed, there are an infinite number of possible choices. Such are the technical possibilities. The political possibilities of realizing what is technically possible, however, have always been determined by the dynamics of class struggle. This same logic obviously also applies to the unwaged work of reproduction. Theoretically, if rarely in practice, the introduction of labor-saving devices in homes and schools can reduce the amount of work required to achieve required ends. Unfortunately, as already indicated in my commentary on Chapter 7, the required ends have, all too often, been expanded such that the potential reduction has not been realized. Point 5. In Marx's time, one of rapid British industrialization, capitalists fought to prevent workers taking the fruits of productivity growth in the form of less work, losing that battle only through the Acts of Parliament analyzed in Chapter 10. Similar gains were made in the United States by workers who fought for the 8-hour workday and eventually the 5-day work week, finally succeeding around 1940. During the subsequent Keynesian era of collective bargaining and union contracts, capitalists would insist that workers take the benefits from rising productivity uniquely in the form of increased wages and other money benefits, example pensions or health care, but avoided all discussion of any further reduction in weekly hours of work below the hard 140 HRS/WK. Marx's comment that the shortening of the working day, therefore, is by no means what is aimed at in capitalist production continued to be the case. Nevertheless, beginning in the late 1960s, after 3 decades of rising real wages, workers began, once again, to demand less work. What, after all, is the point of having higher wages if you have no time to enjoy the life they make possible? In the United States and Western Europe, rank-and-file workers began to pressure union bureaucrats to negotiate a 4-day or 36-hour week. Even the Great Recession of 1974-75 failed to dampen the desire for less work as well as higher wages. It took the Carter, Volcker, Reagan-engineered depression in 1980-82 that brought high unemployment, a wave of union busting and deregulation that undercut workers' safety, to wipe these demands from the agenda of American workers. Despite the global spread of that depression, in Europe capitalists were less successful. Demands for less work persisted, and in some cases, such as France and Germany, workers did win a reduction in working hours. A parallel demand for less housework surged among housewives and for less schoolwork among students as elements of second-wave feminism and the student movements in the 1960s. In both cases, women and children demanded less work and more time for self-realization, both individual and collective. Today in 2019, stagnant real wages, increased job precarity, rising debt, Continuing attacks on social programs and omnipresent uncertainty undercut our ability to fight for less work, even as continuing productivity-raising technological change makes more and more free time technically possible. Capitalists continue to use both absolute and relative surplus value strategies to impose more work. Competition. In his account of the circulation and diffusion of technological change, Marx highlights the pressure of competition among capitalists. Once one capitalist introduces new, productivity-raising, cost-cutting methods that make it possible to sell at prices below those of competitors, these last are under pressure to follow suit. This understanding was by no means unique to Marx, but was shared by capitalists as well as many political economists and social observers of the period of the Industrial Revolution. One literary articulation of this view from the 19th century can be found in Charlotte Brontë's 1849 novel Shirley, whose story unfolds during the period of Luddite rebellion, circa 1810-12, when workers organized themselves to break machines whose introduction was depriving them of employment and income. 6 In one scene, a group of angry workers confront the capitalist textile mill owner Mr. Moore and demand that he stop, or at least slow, the introduction of new labor displacing machinery. Their protest comes in the midst of a depression caused by the Napoleonic Wars that cut off British exports to the continent and caused much unemployment among mill workers. Moore responds that he cannot slow down the introduction of new technology without being swept away by other capitalists who would refuse to do the same. Moore admonishes the workers to take up their problems with Parliament but to leave him alone. Even though Moore eventually becomes somewhat more sympathetic to the plight of the workers, at no time does he become an advocate for either government regulation of technological change or for government intervention to help the poor cope with it. On the contrary, Moore will use the government, its troops, and judiciary to pursue, prosecute and punish, through transportation to Australia, those workers who attacked his mill and his new machines, exactly the punishment which was meted out by his real-life counterparts. Within the argument of Moore, we discover the class basis of competition. Moore is confronted by his workers. So too, we can suppose, are all his competitors among the Yorkshire clothiers, as well as others outside the region. Those best able to command their workers will win the competitive battle, those less able will lose. In the novel, as in the history it portrays, there are other capitalists who are beaten down by their workers, that is to say, their mills are burned, and their machinery destroyed. Moore plays tough, introduces cost-reducing machinery and succeeds in defending his mill against a Luddite attack. When the trade blockades are later lifted, he is able to sell his accumulated stocks at a competitive price and expand production using the new technology. Those capitalists who failed to introduce the new machinery due to the resistance of their workers, or whose mills were damaged or destroyed, would obviously be at a competitive disadvantage, if they could function as capitalists at all. In short, competition among capitalists must be seen not merely as a dog-eat-dog game played without reference to the working class, but rather as a sort of social Darwinism through which the power of capital over the working class is maximized. Where workers are strong enough to impede accumulation, their bosses go under and the workers are thrown out of work, into unemployment, and find themselves at the mercy of other, stronger, capitalists. This class analysis of capitalist competition allows us to avoid the widespread practice of interpreting it as a process that goes on independently of the self-activity of workers who are therefore seen as only suffering the consequences of a process beyond their ken. When Marx writes that we can only understand how the immanent laws of capitalist production manifest themselves in the external movement of individual capitals and assert themselves as the coercive laws of competition by grasping the inner nature of capital, we must recognize that inner nature to be class struggle and interpret competition accordingly. 7 Competition is characteristic of class conflict where the management of capitalist domination is allocated to diverse capitalists whose relative skill in managing, controlling, their workers will determine their success. The competitive struggle, therefore, although it appears in the consciousness of many capitalists, and of many Marxists, to be something that goes on only among capitalists, is determined by the dynamics of competition between capital and labor. Chapter 13, Cooperation. Outline of Marx's analysis. Capitalist production. Large number of workers. Extensive scale. Large quantities of products. Economies of scale, increasing returns to scale, fall in value per unit of output. Cooperation. Many workers working together side by side in accordance with a plan. Either in the same process, same kind of work, or in different but connected processes. A social force, a new productive power, which is intrinsically a collective one. Workers strip off the fetters of their individuality, and develop the capabilities of their species. Sources of productive power of cooperation, social labor. 1. Heightens mechanical force of labor. 2. Extends sphere of action over a greater space, or, contracts field of production. 3. Sets large masses of labor to work at critical moments, example harvests. 4. Excites rivalry between individuals. 5. Creates continuity and many-sidedness. 6. Simultaneous operations. 7. Economizes the means of production by use in common. 8. Lends to individual worker the character of average social labor. Cooperation implies authority. To secure the harmonious cooperation. A special function arising from the nature of the social labor process. A function of the exploitation of a social labor process, i.e., valorization. Cooperation and class struggle. Increased resistance to the domination of capital. Increased repression of this resistance. Cooperation under capitalist authority. A plan drawn up by the capitalist. The powerful will of a being outside them. In form it is purely despotic. Requires officers, managers, and NCOs, foremen, overseers. Workers are brought together by capital. They are incorporated into capital. Their productive power is a free gift to capital, costs it nothing. Their productive power appears as inherent in capital. As their numbers increase, so too does their resistance. Earlier forms/results of cooperation. Egyptian pyramids and such, under domination of ruling class. Early hunting peoples. Indian communities with common ownership of MP, individuals rooted in tribe or community. Cooperation equals the fundamental form of the capitalist mode of production. Commentary. Marx's analysis of cooperation in this chapter serves two purposes. First, he lays out the results of his studies of the social nature of the capitalist organization of work. Second, he lays the groundwork for continuing his analysis of the technological changes involved in capital's relative surplus value strategy. In Chapter 7, he defined work in very abstract and theoretical terms, first the labor process and then valorization. In Chapter 12, he launched his analysis of the capitalist strategy of reorganizing the labor process to increase relative surplus value. Here, in Chapter 13, he provides an approach to understanding the qualitative changes involved in such reorganization. Reorganization is, first of all, reorganization of cooperation. To begin, he emphasizes that work under capitalism is collective. Cooperation concerns large numbers of workers brought together by capitalists and put to work. He recognizes that workers have cooperated collectively throughout history. Cooperation is not new under capitalism. But capital reorganizes cooperation. This emphasis on cooperation follows from Marx's analysis of labor, and the resistance to labor, as the core of the social relations of capitalism. Although capitalists appear to be responsible for cooperation, and thus to deserve credit for this social development, Marx insists on the long-standing existence of cooperation. From that perspective, however responsible the capitalists may be for the particular form it takes, it remains a force outside, an autonomous force of the species, which capital must constantly strive to domesticate to its own ends. Part of this force appears to be purely technical, the way in which cooperation results in increases in productivity, output per worker, so that the output of a large number of assembled workers is greater than the sum of the output of the same number of isolated workers. However, even this technical aspect of cooperation turns out to be eminently political and related to the dynamics of intra as well as interclass relationships. As we have seen in the analysis of primitive accumulation, capitalists forged a new system of cooperation on the ruins of earlier ones. In the beginning, this was often indirect as many workers came to be controlled, through a putting out system, by a single merchant capital. But over time, conflicts with workers led capitalists to gather workers together in one place, incarcerate them in factories where they could be observed and controlled. However, this gathering had contradictory effects. In these new circumstances, some kinds of struggle became much more difficult. For example, artisans who had appropriated the scraps of their raw materials, wood, silk, leather, etc., and cut the raw materials so as to maximize the amount of scraps found themselves increasingly under the eye of the capitalists, or their overseers, who were diligent to eliminate such practices and thus to reduce both their own costs in raw materials and the income of the artisans. 8 On the other hand, bringing workers together in the same place also made communication among them easier about their conditions of work, their wages, their living conditions, the tactics of their boss and so on. Thus, this gathering together also facilitated collective struggle, a kind of cooperation quite antagonistic to their bosses. Scale, authority, and rivalry. The growth in the scale of production meant that more and more workers were being subsumed under the command of capitalist managers, a change which initially appears to be only a quantitative one. Sometimes this just meant more workers doing the same thing. But many times, especially in manufacturing, it increasingly meant a qualitative change as more and more people worked on a set of related tasks, which required coordination, the organization of cooperation. All directly social or communal labor on a large scale requires, to a greater or lesser degree, a directing authority, in order to secure the harmonious cooperation of the activities of individuals. A single violin player is his own conductor, an orchestra requires a separate 1.9. This issue of the coordination of cooperation, inherent in the nature of the social labor process, Marx only explores within capitalism. There, he argues, this authority, the work of directing, superintending and adjusting, is that of capital. At this point, he passes into a second aspect of the issue, the specificity of the social relations of cooperation under capitalism, class antagonism. As the scale of capitalist undertakings grew, he argued, so did the conflicts and the complexity of the issue of organization. As the number of the cooperating workers increases, so too does their resistance to the domination of capital. Resistance dictates the need for a whole officer corps of supervisors and overseers to make sure that the growing army of workers actually do as much work as their employers desire, that the collective power of masses is maximized. Thus, his analysis of cooperation is two-sided and parallels his earlier analysis of work in Chapter 7, first a discussion of the labor process independently of capital, second, a discussion of the specificity of the process under capitalism, i.e., within valorization. The control exercised by the capitalist is not only a special function arising from the nature of the social labor process and peculiar to that process, but it is at the same time a function of the exploitation of a social labor process, and is consequently conditioned by the unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the raw material of his exploitation. 11. Marx's analysis, while providing an approach to grasping technological issues in terms of antagonistic class relationships, has sometimes been seized upon as a technologically deterministic justification of hierarchical authority, not only under capitalism but under all large-scale, complex systems of social cooperation, including socialism. Some of the terms and metaphors which he used, especially directing authority and orchestra director, clearly lend themselves to this interpretation. This line of deterministic interpretation was given a powerful boost by an essay penned by Friedrich Engels in 1873.12. That piece, written against anarchist slogans of abolishing authority, argued that authority was inherent in technology. In the case of the cotton spinning mill, he wrote, "The authority of steam cares nothing for individual autonomy, and the forces of nature subject humans to a veritable despotism independent of all social organization." Wanting to abolish authority in large-scale industry is tantamount to wanting to abolish industry itself, to destroy the power loom in order to return to the spinning wheel. If, he argued, the autonomists confined themselves to saying that the social organization of the future would restrict authority solely to the limits within which the conditions of production render it inevitable, we could understand each other. The one-sidedness of Engels's argument is striking. It totally ignores the issue of the genesis of the conditions of production, how the capitalist organization of production technology has been structured within the context of class antagonism in order to maximize capitalist control over the working class. He is refusing to enter into the analysis demanded by the anarchist attack on authority, namely, an investigation into how the conditions of production can be changed to eliminate a top-down authority and to replace it with democratic decision-making. He fails to question why it is that in industry, as he knows it, the first condition of the job is a dominant will that settles all subordinate questions. Why is production organized so that this is the first condition? At this point in our reading of Capital, the contrast between Engels's argument and Marx's is not so obvious. Later, when we get to chapter 15, it will be much clearer. Once we read Marx's analysis of how it would be possible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working class revolt, we see the one-sidedness and inadequacy of Engels's argument. Point 13. Nevertheless, this kind of argument was taken up and elaborated by the Bolsheviks, especially by Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, 1870–1924, who used it to justify the overthrow of worker-created factory committees and Soviets and to impose top-down, party-state managerial despotism. Although he professed to believe that ultimately every cook could govern, i.e., coordination could occur within cooperation by the workers themselves, he called for, and imposed, measures of hierarchical control that tended to destroy all bottom-up initiatives. Point 14. In Lenin's view, rivalry or competition among workers was to be encouraged in the socialist USSR in order to generate the most work possible. His emphasis on competition among workers emulated that encouraged within overtly capitalist countries, albeit justified by an alternative logic. Elsewhere, competition was promulgated throughout society as the natural condition of humankind. In the USSR, Lenin promulgated it as a necessary condition for victory in the class struggle against capitalism and for socialism. In December 1917, right after the Revolution of October, he argued, "Far from extinguishing competition, socialism, on the contrary, for the first time creates the opportunity for employing it on a really wide and on a really mass scale. Our task is to organize competition. All communes, factories, villages, consumers' societies, and committees of supplies must compete with each other as practical organizers of accounting and control of labor and distribution of products." Point 15. Here Lenin is calling for new forms of competition among production units, new, but not all that different from competition among capitalist firms. This competition, Lenin demanded, should be organized in such a way as to weed out those who would not work hard enough. Workers who shirk their work will be put in prison. Elsewhere they will be put to cleaning latrines. Elsewhere they will be provided with yellow tickets, so that everyone shall keep an eye on them, as harmful persons. Elsewhere 1 out of every 10 idlers will be shot on the spot. Point 16. And so on. These comments called for the imposition of a new work discipline by whatever means necessary. Those who must be forced to work, as he makes clear, are not only leftover reactionary capitalists and intellectuals out to sabotage the revolution, but also those workers who had revolted, at least in part, to lighten the burden of labor. But his rhetorical method identifies slovenliness, carelessness, untidiness, unpunctuality, nervous haste, the inclination to substitute discussion for action, talk for work, etc. with the educated, and calls on workers, especially the party faithful, to root out such idlers and to identify and correct any such tendencies among members of their own class. 17 In this manner, right at the beginning of Bolshevik rule, Lenin made it clear that Bolshevik-style socialism means more, not less, work. Is this Marx? Or rather, are such views lineal descendants of Marx's ideas? Can the despotism of Soviet state capitalism be traced to Marx's own views on technological necessity? I don't think so, but Marx's comments on authority are not his only remarks that have lent themselves to such interpretation and usage. A second aspect of Marx's analysis of cooperation, which was also used to justify post-capitalist competition, was his notion that one source of the heightened productivity of cooperation derived from the stimulus it gave to animal spirits. Apart from the new power that arises from the fusion of many forces into a single force, mere social contact begets in most industries a rivalry and a stimulation of the animal spirits, which heightens the efficiency of each individual worker. 18. There are two things to say about this. First, capital has generally promulgated rivalry not only to stimulate animal spirits to get more work but also to divert workers' energies from resistance to exploitation and alienation into competition with each other. Thus, capitalists promulgate the ideology of dog-eat-dog competition as a natural condition and encourage a pervasive competition among individuals, within families, within schools, among workers, among men vis-a-vis women, among women vis-a-vis men, and so on. Second, we know that people who come together to act in concert, example in work, can provide each other with support and positive feedback that can make both each individual and the collective more productive. Indeed, there is plenty of experimental evidence that collaboration is more productive than competition. 19. There is nothing in Marx's analysis that implies that coordination cannot take place within cooperation through the self-management of associated producers. His observation that any social labor process involving large numbers of people requires coordination seems uncontestable as far as it goes. But it doesn't go very far. As he recognizes, the form of that coordination has varied enormously in the social situations he mentions: slave plantation economies, ancient Egypt, primitive hunting, capitalism. The same is true for his very few words in this chapter on rivalry or competition among workers. Both his earlier work in the 1844 manuscripts attacking the ways in which capital pits worker against worker and his later discussion in Capital, chapters 20 and 21 on how capitalists manipulate wages to encourage competition and hierarchy, suggest that in general he understood rivalry to be only one form of animal spirits and that various kinds of non-competitive but mutually stimulating interactions would characterize unalienated, post-capitalist work relations. Since Marx was writing, we have over 130 more years of experience with a wide diversity of forms of cooperation, most of which have been elaborated within capitalism, but some of which have been developed explicitly against it. As workers succeeded in reducing work, example the 8-hour working day and 5-day working week, and gaining time away from waged work, capital has responded by colonizing that free time, the process I discussed in my commentary on chapter 10. The institutions of that colonization have recreated many of the characteristics of the capitalist factory, including competition. For individuals, the first experiences of being subjected to competition instead of collaboration are usually those of the family and the school. Reared by parents who have themselves internalized competitive attitudes, children often find it encouraged at home. In schools, students are prodded from a very early age to compete against each other for grades and honors. In the short run, it is a means of control; in the long run, they are being conditioned to compete in the waged workplace. Such competition in the classroom is complemented and reinforced by competition in sports, whether between individuals or teams. In the case of teams, the enflaming of animal spirits is central to the realization of the powers of cooperation to the point of encouraging animosity, scorn, and hatred against other teams. At the level of the school system, interscholastic competition is institutionally encouraged not only in sports, but also in music, in debate, and in science fairs. Along the dark path to popularity and social status, competition is also fostered between boys and girls, and among boys vis-a-vis girls and among girls vis-a-vis boys. In many places, it is also fostered between castes, ethnicities, and races. From secondary school through the university, school spirit is roused with martial band music and pep rallies pitting students against students, often with violent language and mob antagonism. 20 Beyond the shop floor, the family, and the school, capitalists have fostered competition throughout society, from professional sports through music, film, fashion, beauty, and cooking contests to soap operas, electoral politics and the judicial system. Even where it organizes collaboration from collective school projects through corporate ones to sports teams, it carefully structures it within a wider framework of competition. Always, the overall framework is competition rather than collaboration, because collaboration can be turned against it. Competition also characterizes capitalist organization at the interfirm level, and even the international level. At both levels, the capitalists with the best control over their workers tend to win. At the interfirm level, control can involve either the stick of low wages or the carrot of rewarded creativity. At the international level, as many Marxists have pointed out, conflicts between national blocs of capitalists were characteristic of the age of imperialism. 21 Even today, in the age of globalization in which multinational corporations and supranational institutions manage the world's economy, we hear policies favored because, it is argued, they increase the international competitiveness of this or that country. Recent anti-refugee and anti-immigrant campaigns throughout the world have fomented rabid nativism to rouse locals against foreigners. This has been apparent from right-wing nationalist groups in Europe to Donald Trump's slogans "Make America Great Again," "America First," and "Build the Wall." All of this, of course, undergirds the most fatal competition of all wars, either civil wars or wars between nation-states, in which workers kill workers. The psychological preparation for war mobilization, the framing of mindsets wherein some workers will willingly kill other workers, requires years of reinforced conditioning at every age, right up to that of military drafts or enlistment. The alienation cultivated in the workplace that pits workers against each other must be accentuated to the point of inspiring hate in some and demonization of others. We saw just such demonization in racist portrayals of the Japanese, Japs, during World War II, of the Chinese, Chinks, during the Korean War, of the Vietnamese, Gooks, during the war in Indochina, of Arabs, ragheads, in the two Gulf Wars, and in the contemporary propaganda by Islamist terrorists associated with groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIL. Against such forms of capitalist cooperation through competition, workers have formed their own systems of cooperation, in industry, shop floor solidarity and unions, in schools, small group collaboration in cheating and large-scale protest movements, in the community, grassroots organizations of women, gays, or other self-organized movements, at the international level, peace movements against war or grassroots organizing against international competition, example continent-wide resistance to so-called free trade agreements. Sometimes such self-organization may involve the détournement or direct subversion of the institutions of capitalist cooperation. At other times it may involve the creation of collaborative counter-movements created especially for the purposes of struggle. In periods of intense class struggle, the workers have often displayed collective imagination through the creation of new approaches to the organization of cooperation, example the Paris Commune in 1871, the Soviets in 1905 and 1917, the Workers' Councils in Germany in 1918-19, in Hungary in 1956, in the countercultural movements of the 1960s, in resistance to austerity during the international debt crisis of the 1980s to 2000s, in the new uses of electronic and social media by indigenous movements for autonomy, and during the Arab Spring, by the Occupy movement, and most recently by the Black Lives Matter movement and resistance to Trump's attacks on civil rights, environmental protections, and the social safety net. The cooperative movement. Marx's insistence on the autonomy, vis-a-vis capital, of cooperation as a quality of human social labor was closely related to his understanding that the overthrow of capitalism by workers would not lead to social dissolution and chaos, of which capitalist ideology frequently warns, but to the liberation of cooperation from capitalist command. Thus, those few times when Marx spoke of labor in post-capitalist society, he often referred to associated labor, which would certainly involve new kinds of social cooperation. Eschewing utopianism, he refused to speculate on, much less design, such future forms of cooperation, and focused instead on the study of how cooperation was evolving within capitalism as one aspect of the developing struggle between labor and capital. Another who was fascinated with the phenomenon of cooperation, and who also saw that it predated capitalism and would certainly postdate it, was the Russian anarchist Peter Kropotkin. A geologist-geographer who developed political concepts in part out of his scientific research, Kropotkin became convinced that the history of other animals as well as that of humans was shaped by natural instincts to social cooperation. Against the vulgar Darwinist notion so suitable to capitalist ideology that evolution was the outcome of an endless war of all against all, Kropotkin pitted his studies of natural and human history, which showed the endless variety and continuity of cooperation, what he called mutual aid. From his scientific field experience in Siberia to his historico-political studies of Western society, Kropotkin drew myriad examples of both animal and human cooperation and argued that cooperation was the dominant reality of social life within species. Beings might hunt and kill other species, and within species there are sometimes struggles to establish a pecking order, but, for the most part, their relationships among kindred were cooperative. Kropotkin spent considerable time ferreting out the underground history of bottom-up cooperation in villages and cities, among farmers and artisans, in manufacturing and industry. Like Marx, he refused to design a post-capitalist world and instead studied the trends in the present that pointed to the future. Point 22. But, if Marx and Kropotkin refused to design the future, others were much less restrained. Those whom Marx called the utopian socialists, such as Robert Owen, 1771–1858, in Britain, or Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, in France, designed both plans and experiments based on their own ideas of how cooperation could be reorganized for the benefit of workers. Owen was a businessman who developed ideas of improving productivity and the lives of workers by reorganizing both industry and private life in relatively small-scale cooperative villages. He began his experiments in his own yarn mills and neighbouring village of New Lanark, Scotland. He introduced modern machinery but also improved the living conditions of workers by keeping wages up during depressions, by upgrading housing and sanitary arrangements, building schools, and organizing the supply of workers' commodity needs at cost. Owen believed that through education and the transformation of the whole community, inside and outside the factories, society could be improved and reorganized around democratic cooperation. Because education had to precede democracy, however, Owen felt free to intervene directly in workers' lives, not only improving their material conditions but also monitoring their behavior, to the point of installing colored behavior indicators near each worker's position in the factory to signal the quality of their character from day to day. Eventually, he worked his ideas into a systematic approach to the reorganization of society around cooperative communities, and became involved in a variety of experiments, the best known of which were the New Harmony Village in Indiana, 1824–27, and Orbiston in Lanarkshire, 1825–27. These and several other such experiments were organized around communal ownership of property and cooperative labor. None lasted very long, and despite his own experiments at New Lanark proving profitable, Owen failed to persuade either business or government to finance the spread of his approach. However, Owen's innovations at his New Lanark mills did become widely known and provided inspiration for a variety of reformers. Some carried on his ideas about cooperation, ultimately leading to a worldwide cooperative movement. Indeed, Owen is probably best known today as the father of that movement. Others, inspired by him, included those very wedded to preserving the class distinctions of Old England within the new conditions of industrialization. One such was Benjamin Disraeli, 1804–81, who before becoming British Prime Minister wrote a series of romantic Tory novels lamenting the decline of the old values. These were the three Young England novels, Coningsby, or The New Generation, 1844, Sybil, or The Two Nations, 1845, and Tancred, or The New Crusade, 1847. In Sybil, for example, Disraeli denounced the capitalist spirit of rapacious covetousness. Since the Reform Act of 1832, which admitted the industrial middle class to the electorate, he argued, the altar of Mammon has blazed with triple worship. To acquire, to accumulate, to plunder each other by virtue of philosophic phrases, to propose an utopia to consist only of wealth and toil, this has been the breathless business of enfranchised England for the last 12 years, until we are startled from our voracious strife by the wail of intolerable serfage. 23. He then followed up graphic descriptions of some of the worst working-class slums with a glowing portrayal of the establishment of one Mr. Trafford, a very Owenite businessman. On the banks of his native Mao he had built a factory which was now one of the marvels of the district, holding more than 2,000 work people. The whole building was kept at a steady temperature, and little susceptible to atmospheric influence. The physical advantages of thus carrying on the whole work in one chamber are great, in the improved health of the people, the security against dangerous accidents for women and youth, and the reduced fatigue. When the work people of Mr. Trafford left his factory they were not forgotten. Deeply had he pondered on the influence of the employer on the health and content of his work people. He knew well that the domestic virtues are dependent on the existence of a home, and one of his first efforts had been to build a village where every family might be well lodged. In every street there was a well, behind the factory were the public baths, the schools were under the direction of the perpetual curate of the church. And what was the influence of such an employer and such a system of employment on the morals and manners of the employed? Great, infinitely beneficial. Proximity to the employer brings cleanliness and order, because it brings observation and encouragement. In the settlement of Trafford crime was positively unknown, and offences were very slight. The men were well clad, the women had a blooming cheek, drunkenness was unknown, while the moral condition of the softer sex was proportionately elevated. 24. Charles Fourier, about a year younger than Owen, also got his start in business and went on to design new social institutions around cooperation in labor and society. Like Owen, Fourier's ideal new social units were small-scale villages based on cooperative principles but linked in a regional, and ultimately even global, network. Also like Owen, Fourier's plans extended beyond the workshop to the larger society where he advocated cooperation in education and even love. His utopia included not only collective work but also collective emotional and sexual linkages designed to liberate people from the frustrations he felt were inherent in the traditional family. Basing himself on a theory of desire quite different from Owen and most other utopian thinkers, Fourier's plans for reorganization sought to reshape society to meet and balance a well-defined list of intellectual, psychological, emotional, and physical needs. Whereas Owen thought people could be re-educated to fit into a more rational social order, Fourier sought to fit the social order to eternal human desires. Unable to achieve the implementation of his ideas during his lifetime, Fourier's energies were focused on their theoretical design, the imaginative working through of how social relationships might be reorganized in a non-competitive, cooperative fashion to achieve individual happiness within social harmony, which, in his view, necessarily included a considerable dose of rivalry and competitiveness. It was left to his followers to actually set up working models of his ideal communities, or phalanxes. At least 40 were launched, especially in America, during the 1840s, but like the Owenite experiments none lasted very long. 25. While Marx rejected such approaches to transcending capitalism as evidence of the immaturity of the proletariat in the early 19th century, He nevertheless considered these inventive social reformers revolutionary in many respects and applauded the way they identified the class antagonisms of capitalism and provided the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. 26 He saw producer cooperatives as inspiring forerunners of the future. We speak of the cooperative movement, especially of the cooperative factories raised by the unassisted efforts of a few bold hands. The value of these great social experiments cannot be overrated. By deed, instead of by argument, they have shown that production on a large scale, and in accord with the best of modern science, may be carried on without the existence of a class of masters employing a class of hands. 27. While many cooperatives have organized collective production, example peasant or farmer cooperatives where individual family farmers collaborate to share equipment and jointly market their output, others have reorganized the sphere of reproduction, example consumer, housing, financial or caregiving cooperatives. 28 The utopians left in their wake a tradition of scattered, isolated, and usually short-lived intentional communities. The organization of cooperatives, in contrast, became a whole social movement, which has spread the ideology and practice of cooperation across the face of the earth. From their origins in Britain and France to the US and many other countries, cooperatives have been held out as an alternative path to the dog-eat-dog competition of capitalism. 29 The history of the class struggle is, in part, a history of the struggle over the creation and utilization of new forms of cooperation. Chapter 14, Manufacturing and the Division of Labor. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, The Dual Origin of Manufacture. Section 2, The Specialized Worker and His Tools. Section 3, The Two Fundamental Forms of Manufacture. Section 4, The Division of Labor in Manufacture and Society. Section 5, The Capitalist Character of Manufacture. Preliminary Commentary. Outline of Marx's analysis. Manufacturing. Workers using their hands and tools to make things. Manufacturing period equals mid-16th to last third of the 18th century. A particular sort of cooperation based on the division of labor among large numbers of specialized workers. Division of labor in manufacturing is merely a particular method of creating relative surplus value. Dependent on the strength, skill, quickness, and sureness with which the individual worker manipulates his tools. In this chapter Marx deepens his discussion of cooperation begun in Chapter 13. He examines the organization of cooperation within the context of manufacture, the first reorganization of production beyond the simple annexation of handicraft workers through the putting out system. In the putting out system the organization of production remains unaltered. Handicraft people continue working as before using their own tools in their old ways. But in manufacturing, the capitalists increasingly impose a new division of labor in which the workers become increasingly specialized, performing only one part of a larger production process involving many workers and many steps. Yet, throughout the manufacturing period, the handicraft worker, however specialized, is still the moving force of production, or what Marx calls the regulating principle of social production. The word manufacturing derives from two Latin roots, manus for hand and factura for making. Thus, manufacturing is making by hand and it is the workers' control over the use of their hands which regulates the rhythm and quality of the work. Manufacturing work thus corresponds very closely to Marx's analysis of labor in Chapter 7 in which a worker uses tools to transform raw materials. He later juxtaposes this to machinofacture in which the rhythm of work is determined largely by the machine and workers are both used by the tools and demoted from their central role, i.e., stripped of their traditional power of controlling the labor process. Section 1, The Dual Origin of Manufacture. Outline of Marx's analysis. From the assembling of large numbers of different or the same kinds of skilled workers. Both cases, an increasing division of labor, increasingly narrow specialization. Decomposes complex handicraft skills into partial operations. Commentary. The capitalist bringing together of large numbers of workers leads from a simple assembling of those with handicraft skills to an ever more complex division of labor. Whether different kinds of craftspeople with complementary skills are assembled, or a large number of those with the same skills, the end result, he argues, has been the same, namely an ever-increasing specialization of work and tools. This division and specialization derives partly from the reorganization of workers to produce a larger number of products at a more rapid pace, i.e., to increase productivity, and thus relative surplus value. However, the reorganization also serves to undermine workers' control of the production process. This increasing specialization results in that process of descaling or disvalorization of workers that I discussed in my commentaries on primitive accumulation. Whether we are talking about multi-skilled peasant farmers reduced to farm labor, midwives reduced to nurses, or craftspeople reduced to narrowly specialized factory workers, in all cases there is a loss of skill and of meaning from the point of view of the individuals and an appropriation and transformation of skill by capital. The transformation includes an unavoidable process of devalorization as many skills and meanings, both personal and collective, are lost for good. Some of the negative effects of these losses are discussed below. Section 2, The Specialized Worker and His Tools. Outline of Marx's analysis. Collective worker made up of highly specialized individual workers. One-sided work means less time in execution and fewer time gaps. As the workers become more specialized, so too do their tools. Tools of specialized worker equals differentiated, simplified, and adapted to specialized tasks, example 500 varieties of hammer. Both worker and tool become perfected for narrow task, impoverished for others. Commentary. Marx's analysis of how the varied skills of the handicraft worker become distributed piecemeal across a much larger body of workers leads him to see that larger body as itself constituting a collective worker and each worker an organ of the larger body. The collective worker, formed out of the combination of a number of individual specialized workers, is the item of machinery specifically characteristic of the manufacturing period 30 because each of the specialized workers is more effective at their individualized tasks. This collective worker is more productive than an equal number of unspecialized workers who did everything. The one-sidedness and even the deficiencies of the specialized individual worker become perfections when he is part of the collective worker. 31 This metaphorical way of speaking about a large-scale, social set of complex relationships has certain limitations, but it is nevertheless a very powerful one. It evokes not only the reality of productive cooperation, as these workers learn to work together as one, but also the potential for class struggle wherein these same workers learn to struggle as one, whether in unions or in wildcat strikes, against the capitalists for whom they work. Part of the source of higher levels of productivity derives simply from specialization of the workers and of tools, retrained and redesigned for narrowly defined purposes, and hence more effective. But another part, an aspect to which Marx returns in other chapters of the book, is how specialization results in the elimination of the time gaps inherent in the work of handicraft workers as they move from one task to another, changing tools, the organization of material upon which they are working, and so on. While such gaps provide potential moments of rest for handicraft workers, they are time wasted from the point of view of manufacturers. In the next chapter, Marx will analyze how the introduction of machinery further helps bosses extract every possible second of life and joule of energy from their workers. Section 3, The Two Fundamental Forms of Manufacture. Outline of Marx's analysis. Heterogeneous, parts made separately, then assembled, example watchmaking. Organic, production through a series of sequential processes, example needle making. The collective worker. Formed from the combination of the many specialized workers. Each worker a specialized organ of the whole. Mutual interdependence. A given proportionality to achieve continuity of all workers. Appropriate number of workers for each operation. Extension of scale by multiplying groups. Different skills equals different training equals different values of labor power. Hierarchy of labor powers, hierarchy of wages. Simplification of tasks equals devaluation of labor power, as V decreases, S increases. Commentary. Although the concept of the collective worker emphasizes unity by its use of a singular figure to represent a complex group, Marx also recognizes the internal divisions and separations which compose this unitary figure. Not only does he show how the collective worker is composed of different kinds of workers populating a complex division of labor, but he recognizes that the division of labor is never a simple horizontal set of differences but rather a vertical hierarchy. Since the various functions performed by the collective worker can be simple or complex, high or low, the individual labor powers, his organs, require different degrees of training, and must therefore possess very different values. Manufacture therefore develops a hierarchy of labor powers, to which there corresponds a scale of wages. 32. In other words, the reproduction of workers who require complex training necessitates higher wages. This is an application of the analysis in Chapter 6 of the value of labor power. When we consider dramatically different skill levels, such as that of manual workers performing simple tasks and engineers who design machinery or chemists who work out new chemical processes, it seems reasonable that on the assumption that such workers tend to produce offspring of the same character, engineers and chemists would require higher wages to rear children capable of achieving the same level of education and training. Within a generation, on the other hand, it is not quite so obvious why engineers should require higher income than manual workers to reproduce themselves as such. We can imagine that they need more resources for continuing education, communication with their peers, books, tools of their trade and so on, but this is speculative. Marx certainly doesn't present any such evidence. Therefore, as in Chapter 6, we can take his suggestion here as only a step toward a theory of the wage hierarchy in manufacturing. One thing is certain, no matter how trivial the actual differences between production tasks, or however tenuous the connections to the costs of reproducing labor power, capitalists always impose a wage hierarchy as a means of dividing and controlling the collective worker. As the recent movement by women for equal wages on the basis of comparable worth has repeatedly demonstrated, many wage differentials have no relationship either to the complexity of the job or to the value of labor power. When he turns to the subject of wages in chapters 19 to 22, Marx further develops his analysis of the relationship between the wages and hierarchy. What consideration of the hierarchy of labor powers and wages brings out is that the division of labor involves not merely differences in tasks, it also involves differentials in power. It is not just that some are highly skilled and some less skilled or unskilled. The highly skilled receive more wages than the less skilled, just as the less skilled receive more than the unskilled. Inasmuch as wages represent not only power to command the means of life but also power to struggle, the hierarchy of wages involves a hierarchy of power among workers and in their respective and joint relations with capital. Recognition of these relations by a number of Marxists in the post-World War II period led both to empirical studies of historical changes in the makeup of the collective worker and to the development of a new set of Marxist concepts to understand them. Whereas Marx spoke of the division of labor, these Marxists came to speak of the complex set of power relationships woven out of, and constructed against, the division of labor in terms of a particular class composition. 33 Historical studies of the changing division of labor in the 20th century led to an interpretation of how the rise of Taylorism and then Fordism led to a particular figure of the collective worker they called the mass worker. 34 Taylorism denotes the meticulous analysis of the labor process and subsequent use of that analysis to impose the most detailed and efficient specialization possible on the collective worker. Taylor quite consciously carried out the redesign of the production process and of the pattern of cooperation to achieve precisely that concentrated power of command in the hands of capital at the expense of the worker that Marx describes so well in this chapter. Taylor's work was dedicated to the final destruction of the power of handicraft and skilled workers to exert any control at all over the work process and, indirectly, to undercut the power of craft unions formed by such skilled workers, example in the U.S., the American Federation of Labor, AFL, 1886 to 1955. Fordism is a term given to the manner in which Henry Ford reorganized the Taylorist division of labor around assembly line production of standardized products. In the process, he completed what Taylor had begun through the subordination of all moments of work to a single interconnected machine, what the French call la chaîne, a nice term that evokes the chains of slavery. The mass worker, who emerged within this restructured labor process, was a new kind of collective worker, one totally alienated from work and capable of self-organization at the level of industry. In the U.S., industrial unions, such as the United Auto Workers, 1935, and federations of industrial unions, such as the Congress of Industrial Organizations, 1935-55, and then the AFL-CIO, 1955, were products of the self-activity of the mass worker. Section 4, the Division of Labor in Manufacture and Society. Outline of Marx's analysis. Division of labor in manufacture. Unmediated by exchange. Planned, organized by the despotism of capitalists. Depends for its development on growth of the social division of labor. Social division of labor in society. Mediated by exchange of commodities, anarchy, example cattle breeding, tanning, shoemaking. Division of labor in general, agriculture vs industry, etc. Division of labor in particular, particular industries. Division of labor in detail, within the workshop. Foundation of every division of labor equals the separation of town from country. Division of labor at each level has an impact on the division of labor on other levels. Ultimately, the division of labor seizes upon, not only the economic, but every other sphere of society. Earlier forms of society, example ancient Indian communities. Fixed, authoritative plan of division of labor and village. Blending of agriculture and handicrafts. Mostly self-sufficing communities, production for use. Each individual craftsman conducts in his workshop all the operations of his handicraft in the traditional way. Medieval guilds. Separated, isolated, and perfected handicrafts. Master, limited number of journeymen. Worker and tools closely united. Commentary. In this section, Marx widens his analysis of the division of labor from factory shop floors to manufacturing as a whole. Workers are gathered in factories to make it easier to control them. Along with such means of control as overseers, time clocks and wage hierarchies, capitalists also carefully organize the division of labor with the same objective. Instead of leaving it to their workers to discover the most effective way of organizing their work, capitalists impose what Marx calls, accurately but pejoratively, despotic plans, top-down assignments of the layout of work and machines, of workers to tasks and so on. To some degree such plans are determined by the technologies involved, example sequential tasks requiring different machines are usually organized spatially to minimize time lost in moving material from workstation to workstation. But, at the same time, managers also try to organize the spatial distribution of work to minimize the costs of oversight, required to make sure employees keep at their work. 35 Worker challenges to all such plans, even if offered with suggestions of how to improve productivity, are often rejected purely to maintain managerial prerogative or the absolute authority of managers to control everything that goes on. 36. Such despotic plans Marx juxtaposes to how the division of labor on a wider scale is largely mediated by unplanned markets, anarchic because subject to uncoordinated actions by buyers and sellers. In speaking of the anarchy of markets, Marx's choice of the term anarchy to characterize markets where competition reigns, as opposed to monopolies or markets organized as oligopolies, is, perhaps, not merely a vernacular use of the word, but a byproduct of his long-standing debate with anarchists. Despite his disagreements, he was certainly aware that many, perhaps most, anarchists wanted, like himself, the regulation of production and distribution to be taken out of the hands of capitalists and placed in those of workers. For some, of course, their anti-statism has taken the form of belief in unregulated free markets, ideas peddled today under the rubric of libertarianism. 37. In organizing his sketch of the division of labor in industry as a whole, Marx reintroduces moments of the Hegelian syllogism that he used in Chapter 1 to analyze the general form of value. He does this by juxtaposing divisions of labor in general, that is, the Hegelian category of universal, example agriculture versus manufacturing, in particular, that is, the Hegelian category of the particular, example separate manufacturing industries, to in detail, that is, the Hegelian category of the individual or singular, example within the factory. Although he doesn't do much with these designations, their use suggests the need to grasp each division of labor as mediating the relations among the others, as in the syllogism. For example, he writes, the anarchy in the social division of labor and despotism in the manufacturing division of labor mutually condition each other. 38. One of the ways despotism in factories has conditioned the social division of labor and in the process expanded the scope of capitalist planning and undercut market mediations has been workers' struggles against that despotism that have led to 1. The creation of industry-wide and even international unions, and 2. Ever greater regulation by the state, both national and supranational. Time and again, competitive markets have been replaced by broader capitalist planning. The organization of industrial unions has led to industry-wide labor contracts, negotiated between unions and industrial management, often within frameworks specified by the government. The multinationalization of corporate investment, once limited to a few government-chartered companies in the colonial period, has become widespread, allowing managers to plan the division of labor and hence their modes of labor control across borders, oceans, and cultures. Keynesian economic policies, with their intentional manipulations of both fiscal and monetary policy, have amounted to capitalist planning on a national scale. Such planning has been extended to the international level, through such supranational institutions as the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization, which help regulate investment opportunities for multinational corporations. 39. The sketches of pre-capitalist divisions of labor, of Asian communities and feudal guilds, that Marx draws at the end of the section, are clearly intended to differentiate the way capital organizes production as opposed to the way others have done so. However accurate his descriptions based here on colonialist accounts, he emphasizes the rigidity of traditional divisions of labor as opposed to the greater fluidity characteristic of capitalism. 40. Despite the title of this section evoking the division of labor in society, Marx restricts his analysis to industry and fails to address divisions beyond the capitalist realms of waged labor. Although at one point he hints that the division of labor seizes upon, not only the economic, but every other sphere of society, he does not develop this. 41. Unfortunately, many efforts to update Marx's analysis, including research on the mass worker, have also failed to analyze the evolution of the division of labor outside the factory, despite recognizing how, by intervening throughout society, capital was turning it into one big social factory. 42. Marx's failure to extend the analysis of the division of labor beyond the factory can be understood from two perspectives, one personal, one historical. At the personal level, Marx was a man of the 19th century, patriarchal middle-class university-educated, a journalist and writer by trade, and according to his biographers he was never substantially involved in either housework within his own home or in his children's education, two key terrains of the labor of reproduction. At the historical level, he was writing in a period in which virtually everyone in the working class, men, women, and children, were being forced into waged labor. As we saw in Chapter 10, he recognized and tracked workers' efforts to reduce the length of the working day, but real success came only after his death. While that real success liberated hours from waged labor, it also led to capitalist efforts to colonize the time set free, imposing new divisions of labor that have long demanded recognition and analysis. The analysis of the division of labor of reproduction, including that within housework and schoolwork, are clearly required for any complete understanding of the class composition in any given period. It also forces us to recognize that Marx's collective worker includes not only the waged but the unwaged as well. 43. Examination of the division of labor in reproduction has revealed that the tendency towards specialization being imposed in the factory has been much less present in housework and schoolwork. Chapter 30, on the rise of the home market, focused on how expropriated workers were forced to buy items they once had produced for themselves. While those commodities were being produced by the increasingly specialized types of labor Marx describes, the flip side of this process was a certain descaling of household workers, mainly women, but also children. Example, buying vegetables or baked bread or clothes reduced the necessity and incentive to learn to garden or bake or sew, or pass those skills along to the next generation. Along the same path, however, other skills had to be acquired, example, figuring out how best to spend the wage, to evaluate the consumer goods available in the market, and added to already existing skills, such as cooking, cleaning, healing, both physical and psychological, and a wide array of effective skills managing relationships within the home. Clearly, household labor has never been subjected to the kind of narrow specialized task work characteristic of Taylorism and Fordism. All those tasks we regroup under the rubric housework have always and continue to require a complex set of skills. The same has largely been true for that other obvious terrain of the labor of reproduction, education. In the epochs of handicraft labor and manufacturing, the education of working-class children often consisted of little more than apprenticeships to learn required skills or workhouses to instill discipline. As the division of labor came to demand narrow specialization, apprenticeships were replaced by a few minutes of on-the-job training. But as workers won child labor laws, excluding them from mines and mills and factories, and demanded education for their offspring, schools were built to incarcerate and discipline them for future jobs. Repeatedly modeled on factories, schools have imposed new divisions of labor that varied with the age of the students and the level of the school, designed to prepare students for different kinds of jobs. While all students have been forced to assimilate a common set of skills, example reading, writing and arithmetic, eventually they have been tracked into courses such as industrial arts, designed to prepare students for wage jobs, or college preparatory classes, designed to prepare students for mostly unwaged university studies and eventual salaried jobs. Within colleges and universities, there are all the divisions of labor associated with academic fields and subfields, as well as those associated with administration and all the staff jobs required in such institutions. The majority of these jobs, however specialized with respect to the overall division of labor, still require a complex set of skills, irreducible to the mindless, automaton labor that became characteristic of the factory in the age of Fordism and the mass worker. In recent years, as the advance of computerization and robotics have eliminated many specialized jobs typical of the mass worker, more and more jobs require a complex set of cognitive, intellectual, or affective skills, and schools have been trying to adapt to prepare students accordingly. Just as Marx drew upon both literature and factory inspectors' reports to study the division of labor within the waged workplace, extending such analysis to the unwaged work of reproduction requires researching whatever evidence is available about how the divisions of such labor have been organized, resisted, and reorganized over time. For such evidence we too can turn to literature and specialized studies to understand the family and schools within the dynamics of the larger class composition in any period. In the home, we can examine the labor of childrearing, cleaning, cooking, and so on, and ask how it has been shared within the family and community. Who undertook which tasks? How much of the work has been done by unwaged women, how much by unwaged children, how much by waged or salaried men and women, how much by hired help, and how have these proportions changed over time and in response to what? Doing so helps us understand such phenomena as the rise of autonomous women's movements, organized for the most part by unwaged housewives. In schools, we can ask the same kind of questions in order to understand student disaffection, drug addiction, delinquency, rebellion, and the rise of student movements. Elizabeth Gaskell's novel of working-class life, Mary Barton, written the same year that Marx and Engels published their Communist Manifesto, opened a window for many middle-class readers onto the inferno of Manchester's rapid industrialization and the division of labor in families and in working-class communities. Although in her story most housework is undertaken by women, the men leaving the preparation of tea and food to the women in the opening chapter, Job Leah's ignorance about how to care for an infant during his return trip from London, John Barton leaving the care of his dead wife's body to his daughter, and so on. There are also working class men able and willing to assume roles of nurturing and caring. Under both normal circumstances, the opening walk in the countryside, and emergencies, the starvation of William Davenport and his family, they have the knowledge necessary and willingness to nurture, shop for food and medicine, cook, administer to the sick and comfort the bereaved. Overall, her story of the lives of some working-class mill workers and their families portrays much less of a strict gender division of labor than we might have expected. Today, there is a much richer array of materials upon which we can draw to extend Marx's analysis of the division of labor into the home, the community, and the school. Not surprisingly, just as among novelists of the 19th century mostly women authors such as Gaskell, Jane Austen, or the Bronte sisters explored these issues, since his time it has been primarily women, whether novelists, activists, or academic scholars, who have pushed Marxist research in this direction. Moreover, it has mainly been within the context of upsurges in women's or student struggles that such work has been undertaken. Section 5, The Capitalist Character of Manufacture. Outline of Marx's analysis. Productive power of collective worker appears as the productive power of capital. Knowledge, judgment, and will is lost to specialized workers, is concentrated in the capital which confronts them. Counterpart to this is the impoverishment, mutilating and crippling of the specialized worker. Capitalism is the first system to provide the materials and the impetus for industrial pathology. Greeks understood the division of labor only in terms of use value. Main obstacle, resistance of handicraft workers who are still the regulating principle of social production. Skills of handicraft workers in manufacturing gives them power to be insubordinate. Results, failure to seize all disposable labor time, manufacturers must follow movement of workers. Solution, introduction of machinery which will abolish the role of the handicraftsman as the regulating principle of social production. Commentary. The division of labor in manufacturing constructs a more highly productive collective worker out of the activities of its constituent specialized individuals in part by making each of them more effective in the narrow task assigned. While capitalists want to claim credit, they usually avoid recognizing the price paid by workers for that enhanced effectiveness. Endless labor at one narrow task cripples their other real or potential abilities. Constant labor of one uniform kind disturbs the intensity and flow of a man's vital forces, which find recreation and delight in the change of activity itself. 44. Manufacture seizes labor power by its roots. It converts the worker into a crippled monstrosity by furthering his particular skill as in a forcing house, through the suppression of a whole world of productive drives and inclinations, just as in the states of La Plata they butcher a whole beast for the sake of his hide or his tallow. The individual himself is divided up, and transformed into the automatic motor of a detail operation. Point 45. Although he recognizes that any division of labor in any kind of society will involve some restriction on the potential development of the individual, Marx argues that in capitalism this is carried to a barbaric extreme. Since manufacture attacks the individual at the very roots of his life, it is the first system to provide the materials and the impetus for industrial pathology. 46. Marx was far from the first to take up this theme. In chapter 14, he points out that Adam Smith before him had commented on this kind of negative impact on the individual worker and that Smith learned of it from his own teacher Adam Ferguson. Point 47. Where Marx goes beyond Ferguson and Smith is in providing a class analysis of the dynamics of these relations, especially in analyzing their role in the class struggle, see below. In his analysis of the collective activities of a glass factory, Marx ends with the production of the glass bottle. Point 48. In The Apostate, 1906, Jack London describes Johnny as one of those one-sided, specialized and crippled workers of whom Marx speaks. It was simple work, the tying of glass stoppers into small bottles. At his waist he carried a bundle of twine. He held the bottles between his knees so that he might work with both hands. Thus, in a sitting position and bending over his own knees, his narrow shoulders grew humped and his chest was contracted for 10 hours each day. This was not good for the lungs, but he tied 300 dozen bottles a day. He had attained machine-like perfection. All waste movements were eliminated. Every motion of his thin arms, every movement of a muscle in the thin fingers was swift and accurate. He worked at high tension, and the result was that he grew nervous. At night his muscles twitched in his sleep, and in the daytime, he could not relax and rest. He remained keyed up and his muscles continued to twitch. Also, he grew sallow and his lint cough grew worse. The pneumonia laid hold of the feeble lungs within the contracted chest and he lost his job in the glass works. 49. Whether the worker portrayed in this short story was drawn from life is not known. He might well have been, because London worked in many of the industries described in his stories. But even if he was not, the portrayal gives vivid concreteness to an all too common phenomenon in the 19th and even the 21st century. This problem of the crippling caused by highly specialized work has grown with capitalism and has continued to be the object of both working-class struggle and academic study. In the post-World War II period, for example, farm workers fought against the short-handled hoe, a tool imposed on them by capitalists who wanted their overseers to be able to immediately identify a worker who stopped working, by standing up straight. It didn't matter to the agribusiness corporations in California and elsewhere that the result of 8 hours or more of stoop labor was physically crippling to the workers. Nor is this a problem only for blue-collar workers. Think of carpal tunnel syndrome, common among those whose work demands ceaseless typing, hunched over keyboards. Even in the domain of mental labor foreseen by Ferguson in 1767, over-specialization has led to an inability of workers, including the graduates of professional schools, to understand enough of the background and framework of a problem to generate creative solutions. Since Marx's time, the development of capitalist industry has brought with it an ever greater mass of disease, poisonings, cripplings and other injuries for industrial pathologists to study. When we broaden our attention to the social factory, we can begin to recognize how all kinds of pathologies from drug use and suicides to environmental degradation have been just as integral to capitalist development as the factory-based problems that preoccupied Marx. Inevitably, workers have fought such conditions of work and life, both through the fight for safety and health regulation within the official workplace and through the battles for a wide variety of health, consumer, and environmental programs in the society at large. Already in his 1857 Grundrisse manuscripts, Marx, following Fourier, had foreseen the necessary condition for overcoming this problem, not the abandonment of the division of labor, as some romantic pastoralists have suggested, but such a drastic reduction in work time that people's work could be enriched by a diversity of life experiences. Where Marx went beyond Fourier was in identifying the forces at work in the class struggles that were pushing society in this direction. His early synthesis in the Grundrisse laid out the analysis most clearly: how working class struggle forced capital to substitute machinery for labor, raising the productivity of labor and creating the technical possibility of less work, and the political potential to replace labor time as a measure of value with disposable time for all. 50 Some of that analysis reappears in Chapter 10 of Capital in the discussion of working class struggle for less work. Some more can be found in Chapter 25, where he analyzes the genesis of the reserve army of the unemployed. Still more can be found in the Grundrisse and in Volume 3 of Capital, where Marx analyses how this constant substitution of constant for variable capital, reducing the need for labor, increases the difficulty in putting people to work. These analyses lead to his discussion of the realm of freedom, where work is reduced to a single component of a multifaceted social life and value of labor to capital is replaced by increased disposable time for everyone. The class struggle. Much of Marx's analysis focuses on the benefits to capital of the division of labor in manufacture, irrespective of the costs to workers. But there is another side to Marx's analysis, the side that recognizes the power that workers do have even within this division. Precisely because manufacturing is still based on handicraft skills, workers' command over those skills gives them power over the labor process, power to produce and power to refuse to produce. Since handicraft skill is the foundation of manufacture, and since the mechanism of manufacture as a whole possesses no objective framework which would be independent of the workers themselves, capital is constantly compelled to wrestle with the insubordination of the workers. 51. He goes on to quote Andrew Ure that the more skillful the workman, the more self-willed and intractable he is apt to become. 52. Skilled workpeople can be self-willed and intractable because they control the rhythm and pace of certain phases of the production process. They wield tools and know the most efficient way to use them, they also know less efficient ways. In conflict with capitalists, say, over the conditions of labor or the length of the working day, it is therefore possible for such workers to slow down or sabotage the production process without the capitalists or their overseers being able to understand when or how this is done. Early in the chapter, Marx noted how the craftsman creates gaps in his working day as he shifts from one operation to another. 53. The capitalist refinement of the division of labor tends to eliminate such shifts, and thus the gaps, but never completely. At the end of the chapter, he concludes that the proof of the still remaining power of handicraft workers in the manufacturing division of labor lay in the failure of capital to seize control of the whole disposable labor time of the manufacturing workers. 54. It was only through the introduction of machinery that Frederick Taylor and Henry Ford would be able to strip the last shreds of power from the hands of production line workers. Unfortunately for the capitalists, the response of the workers to being blocked in one source of power would be to develop others. When we expand our attention from the factory to the sphere of reproduction with its own evolving division of labor, we can also find endless examples of people using their command over work processes to resist the imposition of labor. Whether we examine the struggles of unwaged housewives or students, we discover a myriad of methods, subtle or blatant, to refuse work. The housewife, fed up with being condemned to life as a brood mare, withdraws effective labor, evokes the proverbial evening headache to avoid sex, and uses her knowledge of her own body to resist conception and procreation. Waged spouses, called upon by their significant unwaged others to share housework, feign incompetence in the hope, conscious or unconscious, that their partners will give up and do the work themselves. Students, bored or annoyed with imposed school work, feign dullness or wit to distract teachers, sit in the back of the classroom and text their friends or browse the internet, opening gaps for play or contemplation in the school day. 55. Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry. Overview of chapter. Section 1, The Development of Machinery. Section 2, The Value Transferred by the Machinery to the Product. Section 3, The Most Immediate Effects of Machine Production on the Worker. Section 4, The Factory. Section 5, The Struggle between Worker and Machine. Section 6, The Compensation Theory, with regard to the workers displaced by machinery. Section 7, Repulsion and Attraction of Workers through the Development of Machine Production, Crises in the Cotton Industry. Section 8, The Revolutionary Impact of Large-Scale Industry on Manufacture, Handicrafts, and on the Division of Labor. Section 9, The Health and Education Clauses of the Factory Acts. The general extension of factory legislation in England. Section 10, Large-Scale Industry and Agriculture. Preliminary Commentary. Because we are still very much in the age of modern industry and so much of our lives involve one kind of machinery or another, this very long chapter treats phenomena of continuing importance. The machines Marx analyzes here are primarily those in the factories of his day, yet his understanding of automatic systems of machines applies as much today, in the age of robotization and smart machines, as it did in the mid-19th century. Perhaps the biggest difference between then and now has been the proliferation of machines beyond the factory, into the organization of our daily lives. Remember, intercity railroads were just being built when he was writing. Horse-drawn vehicles had yet to be replaced by automobiles and trucks. Sailing ships had only recently begun to be replaced by steam-driven ships. Faraday's method of generating electricity only became commercial in 1870, 3 years after Volume I of Capital was published. Most of the machinery commonly found in today's homes and schools had yet to be invented. Indeed, although we speak easily of washing or drying machines, we are less inclined to place the televisions we watch or the computers, tablets, and smartphones we work and play with in the same category. Nevertheless, just as capitalists learned how machines could be used to regulate the rhythm of work on the factory floor, so too have they learned how to use these other machines to regulate the rhythm of our lives. Section 1, The Development of Machinery. Outline of Marx's analysis. Mill, machines have not lightened toil. Marx, machines are the means for producing relative surplus value. Rise of machinery equals conversion of tools into machines. Machines are complex tools driven by natural force. Motor mechanism plus transmitting mechanism plus tool. Tools have become implements of a mechanism. Mechanisms perform with their tools the same operations as workers formerly did with similar tools. Soon become elements in a complex system of machinery. Complex systems of machinery. Simple cooperation of similar machines. A connected series of graduated processes carried out by a chain of mutually complementary machines of various kinds. The cooperation by division of labor which is peculiar to manufacture, but now it appears as a combination of machines with specific functions. Fixed proportions established by their capacities, numbers, speed. Collective working machine equals articulated system. Constitutes itself a vast automaton. Automatic system of machinery when the machines elaborate the raw material, without workers' help, and need only supplementary assistance from workers. A mechanical monster. Development in one sector led to development in connected spheres. Large-scale industry required to produce machines, i.e., machines built by machines. Replacement of the worker subject by an objective organization. Organization of machinery technically requires cooperation of labor. Commentary. An opening quote by John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, sets the tone of much of this chapter. Machines, he wrote, have not lightened the day's toil of any human being. 56 Marx's analysis shows why. Machinery is not introduced by capitalists to lighten toil but to increase work and relative surplus value. In this way, he introduces a fundamental paradox of the capitalist age, that the ever-increasing number of machines that reduce the human effort required to produce a given product results in more work rather than less. He begins by pointing out how machines accomplish the same tasks as those previously carried out by workers. They substitute both non-human for human energy and mechanical contrivances for the various gestures and operations previously carried out by workers with their tools. He traces the development of machines from relatively simple substitutes for particular operations to complex systems of machinery. The story is always the same. Human-built machines accomplish that same transformation of non-human nature that he identified in Chapter 7 as the character of human work. Thus, particular machines replace particular workers and systems of machines replace large numbers of cooperating workers. In the place of the cooperation of humans, we have the cooperation of machines. 57 As this replacement progresses, some humans are rendered redundant and expelled from production and others are reduced to being mere tenders of machines. While Marx's analysis is clearly focused on the factories of 19th-century British industry, bringing his analysis up to date requires its application to the world outside the factory that has also been transformed by the proliferation of machines. Increasingly throughout the 20th century, machines were developed not merely as mechanisms of production but also as elements of consumption. To some degree, Marx anticipates this when he notes, but as well as this, the revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e., in the means of communication and transport. Hence, quite apart from the immense transformation which took place in shipbuilding, the means of communication and transport gradually adapted themselves to the mode of production of large-scale industry by means of a system of river steamers, railways, ocean steamers, and telegraphs. 58. These adaptations to the rise of machine systems in factories carried those systems into the extra-factory world of everyday life. Moreover, Ocean steamers and railways are not only adjuncts to production but, as Marx notes in Part 1 of Volume 2 of Capital, they are systems of production themselves, providing the service of transporting raw materials, labor, and final goods. To the degree that they serve to transport workers to and from jobs, whether close by, think commuter rail, or distant, the travel of immigrant workers, they play a role in the reproduction of labor power. Moreover, to varying degrees, they also produce a personal consumption good, the service of transportation for travelers of all sorts, including tourists. In these various roles, these modes of transport become terrains and vehicles of struggle and self-valorization. To his examples, we can add the 20th century proliferation of automobiles, trucks, airplanes, telephone, radio, and television and computer networks. Just as Marx studied the implications of this transformation for our understanding of the dynamics of exploitation and class struggle in the factory, so can we study the implications for this wider proliferation for our struggles and our desires. Marx's analysis provides a methodological point of departure for querying the nature and meaning of machine technology wherever we find it, whether in factories, on roads or rails, in the air, at sea, or in homes and schools. Let's look briefly at these last two domains. The introduction of machines into homes, beginning in the 19th and accelerating in the 20th century, was largely driven by the resistance of housewives to the drudgery of the housework imposed upon them by a capitalism that had turned the patriarchal gender hierarchy it inherited to its own advantage. Housewives, with help from children, did the vast majority of the unwaged work of reproducing labor power. Besides direct resistance withholding time and energy from household tasks, housewives also fought to divert family income to market demand for labor-saving devices. On the supply side, their efforts were complemented by the advertising campaigns of consumer goods industries. 59 One example, among many, was the introduction of machines for the washing and drying of fabrics. Like the industrial machines that Marx discusses, washers and dryers substitute mechanisms for human hands, attention, and energy. Hand washing in a tub with a rub board, passing the washed materials through a clothes wringer, if available, and then drying clothes and linens on lines requires long, hard physical labor, whether in a commercial establishment or in the home. 60 Along with the washing itself, a stove had to be used to heat water for the tub, first for washing, then for rinsing. Early washing machines washed tubs on stands with a flywheel-driven set of beaters reduced that labor somewhat, later versions reduced it more, with hot water piped from a heater and automatic shifts through washing and spinning cycles. Drying machines eliminated the work of carrying wet cloth to clothes lines, pinning them up and taking them down. 61. Sometimes used in capitalist enterprise, laundromats, or commercial linen cleaning businesses servicing hotels, hospitals, and so on, washers and dryers have also become a common fixture in most middle-income households. Technically the role is the same, but socially and politically it is quite different. In the business enterprise, the machine substitutes for waged labor and allows managers to process more fabric, clothes, linen, etc., while reducing reliance on workers. In the home, the washing machine allows the unwaged houseworker, mostly housewives, to accomplish the same tasks of cleaning but in much less time and with much less effort. Whereas, as we will see in section 5 below, the threat of unemployment often led waged workers to resist and attack machines. Unwaged housewives have more commonly fought for them, because of the hoped for reduction in their workloads. Except for upper middle class homes, where it might result in fewer domestic servants, the purchase of such machines doesn't result in the displacement of workers typical of industry. 62 Such expenditure, diverting the wage in a direction that benefits unwaged housewives much more than waged husbands, has both reflected and contributed to a shift in burdens of work and power. As such, the proliferation of such labor savings devices in the 20th century was certainly, at least in part, a reflection of the growing power of women to escape servitude and improve their lives vis-a-vis men. Unfortunately, Another parallel between the capitalist use of the machine in the factory and the housewife's use of such machines in the home concerns the actual impact on work time. Just as in industry, where capitalists have sought to manipulate the use of machines to increase work, so too have the dynamics of capitalist intervention in the home tended to increase the very work whose reduction has been made possible by such machines. How? First, through both commercial advertising and through advice columns in newspapers and women's magazines, the peddlers of both washing machines and their associated products, example soaps, detergents, starch and fabric softeners, have jacked up expectations and standards of acceptable levels of cleanliness in order to generate much more frequent washing than ever before. Advertisements, condemning ring around the collar that might offend employers or draw visiting mother-in-law condemnation, spur housewives to more frequent and more thorough cleaning. Despite these labor-saving devices, there is some evidence that in many families the total amount of housework has not been reduced by the introduction of such machines, and thus, to the degree that is so, their potential for liberation from work has not been realized. 63. Turning briefly to schools, another domain of the work of producing labor power, we find similar patterns of potential labor saving offset by increased demands. In many courses requiring mathematical calculations, pen and paper figuring was first replaced by calculators and then by computers, dramatically reducing the time and energy required for any one calculation. Instead of reducing work, however, teachers and professors have generally multiplied their demands for such calculations. Whereas one linear regression, laboriously calculated by hand, once sufficed to demonstrate competence, now large numbers are required in repetitive homework. In courses requiring research papers, a few references dug out of card catalogs and the stacks of libraries suffice to demonstrate effort, knowledge, and method. Today, the Internet and the digitization of library materials not only makes possible but raises expectations of much more thoroughly researched essays. In every case where papers must be turned in, the advent and availability of first typewriters and then word processing programs with spell-checking subroutines has led to the refusal of handwritten copy and the demand for neat, typed or printed copy. Thus, as in industry and the home, the time and energy savings made possible by the availability of machines to students have been offset by greater demands on work to be performed. That said, in schools as in factories, the use of machines to impose more work has been met by resistance. Old methods of refusal have adapted. Students who may once have explained the absence of a paper by "my dog ate it" have learned to claim, "my hard disk crashed." While the Internet provides access to a vast knowledge commons, it also opens doors to online alternatives to unrewarding homework, example access to others' papers that can be altered and handed in, or to others' hired labor at pay-per-page rates. The introduction of machines alters the composition of class relationships, but it does not overcome the alienations involved. Section 2, the value transferred by the machinery to the product. Outline of Marx's analysis. Natural forces cost capital nothing, but their exploitation through machinery requires investment. Machinery enters useful labor wholly, the whole machine is engaged. Enters valorization bit by bit, adds what it loses by depreciation. So, the more labor required to produce the machine and the quicker it is used up, the greater the contribution of the labor that built the machine to the value of the final product. As the mass of machinery per worker grows, so does C/V, the ratio of the value embodied in machinery, plus raw materials plus intermediate goods, to the value of labor power. Condition for introduction of machinery, lower cost relative to labor. Therefore, in general, the lower the wage, the less incentive for the introduction of machines. Low wages equals squandering of human labor power for despicable purposes. Commentary. There are two basic messages in this section. The first is the same as that of Chapter 8 on constant and variable capital. The second concerns the conditions determining capitalist decisions whether to invest in machines. Also evoked in his analysis of machinery are the roles of science and technology in their creation. As stated in Chapter 8, machinery contributes to the value of the final product only the value created in the manufacture of the machine itself. The SNLT that goes into the creation of a machine fixes its potential contribution to the value of the products produced with it. The contribution per unit of product, therefore, depends on the amount produced. The greater the total product, the less contribution per unit. So, the longer a machine lasts and the more it produces, ceteris paribus, the smaller the role of the original labor that produced the machine plays in the creation of each final product. The second message concerns the impact of the relative costs of labor and machines on the decisions about how much of either to buy and deploy in production. Put succinctly, the more expensive labor power becomes, relative to the cost of machinery, the greater the incentive to introduce machinery, especially machinery that substitutes for or displaces workers. Inversely, the lower the wage, the less incentive for investment in machines. Therefore, the tendency of capitalists to hold down wages tends to undermine the incentive to invest in productivity-raising machines, and the greater the success of workers at raising wages, the greater the likelihood that capitalists will decide to substitute machinery for workers. In modern neoclassical microeconomics, the analysis of these relationships is formulated in terms of mathematical production and cost functions, but lead to the same conclusions. Assuming that capitalists desire to maximize their profits, they will utilize each input, labor or machines, up to the point at which the value of its marginal product equals its price. So, if the price of labor rises, then capitalists can increase their profits by introducing machinery that shifts the production function and raises the marginal product of labor. With the cost of labor power, like the length of the working day, determined by workers' struggles, both theoretical formulations show how successful struggles by workers can spur investment in machinery and capitalist development. Inversely, capitalist success at holding down wages, while allowing greater profits in the short run, undermines development in the long run by discouraging investment in new technologies. Point 64. There are two essential ingredients in the creation of machines and in their functioning, which deserve more comment than Marx gives them in this section: natural forces and science. For Marx, natural forces include both non-human forces like water, steam, etc., and human forces like the productive forces resulting from cooperation. Although he doesn't define science, it is certainly one of the elements of human cooperation. Science has developed as a collective way of thinking about and interacting with the world through the interconnected activities of vast numbers of people. Instead of writing, as he does in footnote 23, that alien science is incorporated by capital just as alien labor is, Marx would have been more accurate if he wrote of science as one aspect of alien labor. For what is science if not the collective development and elaboration of just that thinking will which Marx defined in chapter 7 as making the worst of architects better than the best of bees? As with science, so too with technology, traditionally defined as the application of science to industry. In footnote 4 of the previous section, Marx noted that a critical history of technology would show how little any of the inventions of the 18th century are the work of a single individual. 65. With this he was insisting on the collective character of technological change. As with science, working out its application usually involves many individuals and groups across space and time. The contributions of individuals are often critical, but they are always building on the work of others before them and alongside them. They invent in response to perceived real problems, generally having considerable experience and related materials close at hand. Unfortunately, the voluminous history of scientific and technological development written since Marx's time remains unknown to most people. Instead, popular ideas are often derived from 1. Science fiction literature and films dominated by images of isolated mad scientists, and 2. History textbooks that highlight the contributions of individuals without contextualizing them. In the literature of science fiction, classic examples include Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 1870, and H. G. Wells's The Time Machine, 1895. In both cases, isolated individuals, Captain Nemo and the Time Traveler, invent and create in isolation. This same portrayal persisted in films based on these books. The hugely popular film Back to the Future, 1985, and its sequels have continued this misrepresentation of scientific research, creation, and invention, in the person of Dr. Emmett Brown. So too has the more recent film Iron Man, 2008, and its sequels, in which the lead character develops his superhero technology in isolation, first in a cave, then in an industrial laboratory. In the 1950s, as the centrality of science and technology to industrial development, via productivity increases and relative surplus value, became preoccupations of policymakers, the negative public perception of scientists came to be perceived as a problem. In an era when Sputnik and aggregate production functions dictated increased investment in human capital and the expansion of science curriculum in public schools, efforts were made to change both popular images and the habits of scientists who wrote only for each other in technical and mathematical jargon indecipherable by the public. One result has been the emergence of scientists able to write for the public at large, example Carl Sagan, 1934-96, who produced the 1980 television documentary series Cosmos, a personal voyage, and wrote the hard science fiction book Contact, 1985, later turned into a film, 1997, starring Jodie Foster as a SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, scientist. 66 in that film, and in more recent ones, such as Hidden Figures, 2016, based on the non-fiction book by Margot Shetterly about NASA. Mathematicians, creative scientists have been more realistically portrayed as members of a community of collaborating, and sometimes competing, researchers. 67. In the case of school textbooks, it is common at the elementary and secondary level to teach children about great inventors and their inventions in ways which totally abstract from the socio-historical contexts within which they worked. School books make names such as Edison, Einstein, or Hawking familiar, without providing the history of developments in their fields upon which they drew. Institutions such as the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences that awards the Nobel Prize in Physics, Chemistry, and Economics to individuals reinforce this tendency. The purpose is undoubtedly ideological, reinforcing bourgeois individualism and encouraging competition, that pits scientists against each other, and pedagogical, you, the individual child, can hope to achieve great things. But the method obfuscates any real understanding of how invention and technological change arise out of collective endeavors. It transforms the inventors into magicians and their creativity into a totally magical art. Well-meaning teachers who pressure every student to be an inventor through obligatory and competitive invention fairs complete the alienation from collective creativity by asking children to invent in isolation from the normal social contexts and processes in which real invention takes place. Under these circumstances, most of the children have nothing substantial to suggest and wind up feeling silly and inadequate in comparison with the inventors and inventions they are given as role models. 68 The result is the opposite of that intended, an alienation from imagination of those who cannot understand that their lack of ideas derives from a social rather than an individual failing. At the university level, students majoring in science and technology are introduced to a more realistic understanding of how their field develops, directly in laboratories and indirectly, through literature often authored by many individuals that reveals research conclusions to be the result of team efforts. The more familiar students become with the field and the literature, the clearer it becomes that they must learn to work within a globe-girdling network, some of which is private, some of which is public. For those who become professional researchers, they also learn something about the various political factors determining the size and direction of flows of funding. Unfortunately, their understanding is too often limited by partisan politics and fails to either recognize or confront the class dynamics at work. What is missing from Marx's mentions of science and technology, not only here but elsewhere in Capital, is any analysis of the division of labor and the dynamics of investment in science and technology on a par with his analysis of these things in industrial production. The increasing role of relative surplus value strategies by capitalists for dealing with workers has, of course, driven a parallel and necessary preoccupation with investment in research and development, not only on the part of corporations but on the part of government as the result of corporate lobbying to tap tax revenue to fund research to subsidize their own efforts. Thus, in the U.S. such institutions as the National Science Foundation, NSF, the National Institute of Health, NIH, and the Department of Defense, DoD, channel billions of tax dollars into research whose direct beneficiaries are corporations, subsidizing either their efforts to develop new production technologies useful for dealing with workers or to develop new products that can be sold for a profit. In short, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, are not just academic disciplines but domains of production where Marx's methodology can be, indeed must be, applied. Section 3, the most immediate effects of machine production on the worker. Outline of Marx's analysis. A. Machinery draws in women and children. By reducing the need for muscle power, machinery makes it possible to employ less muscular women and children to break the resistance of male workers. So, the whole family enters the factory. This reduces time for housework, time for play. Less time to cook, to care for infants, to sew, thus, the need to buy substitute commodities. Less time for children to learn these domestic skills. Male labor devalorized, family wage spread across earnings of all family members. LP less free, as parents forced by low wages to sell children's labor power slavery. Devastating impact on children's health. Thrown into a situation physically and morally polluted. High infant death rates. Insufficient nourishment, dosing with opiates. Intentional starving and poisoning. Intellectual degeneration, unenforced or subverted laws mandating schooling. Some schools were not really schools at all. Overcrowded, too few teachers, too few materials. Close, noisome atmosphere. B. Machinery prolongs the working day. Machinery as perpetual motion, limited only by worker endurance and resistance. Use of women and children lessens resistance of class as a whole. Increased working day means more rapid turnover of machinery, more surplus value. Increasing the length of working day reduces marginal costs fixed in machinery. This is of increasing importance as C/V rises. Monopoly introduction of machinery by individual capital lowers costs and gives increased surplus value. Contradiction, increase in C displaces V and potential for V. Displacement of V by C offsets rise in S/V and creates pressure for capitalists to compensate for loss in relative surplus value by increasing working day and absolute surplus value. Displacement of V produces a surplus working population. By revolutionizing the mode of labor as well as the social organism, machinery breaks the resistance of workers. Paradox, most powerful instrument for reducing work increases it instead so much for the dreams of Aristotle, Antipater, and Stolberg. C. Machinery intensifies labor. Limitation of length of working day leads to increased use of machinery. To increase the intensity of labor and thus surplus value. Intensification via heightened tension of labor power. Intensification via a closer filling up of the pores of the working day. Labor time now acquires a measure of its intensity, or degree of density. Intensification achieved via piece wages. Shortening of labor time makes increased intensity possible subjective condition. Intensification achieved via speed up of machines. Intensification achieved via having one worker tend more machines, example cotton looms. Intensification undermines workers' health, example exhaustion, lung disease. Intensification leads to further struggle for shortening of working day, example 8 hours movement. Commentary. The Great Paradox. The most immediate effects of machinery on the worker which Marx describes here are all negative. The introduction of machinery is used by capital to impose work on women and children, to prolong the working day and to intensify labor. The great paradox which Marx sees in the capitalist use of machinery appears fully elaborated here. The machine reduces the need for muscle power which should lighten labor but draws in and exhausts women and children, the machine makes it possible to produce more in a shorter period, which should lighten labor, but it is used instead to prolong it. The machine which allows one to accomplish the work of many faster than ever, which should lighten labor, is used to make the one work at an exhaustingly rapid pace. Thus, at the end of section B, he writes: hence to the economic paradox that the most powerful instrument for reducing labor time suffers a dialectical inversion and becomes the most unfailing means for turning the whole lifetime of the worker and his family into labor time at capital's disposal for its own valorization. 69. In quoting from Aristotle's Politics and the Poetry of Antipater and Stahlberg, Marx is showing how this capitalist use of the machine amounts to a betrayal of the dreams and hopes of humanity. From time immemorial, humans have sought to use their intelligence and imagination not only to improve their world but to reduce their drudgery and free themselves for new and more diverse pursuits. In some ways, as Marx and Engels argued in the Communist Manifesto, capitalism liberates the possibilities for such developments by destroying many traditional barriers to innovation and change. But even in its historically unprecedented flexibility, capitalism imposes new barriers, especially the endlessness of work. The historical relation between absolute and relative surplus value. Although, as this chapter makes clear, absolute and relative surplus value often coexist as capitalist strategies, Marx nevertheless suggests a fundamental historical linkage between the two approaches. During the period of the formal subordination of labor to capital, before there is any capitalist modification of the labor process, absolute surplus value dominates, i.e., the main way capitalists seek to extract more surplus labor is through making workers work longer. But eventually workers' resistance to absolute surplus value forces capital to shift its emphasis to relative surplus value. As soon as the gradual upsurge of working-class revolt had compelled Parliament compulsorily to shorten the hours of labor, and to begin by imposing a normal working day on factories properly so called, i.e., from the moment that it was made impossible once and for all to increase the production of surplus value by prolonging the working day, capital threw itself with all its might, and in full awareness of the situation, into the production of relative surplus value, by speeding up the development of the machine system. 70. Capital's tendency, as soon as a prolongation of the hours of labor is once and for all forbidden, is to compensate for this by systematically raising the intensity of labor and converting every improvement in machinery into a more perfect means for soaking up labor power. 71. It is not an exaggeration, therefore, to argue that throughout the last 150 years, as the working class has been on the offensive attacking absolute surplus value by reducing the amount of official waged work time, capital has come increasingly to depend upon relative surplus value strategies for its survival and expansion. Indeed, with the development of the Keynesian state in the period following the Great Depression of the 1930s, capital sought the institutionalization of relative surplus value through a variety of productivity deals, formal and informal, that linked rising wages and profits to rising productivity. By creating an institutional framework within which workers' struggles for less work and more pay could be paid for by increased investment and rising productivity, relative surplus value became systematized as a key component of capitalist strategy and growth. This formalization can be seen partly in collective bargaining and industrial union contracts and partly in the tax and investment policies of the state that has quite consciously fostered technological change with the object of achieving steady growth in productivity. While such policies have consistently favored investment in new and better capital equipment in private industry, they have also expanded investment in science and technology outside the factory both through research and development programs and through human capital investment in education. The contemporary preoccupation with high-tech industrialization is only the latest phase in a long history of relative surplus value strategies. Machinery and life outside the factory. Although, as we have seen, Marx spends little time in Capital analyzing life outside the factory, his discussion of the ways in which the development of machinery allows the capitalist to draw women and children into production leads him to a recognition of the interrelatedness of waged and unwaged work. Factory inspector reports and other sources indicate how time and energy spent by women and children on the wage job dramatically reduces the time and energy available for both the work of reproduction and life more generally. He cites evidence of high infant mortality rates resulting from the neglect or mistreatment of the young by women whose time is eaten up by the factory. 72 He notes how women working long hours cannot keep up with their traditional domestic tasks and young girls forced to work for wages never even learn the skills necessary. As a result, domestic work, example sewing and mending, does not get done and working class families either go without or are forced to purchase commodities to replace what they might have produced themselves at home, example new clothes, thus reducing their real disposable income. Evidence from 19th century periods of crisis and high female unemployment when family health improved because of increased time at home resembles contemporary experience in the global south. A fall in agricultural export prices sometimes leads to improved peasant health as family effort is redirected from export to subsistence crop production. More generally, Marx's analysis draws our attention to the close connection between the waged work of production and the unwaged work of reproduction. In the early 20th century, as restrictions on women's and children's wage labor led to the emergence of the modern nuclear family and the public school system, early scattered efforts to give waged working-class children some education that Marx critiques in this chapter became a much more generalized effort to re-incarcerate, control and discipline all children. Over the last 40 years, as women have re-entered the waged labor market in large and growing numbers, both families and social policy makers have, once again, been concerned with the impact on family life and reproduction. The substitution of collective daycare for parental care, the phenomenon of latchkey children, rising divorce rates and child abuse have all become widely discussed and hotly debated issues. Positions have ranged from feminist and gay efforts to create, and demand the social acceptance of, a wider range of what are considered healthy family structures, to conservative attempts to reimpose the rapidly disappearing nuclear family by making alternatives illegal or socially unacceptable. In short, the development of these debates has forced recognition of the very interrelatedness that Marx emphasized back in the 1860s. As mentioned in the commentary on section 1 above, machines, and the subordination of life to them, has become omnipresent in the social factory. Besides the domain of housework and schoolwork, already discussed, machines have also been used to organize the time of recreation such that it becomes the recreation of labor power. Probably one of the most widely commented examples of this is television, which has generally been portrayed as a device whose entertainment reduces the worker to a passive witness to an ever-changing spectacle. This interpretation has been an application of the analysis of the Frankfurt School, whose theorists elaborated a critique of traditional culture as dividing the population into an active minority, those who perform, and a passive majority, those who witness. A more recent example of this kind of subordination, only slightly less passive, are computer games demanding only hand-eye motor responses, yet proving, for some, most addictive. The song, Machines by City Boy reproduces and comments on such addiction in the case of arcade games. It's a world of its own / you don't see a thing as the crowd gathers round / they call out your name but you don't hear a sound / give me a quarter, a kroner, a yen / we all wind up wasted, so try it again. A visit to the arcade centers of any shopping mall will provide opportunities to witness the kind of manic, obsessive behavior critiqued in the song. As computer games moved from arcades into the home on personal computers and video game consoles, more interactive software and increased complexity have widened the possibilities of self-activity. Mere eye-hand coordination games still exist, example virtually all first-person shooter games. But also available are a wide variety of both standalone and online games that require strategic thinking, often in collaboration with other players. Played alone, eye-hand coordination games have an attraction similar to some sports, without the risk of humiliation in failure. They also provide the opportunity for a kind of cathartic release of tension, and perhaps aggression in a harmless manner. On the other hand, players are jumping hoops designed by an unknown programmer rather than crafting their own world, so the games recreate life as experienced by those who believe themselves helpless to change it. More interesting are the myriad role-playing games that test one's cleverness, wit, and imagination. How the appeal of these games differs fundamentally from arcade games has been evident in the spread of do-it-yourself programs with which those without programming skills can nonetheless craft their own worlds to play in. In some cases, the crafting involves marginal changes in the game world. In other cases, as with Civilization or Minecraft, entire worlds can be dreamed up and created from scratch. At that point, the machines begin to be more like tools in the hands of workers, the kind of thing Marx talks about when discussing handicrafts, rather than machines into which the players merely fit like cogs in a pre-designed system. These new forms of recreation are created by a huge and growing industry and deserve analysis using the theoretical tools of capital for thinking about the roles the industry and the games play, or can play, in the organization of our lives. An excellent example of such analysis can be found in the book Games of Empire, 2009, by Nick Dyer Wytheford and Greg de Putter. 73 The two authors take on not only the impact of these machine games but analyze the industries of which they are an integral part, revealing their costs to workers, consumers, and the environment, as well as their potential as terrains of resistance. Machinery and child labor. Most striking in Marx's survey of the impact of machinery on the family are his descriptions of the virtual slave trade in children whose subjection to factory work wipes out today's play and tomorrow's prospects. Both capitalists who want children's labor power and parents who need the children's wages participate in this trade. Once adult workers succeeded in imposing legal restrictions on the use of young children, both capitalists and some parents would seek to slip underage children past the factory inspectors, each for their own reasons, of exploitation and of survival. In Mary Barton, Elizabeth Gaskell gives voice to one such parent, a mother whose husband has died of starvation and fever and who desperately needs the income of one of her children. "I'm sure, John Barton, if yo are taking messages to the Parliament folk, you'll not object to telling 'em what a sore trial it is, this law of theirs, keeping children fra factory work. I han gotten no money to send him to school, as I would like, and there he is, rampaging about th streets a day. And th inspector won't let him in to work in the factory, because he's not right age." 74. Unfortunately, as I have pointed out elsewhere, neither such needs nor such practices have disappeared since Marx was writing. From agribusiness fields through carpet factories to brothels, children are still being sold into virtual or out-and-out slavery by poor parents and are still put to work, often under the vilest of conditions, by capitalists greedy to suck every drop of profit from their veins. Intensity of labor. By addressing changes in the intensity of labor, Marx adds a whole new dimension to his analysis, not only of surplus value but of value itself. Throughout the book, right up to this chapter, he has always held the intensity of work constant. In the discussion of absolute surplus value, both intensity and productivity were held constant. Then in chapters 12 to 14 on relative surplus value he analyzed the impact of changes in productivity while holding the length of the working day and intensity constant. But in subsection C of section 3 he discusses the implications of changes in intensity. These changes are introduced at this point because they are intimately related to the use of machinery in modern industry. As he shows through many examples, capitalists introduce machinery not only to raise productivity, output per input of labor, but also to increase work. Machines set the rhythm of work, so by speeding them up the capitalists can force the workers who work with them to work faster, and thus harder, and sometimes longer. With machines running continuously, workers find it difficult to create pores of free time in the working day. Under these circumstances, Marx notes a change took place in the nature of relative surplus value. 75 Not only are the capitalists getting more surplus value from increased productivity, but they are also getting more work, more value, and surplus value, in a given work time. This raises an interesting theoretical question. Why does Marx treat increasing intensity as a form of relative surplus value rather than absolute surplus value? After all, working faster would seem to be analogous to working longer because in both cases capital is extracting more work, rather than just getting a larger share as has been the point of relative surplus value. How does working faster produce more surplus value? Suppose in the aggregate speed up results in workers working twice as hard and producing twice as much output in a given time. Assuming as Marx does that the value of labor power hovers around that amount of SNLT required to produce the means of subsistence, then it will be possible to reproduce labor power with only half the work time as before. The value of labor power will remain the same, the real consumption of the workers will remain the same, but the capitalists will now arrogate to themselves more of the output and labor time, both in physical and value terms. To illustrate, at time t1 assume total output equals 100 units, U, V equals 50 U, S equals 50 U, V equals 4 HRS, S equals 4 HRS, in an 8 HR day, so S/V equals 1. At time t2 let output double equals 200 units, but if V equals 50 U, then S equals 150 U. Assuming working twice as fast is the equivalent of working twice as long, 16 HRS instead of 8 HRS, and V remains equals 4 HRS, then S equals 12 HRS equals 16 to 4, so S/V equals 12/4 equals 3. So, doubling the intensity of labor has reduced the relative value of labor power while increasing the relative amount of surplus value, a result analogous to what happens when productivity is raised and intensity is constant. This would seem to be why Marx treats the strategy of increasing intensity as a component of the strategy of relative surplus value instead of absolute surplus value in which workers work longer. Marx describes rising intensity as a heightened tension of labor power because workers work more intently, more focused, both physically and consciously on their tasks. In the case of Jack London's Johnny, cited previously, such tension was mainly corporeal as his total focus on his stopper tying reduced his thinking toward zero. In other jobs that necessarily involve calculation, judgment, and even the engagement of individuals' personalities, the strain can be more intellectual and emotional than muscular. Today, we are more likely to speak of this in terms of stress, the increased nervous tension and emotional drain that comes with high pressure, intense labor in both factory and office. As in the case of Johnny, or say agricultural workers forced to use short-handled hoes, it is obvious how physical speed-up can lead to physical breakdown. It has also become increasingly clear how psychological stress can lead to psychological breakdown. Moreover, recent research has made the connections between both kinds of stress more apparent. Physical stress can lead to psychological collapse. In Chaplin's Modern Times, speeded up assembly line work leads Charlie to a nervous breakdown and hospitalization. We also know that psychological stress can lead to physical breakdown, example heart disease and heart attacks. As capital has penetrated and manipulated the world outside the official workplace, subjecting all of life to the ever faster rhythm of machine-paced existence, from increased pressure in school for both grades and rapid progress towards program completion, through the commuter freeway to the rapid-fire sensory barrage of television and other forms of entertainment, including social media, the physical and psychological stresses of the factory have become commonplace throughout the social factory. This phenomenon, whether acknowledged as an element of the capitalist organization of society or not, has been increasingly recognized as constituting pathological conditions by both medical and social critics. From epidemiologists who have come to recognize the connections between stress and disease to psychologists, psychotherapists, psychoanalysts, and New Age healers of various sorts whose professions have expanded rapidly in response to the demands of overworked, overstressed workers, housewives and students, this recognition has spread in these last decades. Working class response. Marx highlights two kinds of working class response to the pressures and injuries caused by the ever-increasing subordination of life to machinery. One is objective, the exhaustion and using up of people's lives; the other is subjective, revolt. There cannot be the slightest doubt, he writes at the end of the section, that this process increasingly intensity must soon lead once again to a critical point at which a further reduction in the hours of labor will be inevitable. 76. And in footnote 95, he adds, agitation for a working day of 8 hours has now, 1867, begun in Lancashire among the factory workers. 77. In other words, faced with a speed up they cannot stop, workers fight for fewer hours. But this is not the only kind of resistance workers have posed to such speed up. Far more common has been the day-to-day sabotage of speed up and periodical revolts that have taken the form of official and wildcat strikes to stop or reverse the process. Remember the excerpt from Counter-Planning on the Shop Floor by Bill Watson that described how workers organized rod-blowing contests and water fights in auto plants to fight the endless pressure of the assembly line. 78. In modern times, when Charlie flips out in response to repeated speed up, he does not just walk away, he disrupts the line, squirting oil in the faces of other workers and sabotages the machinery. Today it is not uncommon to read about stressed out individuals returning to their places of employment and shooting bosses and even fellow workers, whether the job place be a post office, a factory, an office, or a school. 79. Resistance can be individual or collective, and the latter is usually more effective. The isolated individual worker who tries to sabotage speed up has a real problem in a collective work situation and may be caught and fired, or, frustrated with lesser efforts, flip out and take ultimately self-destructive action, such as shooting the boss, or drugs, or self. Collective action, on the other hand, is often highly effective. In the case of sabotage, it is harder for bosses to identify those responsible as workers shield and protect each other. In the case of more formal protest, strikes, and wildcat strikes, workers can and have been successful at rolling back speed ups and at imposing work rules which make such intensification harder to implement. As in the case Marx cites the struggle for the 8-hour day, such struggles can be successful not only in a particular plant or industry but at the level of national legislation, reducing the need for isolated, less powerful resistance. If each introduction of new machinery offers the capitalists new opportunities for class decomposition and speed up, it also sets off another round of struggle against work intensity. An interesting question is what the long-term upshot of this conflict has been. In the period Marx is describing in this chapter, the capitalists were clearly on the offensive, accelerating the introduction of machinery and the pace of work. From Marx's description of the excesses to which this led in the mid-19th century, it seems likely that the intensity of labor reached the maximum intensity possible. Subsequently, worker struggles have periodically reduced the intensity of work, which is probably why capitalists have so frequently sought to increase it. In the long run, therefore, we can imagine, though there is little statistical evidence to substantiate the speculation, that since the height of capitalist power, perhaps around or after the time that the length of the working day was maximized, the general tendency has been for a reduction in intensity, with periodical success by capitalists in raising it. Section 4, The Factory. Outline of Marx's analysis. The capitalist factory combines cooperating workers and machines. Collective worker equals dominant subject. Automaton equals subject. Workers equals conscious organs. Deskyling means skill distinctions and hierarchy disappear. Replaced by differences of age and sex. Replaced by distribution of workers among specialized machines. Some are actually employed on the machines. Some merely attend them, almost exclusively children. Very small group of engineers, mechanics, joiners, etc. In part scientifically educated, in part handicraft. Workers adapt to the machines, are easily replaceable. Specialty of handling a tool becomes specialty of serving the same machine. Reduces costs of producing labor power. Makes worker helplessly dependent. Machines equals power of capital. Embody science and natural forces. All of which have been stripped from most workers. Intellectual faculties separated from manual labor. Factory requires barrack-like discipline, which requires military-like organization of command. Of overseers, NCOs, over manual laborers, grunts. Discipline imposed through autocratic code, book of penalties. Damage to workers. Restricts physical activity. Restricts intellectual activity. Physical damage from high temperatures, dust, noise, speeded up machines. Robbery of necessary space, light, air, and protection from dangerous machinery. Commentary. This short section summarizes what has been said before, emphasizing how within the factory the workers are, simultaneously, subordinated to the automatic machine system, desk-idled, reduced to organs of the machines and stripped of their freedom. Factory work does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and in intellectual activity. 80. Marx makes clear, however, that this deskyling and impoverishment of the work process does not result in homogeneity among workers. Capital does not abandon its methods of dividing the workers to conquer them, it merely substitutes new divisions for the old, divisions of young and old, of men and women, of one kind of machine tender versus another. As he has mentioned elsewhere, these divisions have been complemented by those of ethnicity, race, nationality, tribal affiliation, and virtually every other potentially divisive difference capital can identify. Marx's distinctions between those employed on machines, those who merely tend them, example feed materials to them, and the more technically trained class of engineers, mechanics, and joiners, etc., constitutes a rough beginning to an analysis of the class composition of the factory. In any actual factory such an analysis could be considerably refined to bring out relevant distinctions of power, of class allegiance, of income, of the degree to which various kinds of workers are assigned responsibility over others, and so on. Point 81. At the end of the section, Marx asks, was Fourier wrong when he called factories mitigated jails? This likening of factories to jails is apt from several points of view. Both are sites of incarceration. Both are usually surrounded by walls, fences, and guard posts that keep workers in and others out. To a considerable degree jails in capitalism have been workhouses. The Texas penal system, for example, is one great labor camp, a southern gulag in which all inmates are condemned to work. In the most profound sense, factories are the jails of the working class given the way in which capital condemns one and all to life sentences at hard labor. Indeed, as Michel Foucault has pointed out, incarceration is one paradigm of social control in capitalism. Everywhere you look, capitalism has incarcerated social life within closed walls, jails, factories, asylums, hospitals, schools, stadiums, concert halls, shopping malls, swimming pools, the single-family dwellings, at the expense of free life, in the commons, the streets, village square, the open forest, the free-flowing rivers, communal housing, and so on. Much of his analysis of how factories are organized can be extended to those other sites of incarceration. Section 5, The Struggle Between Worker and Machine. Outline of Marx's analysis. Worker struggles against machines. 18th century, struggles against ribbon looms, wool shearing machines, sawmill. 19th century, struggles against power looms by handloom weavers. Luddite movement, early 1800s. Sheffield file grinders in 1865. Machines become competitor of the worker himself. Section of the working class thus rendered superfluous, example unemployed. In England, gradual extinction of handloom weavers. As prices dropped, many weavers died of starvation. In India, bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains. Machines are a power inimical to the worker. Weapon to suppress strikes. Commentary. Workers struggle against machines because machines have been used by capitalists against the workers from the very beginning of their introduction. Marx has shown us one subtle way this has been true, in the strategy of relative surplus value, wherein the increases in productivity made possible with machines that have the potential to reduce work are used to extract more work. But in this section, he highlights the direct conflicts that result from understanding how introductions of machines are aimed at undermining workers. Hence the character of independence from and estrangement towards the worker, which the capitalist mode of production gives to the conditions of labor and the product of labor, develops into a complete and total antagonism with the advent of machinery. 82 Machinery is the most powerful weapon for suppressing strikes, those periodic revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital. It would be possible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working class revolt. 83. There are several important implications of these passages. First, to the degree that capitalists introduce machinery against workers, we can understand the history of the development of technology as a capitalist response to the struggles of workers. This is different from the usual Marxist view that sees technological development as either an autonomous process, technological determinism, or as the outcome of competition between capitalists. Better, as I argued in my commentary on Chapter 12, to see capitalist competition as an organization of the class struggle in which the success of some capitalists in dealing with their workers, example introducing new machinery that raises productivity and cuts costs, forces others to make similar attacks on workers' power and displaces those who fail to do so successfully. Second, although in commenting on the Luddite movement Marx notes it took both time and experience before the workers learned to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and therefore to transfer their attacks from the material instruments of production to the form of society which utilizes those instruments, he does show precisely how machinery was indeed an antagonistic power inimical to the workers. 84 His own examples demonstrate how it is really not possible to separate machinery from its use by capital. Machinery is always developed within a concrete context, example to break strikes based on a certain configuration of working class power, and therefore always embodies a certain class content in its material form. There is no such thing as politically neutral technology. While it may not always be in the workers' best interests to break machines, as the Luddites did, the revolutionary transformation of society must certainly involve the transformation of machinery and the relationships between workers and their machinery so that both embody new and changed social relationships. Failure to recognize this can lead to quite reactionary policies, example those of Lenin who favored the introduction of Taylorism in the Soviet Union. 85. Third, technological innovation, although used by capital against workers, derives not from capital but from the working class. Workers create and innovate. Capital seeks to turn this aspect of the workers' power against them. This is the secret behind Ure's observation that capital enlists science into her service. 86 Science, like technology, its application to industry, is but an aspect of the collective knowledge and know-how of labor. Enlisting science means tapping that knowledge and ability in ways which benefit capital at the expense of workers. This is accomplished, in part, through the imposition of a strict division between manual workers and mental labor in which the latter are privileged over the former and come to identify and cooperate with the capitalist enterprise instead of their fellow workers. As the numbers of the mental workers grow, the same method is then used against them, the imposition of a division of labor that divides to conquer. Section 6, the compensation theory, with regard to the workers displaced by machinery. Outline of Marx's analysis. Compensation theory. More machinery, fewer workers. Fewer workers equals lower V. Lower V capital set free to hire other workers. Critique. Reduced V, but increased C. Indirect increases in employment. May be productive and increase S. May be unproductive. Commentary. In this section, Marx makes two critiques of the theory common among economists in his day that the displacement of workers by machinery simultaneously liberates the capital once used to employ them to employ the same number of workers elsewhere, thus compensating for the initial reduction in employment. First, he shows it is not true, despite how the introduction of machinery can increase employment overall. Second, he shows that much of the employment that does result indirectly from the introduction of machinery is unproductive, in the sense that it does not result in more surplus value. His demonstration that the liberation of capital occasioned by displacement of workers does not employ the same number of workers elsewhere is twofold. With respect to the money once used to employ now displaced workers, he points out that part of the money/capital that employed the displaced workers is used to buy A, the machinery that displaces them, plus B, the increased raw materials and intermediary products required for the increased production made possible by the machinery. In other words, much of the money previously invested in variable capital, is invested in constant capital new machinery and everything that goes with it, and therefore is not available to employ other workers. With respect to the argument that the means of subsistence, MS, no longer required by the displaced workers becomes capital to employ other workers, he points out that the reduced demand for those MS causes their prices to fall and, if persistent, a drop in employment in those industries producing MS. Our friends the apologists, with their well-tried law of supply and demand, he argues, prove the opposite, namely that machinery throws workers onto the streets, not only in that branch of production into which it has been introduced, but also in branches into which it has not been introduced. 87. Marx goes on to recognize and illustrate how the introduction of machinery in one branch of production may increase employment in other branches, example the branches that produce machinery and raw materials. Beyond such immediate effects, he also notes indirect ones such as how the machine-based expansion of production increases demand for transportation, canals, docks, tunnels, bridges and the workers required to build them. More surprising is his second critique, how the extraordinary increase in the productivity of large-scale industry permits a larger and larger part of the working class to be employed unproductively. 88. We first examined Marx's notion of unproductive labor in Chapter 6. Here he specifies many whose labors fit this category: men servants, women servants, lackeys, etc., those too old or too young to work, unproductive women, young persons and children, members of the government, priests, lawyers, soldiers, etc., rentiers and usurers, paupers, vagabonds and criminals. 89. Unusual is his inclusion of capitalists spending surplus value like the landed gentry who spent their rents on servants, to complement their expenditures on luxuries. Unusual because throughout most of Capital, he ignores capitalist consumption and only analyzes the deployment of surplus value in investment. Section 7, Repulsion and Attraction of Workers through the Development of Machine Production, Crises in the Cotton Industry. Outline of Marx's analysis. Machinery displaces some workers. By increasing overall production creates jobs for others. Enhances flexibility, rapid increases or decreases in production. Accentuates booms and busts. Internationally. Cotton famine crisis, new sources. Commentary. Drawing on data from the factory inspector's reports, the first part of this section continues the analysis of the previous one, describing how machinery displaces some workers, but by accelerating overall growth in production tends to increase the total number of workers, even as the share of investment in their wages, v, declines relative to that in constant capital, c. The bulk of the section, however, consists of demonstrating how machinery not only increases productivity but also the flexibility of capitalist production, i.e., its ability to expand or contract rapidly in response to changes in demand or the costs of raw materials. This flexibility, when combined with the capitalist tendency to gear the expansion or contraction of production to the maximization of profits, contributes to an increased instability manifested in industrial booms and busts. That instability, he shows, grows with the spread of capitalism through the colonial incorporation of new markets, often based on the destruction of local production, and the creation of new sources of raw materials. India, Australia, and the United States all become both providers of raw materials to the British textile industry and outlets for its wares and for workers displaced by machinery, or sentenced to transportation due to struggle. In words that echo clarion phrases from the Communist Manifesto, he writes of the cheapness of the articles produced by large-scale industry providing weapons for the conquest of foreign markets. The displacement of workers by machinery also spurs on rapid increases in emigration and the conversion of colonies into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country. The result, he notes, continuing his discussion from chapter 14, a new international division of labor 90. This expanded division of labor shapes both booms and busts. Although in his detailed listing of sequential periods of prosperity and crisis, 1815 to 65, his immediate focus remains, as usual, on England. He repeatedly highlights their international dimensions. Moreover, he chooses for his major illustration, how the cotton famine in Britain caused by the American Civil War not only provoked a crisis in the British textile industry but forced producers to turn to poorer quality, shorter, dirtier fiber, Indian cotton, with all the negative consequences for both the industry, higher costs, and its workers, worsened working conditions. Analysis of those consequences for workers allows him to cite more of the kind of horror stories we saw in Chapter 10 in those industries subject to no legal limits. In these cases, the source of worsened working conditions were the experiments by capitalists cutting costs in ways that harmed workers' health and cut their wages, example increased use of flour substitutes for sizing. Marx also touches on the sphere of reproduction, but only briefly, when he points out how capitalists who own their workers' housing take advantage of dire circumstances to raise rents and deduct them from wages. All reductions in wages during an industrial crisis, regardless of source, worsens the conditions of reproduction for those with no savings and no access to credit beyond the pawning of their few meager belongings. True then, true today. Section 8. The revolutionary impact of large-scale industry on manufacture, handicrafts, and on the division of labor. Outline of Marx's analysis. A. Machinery undermines handicraft forms of cooperation. B. Factory system changes other manufacturing. New applications of science. Changes in makeup of collective worker. C. Illustrations of modern manufacturing. Industry overworks and poisons. Industry corrupts. D. Domestic industry, outsourced. E. Changes hastened by factory acts. Commentary. This section analyzes the disintegrating impact of machinery on the handicraft and manufacturing forms of cooperation and production, both through direct introduction of machinery and indirect effects on related production where machines have not yet or only partially been introduced. In the case of handicrafts, machines may simply wipe out previous forms of cooperation. Introduced piecemeal, however, they may temporarily reorganize handicraft modes of production without immediately eliminating them. Marx's examples include needle-making machines and power looms, both of which were, at first, used by individual handicraft workers in their cottages or workshops, but eventually failed due to competition from large factories. Later, in subsection E, he analyzes these dynamics in the case of the sewing machine in the apparel industry, a machine operated by individuals who could be organized either in isolation or in gathered numbers. As the machine-based factory system expands, it changes the organization of cooperation and the makeup of the collective worker. Even before women and children are herded into factories, introduction of machinery powered by engines makes possible their large-scale employment by outsourcing subsidiary phases of production to domestic industry, i.e., small-scale operations in workers' homes. Marx provides numerous illustrations of how the increasing demand for elements still made by handicraft or manufacturing methods results in a vast expansion of poorly paid labor working under atrocious conditions. Once again drawing on government reports, Marx uses the lace-making and straw-plaiting carried on in homes, mistresses' houses, and small workshops, schools, effectively annexed by larger factories and unregulated by the Factory Acts to illustrate the horrors spawned by the demands of expanding industry. Thus, the contradictory effects of the Factory Acts. Industries covered are forced to overcome obstacles through technical innovation and more machines. Industries not covered multiply, employing workers under miserable conditions. This organization adds to the overall flexibility of capitalist production, making it easier to expand or contract production, but at the expense of workers, who are sometimes overworked and sometimes allowed to starve. Although Marx's analysis portrays these various changes as transitional steps toward the universal organization of production in the factory system, the flexibility of these different, but interconnected modes of cooperation, have proved too valuable to capital to give up. They persist today, sometimes much as the mid-19th century reports described them, sometimes in modern versions. One modern example will suffice. In the 1970s, Italian industry, faced with growing militancy among workers concentrated in large factories, began to decentralize production, to literally move machines out of plants and into individual workers' homes or small workshops, recreating precisely the kind of geographic dispersion that Marx describes in this section, and then supplying them with materials and picking up products using trucks or vans. Placing machines in workers' homes both reduced the costs of managing large groups of workers and gave those now divided workers marginal control over their tools. So widespread did this tactic of breaking up concentrations of workers become that it provoked extended discussion among worker and political militants about the nature of the changes and possible worker responses. The journal Quaderni del Territorio published a series of issues and organized a national meeting in the spring of 1978 on La Fabbrica Diffusa, diffused factory. Point 91. At that meeting, discussion turned around the degree to which this diffusion should be understood simply as a new twist in capitalist strategy of dividing workers to control them, or, as a desperate response to the growing self-organization of the mass worker and an adaptation to the refusal by young workers of factory discipline. This reorganization of cooperation became famous when the Benetton Group, the Italian clothing manufacturer, began outsourcing its production to such modern domestic producers. As with those domestic industries Marx describes as being subject to the whims of market fluctuations, so too have their contemporary counterparts been subject to just-in-time production demands, determined by central management in response to fluctuations in sales across outlets. A final note. In his comments on the irregular habits of the workers, Marx attributes them partly to a crudely spontaneous reaction against the tedium of monotonous drudgery and partly to the fluctuations in demand. As in his discussion of nibbling and cribbling in Chapter 10, he fails to analyze such workers' irregular behavior as a form of struggle involving choosing when and how hard to work as a function of one's own needs rather than those of capital, which we have seen to demand continuous hard work. Such patterns persist in both production and reproduction. In the latter case, think of the common practice of students in putting off studying, in preference for other activities, and then cramming at the last minute for exams, papers, etc. Section 9, the Health and Education Clauses of the Factory Acts. The general extension of factory legislation in England. Outline of Marx's analysis. Health clauses. Few protections. Vehemently opposed by capitalists. Education clauses. Limited application. Combining of education and labor makes better workers. Owen as exemplar. Modern industry. Frequent changes in technology. Requires adaptable workforce. Foreshadows post-capitalism. Desirable combination of education and labor. Totally developed individual. Evolution of factory acts. Halting, shaped by workers' struggles and capitalist resistance. Resistance evident in transcripts of hearings. As regulations become general, so does struggle. Commentary. This very long section contains a wealth of evidence of both the successes and the failures of the Factory Acts to protect British workers. The overall story of improving, but still insufficient, laws and of failure to enforce continues right down to the present. Seek out contemporary reports on many of the industries described here, example coal mining, and you will still find similar conditions of regulations inadequate to protect miners and outrageous, intentionally lax enforcement. Although workers have long fought both, the inadequacy of enforcement became obvious in the Reagan administration with its emphasis on deregulation, to cut business costs, and on defunding enforcement of regulations not yet removed. The Trump administration is following the same game plan. With respect to those few clauses in the Factory Acts that concern working conditions, Marx's examples show how limited they were and how little protection they provided. The exceptions for small businesses have a very contemporary ring to them. Think of current small business objections that being forced to provide the levels of benefits, example medical insurance, paid vacations, etc., required of large industry. Providing them, they scream, would put them out of business, or, as Marx puts it, drive them to the wall. Despite his argument that the dynamics of competition and the generalization of regulation was progressively wiping out small-scale handicrafts, then manufacturing, and replacing them with large-scale industry, both have survived, not only in the making of things but in the provision of an ever greater variety of services. As a result, much that is treated in this section only requires updating. Perhaps the most interesting elements of his analysis in this section are those concerning education. The enforcement of Factory Act requirements for education, Marx argues, was not only salutary for the children and useful for capitalists in producing better workers but also provided evidence for better ways of rearing children in post-capitalist society. Drawing on Senior's denunciation of the monotonous, unproductive, and long school day of the children of the upper classes and on Owen's experiments, Marx argues that combining productive labor with instruction and gymnastics is the only method of producing fully developed human beings. 92 The disposable working population, he argues, must be replaced by the individual man who is absolutely available for the different kinds of labor required of him. The totally developed individual, for whom the different social functions are different modes of activity he takes up in turn. 93 Such will be possible, of course, only with the inevitable conquest of political power by the working class. 94. Will that happen? He concludes the section with this optimistic assessment. By maturing the material conditions and the social combination of the process of production, the general extension of factory legislation matures the contradictions and antagonisms of the capitalist form of that process, and thereby ripens both the elements for forming a new society and the forces tending towards the overthrow of the old. 1.95. Section 10, Large-Scale Industry and Agriculture. Outline of Marx's analysis. Traditional agriculture. Irrational and slothful. Primitive familial union. Capitalist agriculture. An industry. Conscious application of science. Less direct harm. Greater displacement of labor. Resistance of workers. Less because dispersed. Peasantry decimated, become waged. Negative consequences. Urbanization associated with rise of industry. Disturbs metabolic interaction between humans and the earth. Undermines the fertility of the soil. Robs workers, robs soil. Post-capitalism. Systematic restoration of metabolism. Commentary. Promising to provide more analysis later, in this brief section Marx merely notes some of the consequences of the conversion of traditional agriculture into a capitalist industry. Parallels with other industries include the increased use of machinery and science, the displacement and exploitation of workers. The main difference, upon which he dwells, and which has made these passages of great interest in our ecologically conscious age, is how the capitalist exploitation of the earth tends to destroy it, i.e., undermine its fertility. This argument, based primarily on a book by Liebig, has long been debated among agriculturalists, economists and, more recently, ecologists. On the one hand, capitalist apologists point to the conversion of uncultivatable land to agricultural use and the increased use of fertilizers that increases the fertility of the soil. On the other hand, there are plenty of examples of destruction, example ill-managed irrigation combined with inorganic fertilizers leading to salinization and desertification. Or, the substitution of monoculture for complex systems of plants, agronomy and horticulture, and animals, husbandry and aquaculture. Given contemporary recognition of the considerable wisdom incarnated in many traditional farming methods, Marx's comments about the previous highly irrational and slothfully traditional way of working bespeaks ignorance and reflects his anti-pastoral attitudes that interpret the rise of large-scale industry, whatever its shortcomings within capitalism, as progress. 96 Today we know, thanks in part to the efforts of ecologists, not only how those supposedly irrational methods survived for thousands of years, but how much we have to learn from them for overcoming the very faults of capitalists' rational methods that Marx himself criticizes. His very comments about how, by concentrating people and production in cities, capitalism disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, by preventing the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing, have been pounced upon by Marxists to highlight the relevance of his writings to ecological critiques of how capitalist agribusiness poisons the earth. 97 Although he doesn't do so here, he might have drawn on passages from Engels's The Condition of the Working Class in England, 1845, that also pointed to such poisonings, both within cities and in the countryside. 98 However brief his comments, he doesn't hesitate to draw an important conclusion. For one thing workers must do, once they have overthrown capitalism, namely organize the systematic restoration of the disrupted metabolism as a regulative law of social production. 99 Kropotkin, whose critiques of capitalist agriculture paralleled Marx's, went even further in his books The Conquest of Bread, 1892, and Fields, Factories, and Workshops, 1898. 100 Drawing on both new agricultural science and the experience of producers surrounding large cities, he pointed to methods that might contribute to attaining the very goal Marx visualized. 8. Part 5. The production of absolute and relative surplus value. In chapters 7 to 11 on absolute surplus value and in chapters 12 to 15 on relative surplus value, Marx analyzes these strategies of exploitation in terms of value, not in terms of money, an embodiment of value, nor in terms of profit, a monetary form of surplus value. These three short chapters 16 to 18 provide a bridge to part 6 on wages, the money form of the value of labor power. They both remind the reader of ideas already discussed and begin to analyze some of the consequences of the value of labor power taking the form of money. Chapter 16, Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. Mostly a reminder of the distinction and interrelationships between the two forms of surplus value with some observations on the concept and historical evolution of productivity. The chapter ends with a critique of the failure of classical political economists and those who followed them to discover the antagonistic social relationships underlying such monetary phenomena as profits and wages. Chapter 17, Changes of Magnitude in the Price of Labor Power and in Surplus Value. The title of this chapter announces the transition from value analysis to money by indicating that the value of labor power will be discussed in terms of its price. Thus, while reviewing his previous analysis of how absolute and relative surplus value vary according to changes in productivity, intensity, and price of labor power, he examines the relation between those changes and the price, or wages, of labor. Marx highlights the centrality of rising productivity, not only for the struggle between workers and capitalists over how its fruits are shared, but for a post-capitalist future in which rising productivity could be channeled into ever less shared work and ever more shared wealth. Chapter 18, Different Formulae for the Rate of Surplus Value. Marx juxtaposes his theory to that of the classical political economists. He argues that their formulations hide the existence of exploitation and create the illusion that workers and capital receive income equal to their contribution to production. He also upholds the reasonableness of characterizing exploitation in terms of the extraction of unpaid labor, i.e., labor performed without compensation. Chapter 16, Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. Outline of Marx's analysis. In capitalism, social labor produces surplus value. Early on, formal subsumption of labor produces absolute surplus value by extending the working day. Later, real subsumption of labor produces relative surplus value by reducing necessary labor. But the means for reducing necessary labor also can increase absolute surplus value. By making the working day longer. Amount of potential surplus labor. Determined by natural conditions of labor. Need to master nature leads to development of social division of labor. Determined by requirements of life. Where needs are few, a great deal of surplus labor can be imposed. Ricardo saw labor productivity as source of profit. Mill affirms source of profits in productivity of labor against mercantilist focus on exchange. Commentary. In this, the first of the three chapters that take us from analyses in terms of value, to those of the monetary form of the value of labor power, Marx reminds us of the distinction between absolute and relative surplus value, of how they are produced and of the relationship between the two. Absolute surplus value emerges early when capitalists only command or subsume the labor of others formally, that is to say, without taking over and transforming tools and how they are used. Under those circumstances, their only available strategy for increasing the extraction of surplus value involves getting people to work longer. Because workers control their tools and the rhythm of their work, capitalists have little leverage to extract more surplus value via the intensification of labor. Relative surplus value emerges as capitalists do obtain that leverage, by gaining control over tools and organizing them in factories that facilitate oversight and control. Protected by new property laws, they reshape both tools and their use to raise productivity and increase surplus value, both by reducing the labor time necessary to produce each unit and by increasing the intensity of labor. Given the increasing centrality of productivity, he also reminds us of how the conditions and meaning of productive labor depends upon the context. At the level of the individual, a productive worker is simply one who produces some product directly, using mind, hands and tools to transform raw materials. That was the generic concept he set out in the first section of Chapter 7. But as human society developed, most labor became social, such that individuals came to collaborate in production of ever more things and in so doing formed a collective worker with a division of labor, which he analyzed in some detail in Chapter 14. With the rise of various kinds of class society, including capitalism, antagonistic relationships develop as some are able to impose surplus work on others and appropriate the resulting surplus product. Within capitalism, that surplus product takes the form of surplus value, so that from the point of view of the appropriating capitalists, the only productive workers, i.e., the only workers whose labor makes it possible to impose more work, are those who produce surplus value, i.e., surplus labor whose products can be used to impose more work in the future. As a result, there is a clear distinction between the vernacular, everyday sense of being productive, i.e., being able to produce something, and the only kind of productivity that matters to capitalists. This is consistent with the emphasis we saw in Chapter 1 between use value and exchange value/value. Use values and the ease with which we can obtain them preoccupy those of us who work, the exchange value of the surplus production preoccupies those who put us to work. In illustrating the capitalist case, Marx draws a parallel between those industries that produce things and those that produce services. A schoolmaster is a productive worker when, in addition to belaboring the heads of his pupils, he works himself into the ground to enrich the owner of the school. That the latter has laid out his capital in a teaching factory, instead of a sausage factory, makes no difference to the relation. Given that such productivity involves exploitation, he adds that, to be a productive worker is therefore not a piece of luck, but a misfortune one. Marx then goes on to remind us of the connections that he demonstrated in Chapter 15 between absolute and relative surplus value. Namely, how the methods used to produce relative surplus value, i.e., introducing new machines and new technology, also made possible the prolongation of the working day and the intensification of work, both of which added surplus value by extracting more work from those subject to the new methods. What he does not remind us of here, is how the shift to relative surplus value strategies was the result of the success of workers' struggles to shorten the working day and by so doing undermine absolute surplus value. Point 2. Nor does he reiterate his previous analysis of how new machines are designed and new technologies are chosen with the objective of undermining those struggles through the reorganization of the labor process. Point 3. These reminders are followed by a brief analysis of the impact of natural conditions on the availability of surplus labor, both potential and actual. Where nature has provided plenty to meet limited needs and wants, as has sometimes been the case in the tropics, little work has been required, and this resulted in a lot of spare, disposable time. Point 4 Marx's remarks here have received substantial support from later studies by anthropologists of what Marshall Sahlins called original affluent societies. 5 Late in his life, partly as a result of his studies of the Russian peasant commune and its potential for providing the basis of a post-capitalist social regeneration, Marx devoted considerable time to the study of pre-capitalist societies. Point 6 The importance of his recognition of diverse possible paths to revolution and the transcendence of capitalism has been highlighted by Raya Dunayevskaya. Point 7 The contemporary renaissance in indigenous resistance to capitalism has led to new critiques of the orthodox Marxist dismissal of such struggles and to new appreciation of the insights being offered by those participating in that resistance into alternatives to capitalist ways of organizing the world. The widespread positive response to, and support for, the Zapatista rebellion in Mexico marked a new level of global awareness among those fighting capitalism. That awareness and support has continued for a wide variety of struggles in many parts of the world. 2 examples illustrate the spreading support for the indigenous defense of the sacredness of land against capitalist exploitation. First has been the resistance of First Peoples in Canada to tar sands development, and second has been the resistance of Native Americans in the U.S. to the construction of the Keystone and Dakota Access pipelines. In the long run, Marx suggests that the rise in labor productivity has taken place via the organization of social, collective labor and technological development in response to the need to overcome obstacles presented by nature. A certain Eurocentrism appears implicit in his suggestion that this has been truer in temperate climates than in tropical ones. The mother country of capitalism is not the tropical region, with its luxuriant vegetation, but the temperate zone. It is not the absolute fertility of the soil but its degree of differentiation, the variety of its natural products, which forms the natural basis for the social division of labor, and which, by changes in the natural surroundings, spurs man on to the multiplication of his needs, his capacities, and the instruments and modes of this labor. Point 8. His illustrations, however, which include waterworks in Egypt, India, and Persia as well as Italy and Holland, show that his suggestion here was not Eurocentric. Others, however, have been prone to insist on the climate differences, as they have sometimes done with racial differences, between temperate and tropical zones, in trying to explain why early capitalist development seemed to have been concentrated in Europe. Such views have been countered over the years not only by the rediscovery of the independent development of capitalism in places such as India, but also by the recognition of the tremendous natural differentiation that obtains in the tropics. Such understanding came first as colonialists discovered competitors to suppress and more resources to exploit. More recently, modern ecological research has revealed the incredible diversity of life in the tropics. To these discoveries we should also add that of long ignored indigenous knowledge and innovation in the utilization of plant and animal life for artistic, medicinal, and nutritional purposes. The onslaught of biopiracy by the pharmaceutical industry out to patent, monopolize, and exploit that knowledge provides perverse testimony to its importance. So, while we may accept Marx's intuition that challenges provoke innovation, we must also recognize that the diversity of innovations throughout the world, both social and technological, has been much greater than he recognized. Marx ends this chapter with a brief, sarcastic attack on Ricardo and by implication all the classical political economists of his time and John Stuart Mill, their successor, for the superficiality of their understanding of monetary phenomena. They did seek to explain such monetary categories as profit, interest, and rent, but their efforts to understand their origin stalled at the simple concept of labor. Their failure, he argues, lay in their inability to recognize and analyze the origin of surplus value, a failure he attributes to their instinct that it was very dangerous to penetrate too deeply into the burning question of the origins of surplus value. 9 The question was burning, of course, because with the development of workers' self-organization, came increasingly intense challenges to the injustice of capitalist profit. While recognizing that the productive power of labor is the originating cause of profit, Ricardo et al. Failed to identify the essence of surplus value in surplus labor and the exploitative nature of capitalism. Despite this theoretical lacuna, their emphasis on labor as the source of value did lead workers to the inevitable conclusion that if the source of value was labor, then all value should belong to them and none to the capitalists. Equally inevitable was the response of economists who set aside the labor theory of value and replaced it, first with utility theory in the late 19th century and then with preference theory early in the 20th. With this brief evocation of the money form of surplus value, Marx takes us one step closer to his exposition of the money form of the value of labor power. Chapter 17, Changes of Magnitude in the Price of Labor Power and in Surplus Value. Outline of Marx's analysis. Relative magnitudes of surplus value, S, and price of labor power, LP, are a function of length of the working day, intensity of labor, the productivity of labor. 1. When only the productivity of labor varies, total value remains the same. Value of LP and S vary inversely. Although their variation is inverse, the proportionate changes may differ. Variation in magnitude of S always a consequence of change in value of LP. Amount of reduction in price of LP depends on struggle over fruits of the increase in productivity. Increasing productivity can result in both workers and capitalists getting more. So, both constant and falling prices of LP can be accompanied by rise in real standard of living. 2. When only intensity of labor varies. Greater intensity means more output, but also more value, no change in value per unit. Increased intensity of labor means workers get tired faster, increasing cost of maintaining the same quality of LP. So, rise in price of labor power may not fully compensate for deterioration. 3. When only the length of the working day varies. If shortened and value of LP remains the same, S is reduced. Shortening may follow or precede an increase in productivity. If lengthened and value of LP remains the same, S is increased, both absolutely and relatively. But both price of LP and S can increase, the proportion depends on struggle. Lengthening depletes workers' LP, so value of labor power rises, wage increases may compensate but as in the case of increased intensity, not completely. 4. With simultaneous variations. 2 important cases. A. Decline in productivity, increase in working day. Increase in working day can compensate for negative impact on S of a decline in productivity. 1799 to 1815 Fall in real wages, standard of living. West and Ricardo were wrong that declining productivity lowered S. S rose because of increased hours of work and increased intensity of labor. B. Shortening of working day but increasing intensity and productivity. The more a working day is intensified, and productivity increased, the greater the shortening possible. Capitalism limits shortening because of its need for S. Capitalism squanders LP and MP on socially superfluous functions. As necessary labor declines, potential free time expands. End of capitalism will make possible end of leisure for some at the expense of work by others. Universality of labor, but more leisure for all. Commentary. The title of this chapter announces a transition from value analysis to money by making clear that the value of labor power will be discussed in terms of its price. Price, as we saw in Chapter 1, is the money expression of the value of a commodity, in this case of the value of labor power. In this chapter, Marx reiterates his analysis of past chapters in terms of changes in both the value and the price of labor power and notes how changes in price may differ from changes in value. In passing from analysis in terms of value to one in terms of money, Marx must, and does, take into account changes in the real value of money wages, example caused by a change in the price of consumer goods. Therefore, the price of labor power may not equal its value. Throughout this analysis, the price of labor power can be assumed to be wages, inasmuch as money wages were predominant over other expressions of the value of labor power in the period in which Marx was writing. As opposed to wages in kind, salaries, commissions or government payments to the unemployed or the poor. While the reiteration of previously explained material has often caused this chapter to be passed over as pure pedantry, there are two reasons for its close study. First, thinking of the value of labor power in terms of its price, its monetary equivalent, lays the groundwork for chapters 19 to 22 on wages. Second, among familiar words and phrases there are also politically important points well worth repetition. The first of these is his highlighting of how, in the dynamic of capitalist development, despite the existence of some zero-sum relationships where one class can benefit only at the expense of the other, there are situations in which the material situation of both can be improved. The most important of these is when a rise in the productivity of labor results, to use modern terms, in an increase in the size of the pie being produced. When the pie/output grows, it is at least possible for both workers and capitalists to get more of what they want, means of consumption and life for workers, means of production to impose more work for capitalists. Marx writes that it is possible that owing to an increase in the productivity of labor both the worker and the capitalist may simultaneously be able to appropriate a greater quantity of means of subsistence or of means of production without any change in the price of labor power or in surplus value. 10. The same mutual benefit is possible with increases in the length and intensity of the working day, where more is produced, more could potentially be shared. In this second case, because longer and/or more intense working hours use up workers' energy faster, any increase in real consumption requires an excess over the necessary compensation for the accelerated wearing out of workers. But it is at least possible for the increase to be large enough. The importance of these observations is they show how his theory is perfectly compatible with historically observed increases in standards of living among some workers, even as others are thrown into poverty and pauperism. It is also compatible with, and indeed predates, the recognition by neoclassical economists, from at least Alfred and Mary Marshall on, that increases in wages can go hand in hand with increased profits. 11 This was the reality on the basis of which John Maynard Keynes built his theory of how capitalist development could be socially progressive, i.e., one in which growing profits and investment were stimulated by growing wages and benefits. 12 In the process, he overthrew the traditional business view that any increase in wages would undermine profits and therefore had to be resisted by all means possible, including violence when necessary. Under these circumstances, Marx also points out how the degree to which the fruits of higher productivity and more work are shared depends in large part upon the balance of class forces, i.e., on the struggle between workers seeking to share in increases in the social wealth resulting from increased productivity and the efforts by capitalists to arrogate all increases to themselves. The new value of labor power, Marx writes, depends on the relative weight thrown into the scale by the pressure of capital on the one side, and the resistance of the workers on the other. 13 In the wake of the Russian Revolution and of World War I, Keynes pointed out that the British working class would no longer accept reductions in real wages and was well enough organized to insist on rising real wages. The alternative to provoking a general strike by trying to lower wages, he suggested, was raising productivity, either by shutting down low productivity operations or by investing in new technology, that could make higher wages possible with no loss to capitalists. Although Keynes's observations and proposals were made in Britain, similar recognition in the United States underlay the acceptance and legalization by the Roosevelt administration of industrial unions and collective bargaining. Those changes forced capitalists in major industries, such as motor vehicles and mining, to recognize unions, bargain with them collectively and cut productivity deals in which workers were allowed to share in the fruits of rising productivity in exchange for cooperation in the introduction of new technology that made that rise possible. Although such deals were written into union, industry contracts, how the agreements worked out in practice continued to depend on struggle and the balance of class power on the shop floor and in the pits. Marx draws our attention to two cases. The first was during the period of the Napoleonic Wars, 1799 to 1815. He cites 1799 presumably because it was in November of that year that Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769 to 1821, seized power, 10 years after the French Revolution. Actual war between the British and French governments began in 1803 as Bonaparte's armies began to conquer much of Europe. He was finally defeated at Waterloo in 1815 after his disastrous withdrawal from Moscow and despite Britain's defeat in the War of 1812 with the United States. During those years of warfare, the ability of Britain to import grain from the European continent was curtailed, both by the French government's closing of its territory to British trade and by the British naval blockade of French ports. 14 As a result, the British economy was forced to rely on less productive local agriculture, especially of corn, the English term for wheat and other grains requiring grinding. The resulting increase in the price of bread for workers helped drive them to accept the longer, harder hours that Marx cites. The increased price of grain and bread not only reduced real wages, but increased ground rents, profiting landlords. This situation was prolonged after the war by so-called corn laws, enacted in 1815, putting tariffs on imported grain. The continued high price of grain and bread intensified class conflicts and led to the famous debate between Malthus, who defended the tariffs as vital to national security, and Ricardo, who critiqued them as harmful to industrial development because they diverted income from profits that could be invested to rents that went largely to luxury consumption by landlords. Capitalists mounted a sustained movement, enlisting workers, to end the corn laws, increase wheat imports, and lower the price of bread, an effort that finally succeeded in 1846. Of course, they didn't mention to the workers their plans to lower wages once the price of bread dropped. The second of the two cases, involving a shortening of the working day but increased intensity and productivity, became dominant in the period of the real subsumption of labor to capital once workers organized themselves effectively enough to force down their hours of work. This forced capitalists to resort to relative surplus value strategies, in other words, the history analyzed in detail in chapters 12 to 15. What is interesting in Marx's treatment here, is how he draws from that analysis implications for the possibilities beckoning from a future beyond capitalism. In such a future world, he argues, those dreams of Aristotle that he evoked in chapter 15 could finally be realized. Freed of the capitalist mandate to order society through imposed work, rising productivity could be converted into more and more free time. His brief discussion here echoes Engels's lectures at Elberfeld 2 decades earlier, where he blasted all the wasteful forms of work that capitalism requires, example police and juridical protection of private property, finance, a military-industrial complex, and so on, imagining all those wasting their time in such activities changing occupations and sharing a declining burden of actually useful labor. 15 No more separate leisure class, freed from work by the labor of others, but an equal sharing by all in less and less work and more leisure. Such a future, Marx argues, would allow the free intellectual and social activity of the individual. 16 Here Marx is also echoing his own words from the Grundrisse notebooks a decade before. There he wrote, "The saving of labor time is equal to an increase of free time, i.e., time for the full development of the individual, which in turn reacts back upon the productive power of labor as itself the greatest productive power." 17. A final note, in the midst of pointing out the potentialities created by raising productivity, Marx recognizes how the development of individuals, both intellectual and social, changes their aspirations and therefore their needs and desires. As a result, the amount and diversity of labor required to provide the means for satisfying those needs and desires grows. Therefore, what is now surplus labor would then count as necessary labor, namely the labor which is necessary for the formation of a social fund for reserve and accumulation. 18 In a post-capitalist world, clearly accumulation would no longer involve the expanded reproduction of antagonistic class relationships, but rather the growth in all those elements necessary to satisfy changing aspirations. Here we have an answer to an objection long posed by mainstream economists to Marx's theory of surplus labor/value and exploitation within capitalism. Would not, they have argued, people in a post-capitalist society still need to do more work than is required to meet their immediate needs in order to create the wherewithal to meet future needs? Yes, but in such a society, as Marx says here, such extra work would not be surplus value because it would not be dedicated to the expanded imposition of social control via more and more work. 19. Chapter 18, Different Formulae for the Rate of Surplus Value. Outline of Marx's analysis. Marx's formulae. S/V equals surplus value / value of LP, equals, surplus labor, / necessary labor. Classical political economy formulae. Surplus labor, / working day, equals surplus value / value of product, equals, surplus product, / total product. Working day, value of product, total product equals S plus V in Marx's terms, leaves out MP or C. Political economy formulae. Understates rate of surplus value. Conceals exchange of wage for LP. Creates the illusion of sharing according to contribution vs actual antagonism. V equals paid labor, S equals unpaid labor, popular expressions for surplus labor, / necessary labor. Capital equals command over unpaid labor. Commentary. In this chapter Marx pauses a moment before the section on wages to juxtapose his own formulations to those of classical political economy and to critique the latter in ways that foreshadow the critiques he will make in the next 3 chapters. By always comparing surplus value, or product, to the total value, or product, classical political economists portrayed the relationship between workers and capitalists in ways that 1. Hid the existence of exploitation and 2. Created an illusion that labor was getting its fair share. The existence of exploitation was hidden by making it appear that each factor of production, i.e., labor and capital, is rewarded according to its contribution to production. So, surplus value, S, appears to equal capital's contribution and S plus V, its share, while by implication, variable capital, V, appears to equal labor's contribution and V plus S, its share. Within a few decades after Capital was published, neoclassical economists, having substituted utility for labor value, would use the same trick but with fancier mathematics. Mathematical concepts such as production functions, example Q equals F, K, L, permitted the use of calculus to derive marginal products for K, dq/dk, and L, dq/dl, and with a few more assumptions, conclude that wages equal market value of dq/dl, and profits equal the market value of dq/dk. In the development of this theory of production, the labor theory of value of the classical political economists was set aside, so the only value left was money price determined by markets. Yet the conclusion was essentially the same. Both the old formulae and the new ones hid exploitation by reducing the antagonistic social relations of production to engineering-like technical relations among things. 20. For Marx, by formulating the value of labor as one part of the working day, the classical political economic formulation understated what was for him the essential issue: how much of workers' time toiling produced the means of consumption they needed, or their value/money equivalent, and how much of their work time produced the means of production, or their value/money equivalent, capital needed. Clearly, both formulations of the rate of surplus value, the classical one, S/V plus S, and his own, S/V, are possible measures of capital's share of the total new value created. He preferred S/V because it provided a more direct representation of the division of workers' days. When he notes how S/V plus S is a mode of presentation which arises, by the way, out of the capitalist mode of production itself, 21, and promises to return to the point later on, odds have it that he was thinking about the parallel between S/V plus S and S/C plus V, the rate of profit. he did return to juxtapose the rate of profit to the rate of exploitation in material included in Volume 3 of Capital, where he presents the rate of profit as expressing capital's preoccupation with the rate of return on its investment, C plus V, and the rate of exploitation as expressing the degree to which workers are being exploited, i.e., forced to produce products and value for someone else. Point 22. Commenting on the popular expression that juxtaposes unpaid to paid labor, instead of surplus to necessary labor, Marx affirms the reasonableness of that way of talking about exploitation in money terms. By pretending to buy labor, rather than labor power, capitalists argue that all labor is paid for. But as workers grasp intuitively, and Marx's analysis in Chapter 6 demonstrated, although fluctuations in supply and demand can push wages above, or drive them below, the value of labor power, on average workers are only paid wages equivalent to the amount of work that produces the value of their labor power, and capitalists arrogate to themselves the fruits of all excess labor beyond that with no compensation to those performing it. He concludes, capital, therefore, is not only command over labor, as Adam Smith thought. It is essentially the command over unpaid labor. All surplus value is in substance the materialization of unpaid labor time. 23. But what is the importance of this command over unpaid labor time? We have seen how Marx's focus is on one, and only one, use of surplus value, or unpaid labor time, investment, i.e., employing it to impose more work in the future. 9. Part 6. Wages. In these 4 chapters, 19 to 22, Marx analyzes the implications of the value of labor power taking the form of money wages. These chapters are the only chapters in Volume I of Capital in which he examines the monetary form of the variables he has developed for his analysis. Throughout the rest of the book he couches his analysis in terms of value. Later, in Volume 3, he takes up the various money forms of surplus value, i.e., profit, interest and rent. Examining the socio-political implications of various money forms, he focuses on how capital uses wages to hide and enhance exploitation. My comments consider how wages are also a source of power for workers, how they resist the use of the wage form against them, and how the wage also hides capital's ability to annex unwaged labor. Chapter 19, The Transformation of the Value of Labor Power into Wages. This chapter opens Part 6 by focusing on one form that the value of labor power can take, money wages. It is not the only form, but as the most widespread form in the 19th century, it was the object of Marx's analysis. Drawing a parallel between wage labor and slavery and juxtaposing both to corvée labor, he shows how this form hides exploitation. To this I add some notes on how money wages also hide the subordination of unwaged labor to capital. Chapter 20, Time wages. Marx shows how the structure of this first form of money wages, one of several, both hides exploitation and makes it amenable to manipulation to increase the rate of exploitation. I point out the difference between nominal and real wages and how workers, as well as capital, try to manipulate time wages to their advantage. Chapter 21, Piece wages. Capitalists also use piece wages to hide exploitation and try to manipulate them to increase it. Marx details the insidious advantages of piece wages to capital, how they lead to harder work and lower costs of supervision. To complement his analysis of waged work, I apply elements of his analysis to unwaged labor, in schools, in the home and in the countryside. Chapter 22, National differences in wages. With capitalism spreading across the world, Marx confronts the problem of evaluating the resulting international hierarchy of wages. He notes many of the factors that must be taken into account, offers 2 case studies and ends with a critique of the protectionist arguments of the economist Henry Carey. I then show the relevance of Marx's analysis to contemporary issues surrounding trade and so-called free trade agreements. Chapter 19, The Transformation of the Value of Labor Power into Wages. Outline of Marx's analysis. The value of labor cannot be measured by labor. Being the substance, and the immanent measure of value, labor has no value itself. The physiocrats and the classical economists saw that behind the market price of labor lay its costs of production, but conceived of its production in terms of the production of the worker. But what is produced and what the worker sells is not labor but labor power. The worker sells labor power in exchange for a wage, but the wage form hides the distinction between necessary labor and surplus labor. In Corvée labor, distinction between labor for self and labor for the Lord is clear. But in slave and wage labor the form of appearance hides the essence. In slave labor all labor seems to be for the owner, hides labor for self. In wage labor all labor seems to be for the worker, hides surplus labor for capitalist. The wage is thus one form of appearance of the essential value of labor power that lies behind it. But the discovery of this essence required clear scientific thought. Commentary. The money wage is one form of appearance of the value of labor power, the most pervasive form in the 19th century and still common today. But it is only one form, there are others. For instance, with payment in kind, seasonal workers in agriculture are sometimes paid with a share of the harvest, a common practice in the global south. Or, shoemakers, silk workers and shipyard workers in the 18th century were paid in part through tolerance of the appropriation of scraps of the materials they were given to work. 1 Salaries and commissions are other forms of money payment for the value of labor power. The analysis presented in these chapters provide a general methodology for analyzing all forms of the value of labor power, and therefore has implications that go far beyond money wages. Here, Marx examines the implications of this one form for both capitalists and workers. In all cases, the analysis of the value of labor power presented in Chapter 6 underlies the analysis of the wage form in these 4 chapters and amounts to a prelude to this chapter. Marx's argument that labor is the substance, and the immanent measure of value, but it has no value itself, makes sense because if labor is the measure, or numeraire, of value, then we can't speak of the value of that numeraire in the same sense we do of what it measures. 2 Economists, who say that the value of something is its money price, are aware that they cannot speak of the value of money, except in terms of its usefulness as numeraire or in terms of its functional roles, example as a means of circulation. However, we have seen in Part 1 how Marx's theory of the value of labor to capital explains the value of money to capital, and hence to those against whom it is used. The distinction that Marx employs between appearance and essence is a very Hegelian one and has been much critiqued in recent years. The primary thrust of that critique has been against the notion that there is one discoverable essence lying behind the appearance of things. This critique has been a byproduct of the post-structuralist emphasis on how any object, event, relationship, etc., can be viewed from many points of view and be subject to many different interpretations without any one of them being able to lay claim to the one and only essential truth about what is being interpreted. In the language of appearance and essence, there are as many essences as there are interpreters. What is seen as essential by one, is perhaps not essential to another. The relevance of this critique to Marx's use of the distinction is only, it seems to me, to remind us that the essence he emphasizes is that it is labor power, the ability and willingness to work, that is being bought and sold, not work itself. As the development of his argument proceeds, we soon learn that another essential aspect of the relationship is the way this reality is hidden, the way exploitation is made to disappear by the apparent nature of the wage. How form hides reality. Marx's analysis of how the wage hides the exploitation of labor is reminiscent of his discussion of fetishism in Chapter 1. There he discussed how the commodity and its relationship to money appeared to be merely a relationship between things, but upon analysis, both turned out to be moments of the social relationships among people. Here the wage appears to be payment for work performed and is often called the price or value of labor. But just as we have seen how price more generally embodies a complex set of class relationships, so too the wage embodies the class relationship of exploitation, the invisible distinction between necessary and surplus labor. The wage, he argues, makes exploitation invisible by making it seem as if the worker is paid for the labor performed. With most common forms of the wage, example time and piece wages analyzed in the next two chapters, the more workers work, the more they are paid. There seems to be a one-to-one correspondence between work performed and wages paid. Slavery illustrates the opposite extreme. All of the work of slaves appears to be done for their owners. But some of the work performed by slaves must produce their own means of subsistence, or in capitalism the value thereof, or the slave would soon die. So here too, the real relationship, that slaves work both for themselves and for their masters, is hidden from view by the form of the relationship. Marx juxtaposes both these situations to corvée labor. In corvée labor, serfs are forced to spend part of the week working directly for their lord, perhaps in the lord's fields, perhaps building the lord's roads and buildings, and so on. In that case, the distinction between the time the serfs work for themselves, necessary labor, and the time they work for the lord, surplus labor, is clear, just the opposite of the situation under both slavery and capitalism. In this chapter, serfs and slaves are Marx's only mentions of the unwaged. Serfs toiled in a different kind of class society. Slaves too, in the ancient world, but within capitalism they were workers without wages. Point 3 in Part 8, he notes how those expropriated from the land found themselves dispossessed and without wages or any other form of income. In Chapter 25, we find his most extensive analysis of the unwaged in capitalism, the reserve army of those surviving without wages. But as I have emphasized in earlier commentaries, since Marx wrote Capital, feminist Marxists have pointed out how the unwaged work of procreation and childrearing, mostly by women, and that of schoolwork, mostly by children of both sexes, produce the next generation of labor power. The mostly unwaged work of repairing the labor power of both waged and unwaged also reproduces existing labor power. The absence of direct payment to housewives and most students hides the reality that much of this work benefits capitalists by creating and recreating the labor power necessary for its very existence. The point is that such work does not appear to be done for capital, but that appearance hides the reality of vast amounts of unwaged work. The way in which the absence of a wage hides such work is now widely recognized. Measures of gross domestic product, GDP, for example, systematically ignore unwaged work and the value of what houseworkers or students produce because there is no wage and no marketed products, other than labor power. Economists and others who work on countries in which subsistence agricultural production is widespread are well aware that conventional measures of GDP understate the magnitude of aggregate output, and of the amount of work that produced it. Point 4 Lawyers have also hired economists to present in court in support of demands for the payment of alimony or palimony estimates of the value of housework performed by spouses/partners being divorced. In both cases, because there are no market prices, economists impute monetary values to the work performed and products produced. The power of the wage. Although money in the form of the wage gives capital the power to impose labor, that same money, in the hands of those who receive it, grants a different kind of power. While payment in kind, say part of a harvest, has a use value limited by the nature of the payment, wages paid in the form of money, the universal equivalent, can be spent by workers on whatever they can find and afford in the marketplace. In Marx's time, wages were so low that everyone referred to them as subsistence wages because, on average, they provided the minimum amount of money required to feed, clothe, and house waged workers and their families. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that not much attention was paid to how workers might spend money for anything beyond survival. But even then, in periods of rapid economic expansion, as capitalists invested and hired more workers, labor markets tightened, and wages rose above subsistence, workers sometimes found themselves with extra money to spend. Over time, as workers became better organized, were able to reduce working hours, force up the value of labor power and increase their wages, possibilities expanded. To some degree, workers have used their increased purchasing power simply to improve their lives, example buying better food, clothing, or housing, time away from work, or to reduce worries, example more access to medicine and health care, some savings for hard times, or to explore alternative, less stressful ways of being, individually or collectively in play or innovation. To some degree, however, workers have also used their extra income for purposes of struggle. Time bought away from work has been used to organize, just as it has been used to recuperate and enjoy life. The wider the organizational efforts, the higher the costs of getting people together to discuss tactics and strategies. The use of telephones, the internet and cell phones, for communication among those organizing, costs money as well as time. So too does travel, by car, bus, train, or airplane, to organizational gatherings. Members of unions have pooled some of their extra wage in the form of dues, making it possible to rent spaces to gather, to free some for regular organizing, to create strike funds to replace wages during strikes. Workers anticipating, or already participating in armed revolt have bought guns and ammunition, some have even managed to buy uniforms and other equipment. In all these ways, wages have financed resistance to capitalist domination. These powers of the wage help explain why those without a wage often seek one. As we saw in Part 8, many of the expropriated and dispossessed enter the labor market seeking a wage for survival. Even those not threatened with starvation or homelessness, such as the unwaged spouses of waged or salaried partners, may seek a wage to have independent control over their own money. Why? In many one-income marriages, the spouse who earns the wage or salary wields more power than the one who does not. More power exists in two senses. First, the wage, or salary, is in the hands of the person who receives it, and that conveys the power to either withhold or share it with a spouse or children. 5 In some arrangements, such income is deposited in a joint bank account accessible to either spouse. In others, the income-earning spouse doles out income to their unwaged partner in the same manner they may give children allowances. Second, despite the existence of alimony, palimony, and co-property laws, command of the wage or salary gives greater power to walk away from a marriage or a cohabitation arrangement, especially a long-lasting one, particularly when the unwaged spouse has little prospect of obtaining a wage or salary high enough to avoid poverty. In every case, asymmetrical income creates hierarchical distributions of power in family relationships, between spouses, and between parents and children. Inevitably, this asymmetrical distribution of power produces antagonism and struggle by those in less powerful positions. Individually, women have battled with husbands, using weapons of the weak when necessary, overt rebellion when possible. 6 Collectively, they have fought for legal rights equal to men, for access to contraception and abortion, for access to schools, for welfare payments or family allocations that vary with the number of children, to have the value of housework recognized and compensated. The Wages for Housework campaign demanded payment from the state, financed by taxes on business. Children, whether at home or as students, have resisted the imposition of work through means as varied as playing sick, or using schoolwork to avoid chores, skipping school, playing around in the classroom and cheating, but they have also fought to be compensated for such work, with some marginal success. In 1911, school children in dozens of English cities revolted, demanding payment for cleaning blackboards, and an end to corporal punishment. 7 At the university level, scholarships and fellowships, teaching and research assistantships provide some compensation for a few. Some are following the examples of other low-paid workers and forming unions to bargain collectively for higher wages. 8 Others, following the lead of the Wages for Housework movement, have called for wages for schoolwork for all students and an end to the waged/unwaged division in schools that gives those with wages power over those without. 9 Recently, students have launched a national movement for the elimination of student debt acquired to pay the costs of their schoolwork. 10. Chapter 20, Time Wages. Outline of Marx's analysis. Time wages equals usually payment per hour or per day. Nominal wages equals money exchange value of labor power. Real wages equals the value of the means of subsistence purchased by wages. Can be above or below value of labor power. Average price of labor equals average daily value of labor power divided by the average number of hours worked. Example: daily wage of 3 shillings, / 12 hours equals hourly price or wage, equals 3s/12 HRS equals 36d/12 HRS, at 12d per s, equals 3d/HR equals hourly wage of 3 pence. If the daily wage is fixed, example 3s, and the capitalists impose longer hours, the effective hourly wage drops. With a daily wage of 3s and 1s equals 12d. 10 HRS of work implies hourly wage of 3s/10 HR equals 36d/10 HR equals 3.6d/HR. 12 HRS of work, the hourly wage falls to 3s/12 HR equals 36d/12 HR equals 3d/HR. 15 HRS of work, the hourly wage falls to 3s/15 HR equals 36d/15 HR equals 2.4d/HR. As we saw in Chapter 10, if the working day is lengthened, with no change in the value of labor power, then the capitalists make more surplus value or profit. If the hourly wage is fixed, then a change in the number of working hours will change the worker's income. If daily value of labor power equals 3s, normal working day equals 12 hours, under these conditions, the hourly wage equals 3d, but suppose the capitalist reduces working hours, say during a downturn in the business cycle. From 12 to 8, with wages still 3d/HR, daily wage falls to 2s. From 12 to 6, with wages still 3d/HR, daily wage falls to 1/6d. In both cases, the workers are now earning less than the wage they require for survival. Implication: unless capitalists are constrained by law, example factory acts, they may manipulate hours and wages for their own benefit, to the detriment of the workers. Hence, Marx writes, the perfectly rational revolt of the London building workers in 1860 against the attempt of the capitalists to impose on them this sort of wage by the hour. And hence too, the fight for the factory acts to put a limit on such manipulations. Overtime equals imposition of hours more than the normal, whatever that happens to be. One overtime should be paid at a higher rate, because the deterioration of labor power accelerates during extra, exhausting hours, and therefore, the value of labor power, the cost of repairing and reproducing that labor power, rises. Sometimes the capitalists recognize this and pay a bit more, although Marx suggests that the bit more they pay is not proportional to the cost of repairing the extra wear and tear on the worker. 2. If, using methods such as those described above, the capitalist succeeds in lowering wages at current hours, then workers will be willing to accept, or even fight for, longer hours. 3. The same effect is sometimes achieved by increasing the intensity of work. Higher intensity means more labor being supplied. An increased supply of labor will tend to lower wages will lead to more overtime. 4. These dynamics are circulated through competition, wherein the success of one capitalist in this area will lead other capitalists to seek the same success, because the success of the first allows the undercutting of the others through the reduction in the prices of their wares. Commentary. Value and price. As we have seen throughout the book, Marx's analysis is developed and presented for the most part in terms of value. Where he has used monetary examples, he uses the simplifying assumption that prices are equal to values. He assumes a way cheating in exchange, i.e., cases where unequal values are exchanged. Under that assumption, wages, the price of labor power, always equal the value of labor power. Workers are still cheated, however, even when they receive the full value of their labor power through the extraction of surplus value. In this analysis of wages, however, his analysis reveals how capitalists' manipulation of the wage to extract more work does sometimes result in workers being cheated out of the full value of their labor power. What is negotiated between workers and capitalists are money wages. Consideration of the value of labor power enters those negotiations only to the degree that workers demand wages that enable them to buy everything they think they need to be able to continue to work. Workers have come to understand the relationship between what they are earning, money-wise, and what they require, or demand, to live. Fairly early on, they learn to distinguish between nominal and real wages and to recognize that their interests lay in maintaining or increasing the latter. More recently, the demand of low-income workers for a living wage roughly approximates a monetary estimate of the level of wages required for minimal levels of reproducing labor. PowerPoint 11. In this chapter, Marx shows how capitalist manipulations, in search of higher profits, can result in wages falling below the value of labor power, so that workers are cheated in exchange as well as through the extraction of surplus value. 2 general methodological points. First, Marx is analyzing the peculiarities of one form of a form. Wages are one form of the value of labor power, time wages are one form of that form. The peculiarities that interest him at this point concern the various ways in which this form of wages can be, and often is, manipulated by capital in its efforts to impose more work. The same will be true in his next chapter on piece wages. The same would be true if he had analyzed other forms, or if we extend his analysis to those other forms. We might note, for example, how salaries which are paid at a fixed rate, usually so and so much per year, and thus per month, leave open the amount of actual labor time required. Jobs that pay salaries generally designate the tasks to be performed, and those tasks often require far more than the standard number of hours per week, example 40 hours in the US after World War II. Thus, the commonplace that salaried workers wind up spending many extra hours in their offices and go home with briefcases full of work to be done in their supposed free time and, these days, are often on call via cell phones. Other forms of working class income that also support the reproduction of labor power, example unemployment compensation, welfare payments, grades, public health services, are rarely recognized as such. For example, unemployment compensation is generally presented to the public as a kind of welfare for the temporarily unemployed. However, by forcing those who want to receive compensation to actively seek out employers and then provide evidence of having done so, it is structured to require the work of looking for work, of making the labor market function. In this case, both the amount, low, of the compensation and the rules, how many interviews are required, can be, and are, manipulated to impose more work. In each case, the objective of the analysis should be to identify the ways in which those particular forms of income have been, or are being, manipulated to impose more work reproducing labor power. Second, Marx's emphasis here, as in so much of the book, is on the way capital tries to manipulate this form of the wage to its own advantage. To the degree that he discusses workers' struggle, it is primarily about their defensive reactions to such manipulations, such as the revolt of the London building workers of 1860. But surely we can go further than this and look at how workers' wage struggles may be not merely resistance but quite aggressive demands for things they want. We saw this distinction in Marx's treatment in Chapter 10 over the battles over the working day. He sketched how workers resisted the lengthening of the working day, but then passed over to the attack, took the initiative, and fought for a reduction in the working day. Conflicts over wages, like the battles for reducing the working day, have often been initiated by workers demanding higher wages and the increased and more varied consumption they can purchase. One obvious, recent example has been the fight by service workers for $15 an hour minimum wage. Moreover, it should be clear from his analysis that workers have fought to raise wages not only to get more money and better consumption, but to be able to work less. Success at forcing up the hourly wage, especially when workers have been successful in fixing a normal working week, example 40 hours in the post-World War II period, means less compulsion to work. As wages rise, not only is there less compulsion but the rising wage makes more and more activities possible during non-work hours and therefore leads to demands for a reduction in working hours. Thus the more or less steady rise in wages after 1945 for many workers codified in productivity deals led inevitably to demands in the United States and Europe for reduced working weeks, either 35 to 36 hours spread out over 5 days, or the existing 40 hours packed into 4 days, an effective reduction of working time if you consider as you must that the time of preparing for work, going to work, returning from work, etc., is really time working for the boss and not free for your own use. Where there have been institutional obstacles such as the reactionary recalcitrance of union bureaucrats to the formal posing of such demands, workers have often simply refused work and appropriated extra free time. Such refusal has included absenteeism, playing on the job, wildcat strikes, sabotage, and so on. In the Appalachian coal fields of the 1960s and 1970s, for example, success in raising wages, in part through Keynesian productivity deals that resulted in massive reductions in the number of jobs, led many young miners to seek more free time through wildcat strikes. 12 They would go to work with their hunting rifle or fishing pole in the trunk of their car in anticipation of a wildcat strike that would give most of them the day, or days, off. The possible provocations of such a strike in coal mines were multiple given the dangerous, poisonous character of the work. It was the success in raising wages that made these other struggles possible. Time wages hide exploitation. Along with the way time wages provide one set of tools for capital to exploit workers, and increase that exploitation, so too does their structure play the convenient role of hiding that exploitation. In the case of hourly wages, the more hours workers work, the more they are paid, at least in principle. The fewer hours they work, for sure the less they will be paid. To keep track of exactly how long many workers work, capitalists developed time clocks. There is a traditional one in Chaplin's Modern Times, the kind that requires each worker to pick up their personal card from one rack, stick it in the clock mechanism where the time is recorded, and then place the card in another rack. The use of 2 racks makes it easier to see if anyone is late or has clocked out early. Such clocks are still used in some places. One example is the blocky, green Acroprint 125 mechanical time clock manufactured by the Acroprint Time Recorder Company. Because workers learn to cover for each other, by punching their friend's card in if the friend is a little late, or by punching their friend out if they leave early, capitalists have updated their time clocks. The Acroprint Time Recorder Company, among several such companies, also produces time clocks that use biometrics, i.e., modern fingerprint recognition equipment, to make sure one worker can't help another and that the corporation extracts the maximum feasible work time from each worker. Similar technologies include things like personalized card swipe units, portable/PDA technology, for geographically dispersed workers, and computer login recordings. For example, in computer tech call centers, the workers' logins are automatically recorded the moment they start work, not when they leave home for work, or when they arrive at the company, or even when they walk in the door, but when they put on their headphones and log in. Associated with such modern computerized time clocks are software programs to reduce the labor costs of tracking work times and calculating wages due. Take a look, for example, at the reports generated by Time Clock Plus software. 13. Where workers are paid per hour, and their work time carefully monitored, it appears that if they work more and are paid more, especially at higher rates, they are not exploited. But this apparent correlation between labor time and pay obscures the existence of surplus labor time. Not surprisingly, when Marx writes about overtime wages, he emphasizes how even when workers are paid extra for working longer, the extra pay may be only a small portion of the value their labor adds to what they are producing and to the profits the capitalists realize upon the sale of those products. As noted in my previous discussion of nibbling and cribbling, neither the concept nor the reality of overtime are recognized or compensated in the case of salaried workers, or in the case of unwaged labor in the home or for school. Few measure the time of salaried work, or unwaged housework or schoolwork, other than those who find themselves working extra hours. Recent work on cognitive labor has highlighted how frequently mental labor on the job continues off the job, as workers, waged, salaried or unwaged, divert otherwise free time into thinking about their work tasks. 14 Unrecognized as overtime, few demand compensation. Overtime and competition. Marx's discussion of overtime time workers' work beyond the current normal working day was shaped by the widespread use of such extra work in a period in which capitalists were still fighting the factory acts discussed in Chapter 10 and sought various ways to subvert any limits on the time over which they could exploit workers. Marx's comments in Section 2 of that chapter on capitalists nibbling and cribbling at the working day, stealing a few minutes here, a few minutes there, gives a sense of the intensity of the struggle in those days. But those struggles, those day-to-day, hour-to-hour struggles between managers and workers never disappeared, not with the Factory Acts nor with more recent labor legislation. Not only has such legislation often not been enforced, but it has often had only partial coverage, leaving many workers unprotected. Marx gives several examples of industries, example paper staining and bleaching works, in which capitalist manipulation resulted in workers being forced to work overtime. Others are easy to find today. As Juliet Shore documented in her 1993 book The Overworked American, the assault on workers in the United States by the Carter and Reagan administrations in the late 1970s and early 1980s resulted in dramatic reductions in hourly wages and other benefits and forced more and more workers to work overtime trying to maintain their real income and standards of living. 15 This was not a change in this industry or that industry, but a change in the overall condition of workers at the national level. By mid-century, capital had learned from John Maynard Keynes and his followers how government macroeconomic policies could be brought to bear against the class as a whole, and methods previously used by individual capitalists could be generalized. Three other worker responses to lowered wages, associated with attempts to maintain the family wage, were the entrance of more spouses into the labor market seeking a second wage, the search for second jobs for the same purpose, and the taking on of more family debt. In the first two cases, the amount of work being extracted from the working class increased as people worked more hours, whether in old jobs, new jobs, or extra jobs. Official statistics on overtime naturally fail to take such phenomena into account. In the third case, increased debt inevitably requires increased work to pay it off. In the case of the baking industry, cited in this chapter, Marx uses a screed from one set of bakers against another set to illustrate how desperate foreign workers and young workers who are obliged to accept almost any wages they can obtain were being forced to work extra long hours, giving some baking enterprises a competitive advantage over others. 16 In post-World War II Europe and in the United States, the same kind of thing was engineered through the pitting of poor workers from the Mediterranean area or deeper in Africa against better-off workers in Northern Europe, and poor workers from Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean against better-off workers in the USA. More recently, in Europe, poor workers from the collapsed communist East have been pitted against the higher-waged, shorter working time, better organized workers in Western Europe. In both areas, globalization has involved modern multinational corporations closing down operations in the higher-waged West and moving to the lower-waged, longer working time, less organized South and Southeast Asia. Their excuse, as in Marx's time, has been competition. In a 2004 New York Times article we find the following testimony by the representative of one of those multinational corporations. "It's about lowering labor costs," said Peter Gottel, a spokesperson for Siemens, which is based in Munich. "Where we are in a global competition, 35 hours are no longer feasible. We just need more hours." The article contains many more examples. It also makes clear that hovering behind the current assault on working hours, is a follow-up assault on vacation time. Just as European workers have been more successful than American workers in reducing the length of the working week, so too have they been more successful in gaining annual days of vacation. Whereas the average annual vacation in the US is only 12 days, it has been forced up to 18 days in Japan, 25 days in France and 30 in Germany. What we can see here is the contingent relationship between overtime and the normal working day. Obviously, if the normal working day, or week, or year, can be redefined legally in a way that lengthens it, then some of what had hitherto been overtime and paid a bit more, would become normal time and paid at regular rates. Even now, in the 21st century, the relevance of Marx's analysis of work time in the mid-19th century is strikingly, and appallingly, relevant. What this use of desperate immigrant labor and corporate displacement to weaker pools of labor demonstrate is the real class logic behind competition. The term is used rhetorically, and ideologically, to evoke competition between corporations or between nations, but what we see here is that the capitalist organization of competition is really the pitting of workers against workers with the objective of undermining the power of the stronger through the employment of the weaker. The corollary to this strategy is the fanning of racial and ethnic prejudices and the vicious politics that support them. In Germany, fomenting the fear of Polish and Turkish workers, or Syrian refugees, feeds Nazis hate groups who, crying defense of the fatherland, attack those workers and burn their apartment buildings. Similar hate groups in France, egged on not only by Jean Le Pen's minority National Front Party, but by official state policies encouraging such competition, mount similar campaigns. American politicians have long played the racial card against black and Chicano workers and against immigrant workers as well. Most recently, and most obviously, Donald Trump's endlessly repeated promises to build a literal wall across the southern U.S. border have clearly been aimed at fomenting racist antagonism against both immigrant workers and refugees. In all these cases, the politics of fear and hate works to divert workers' energy from defending against policies aimed at depriving them of rights won in the past and making it easier for capitalists to drive down wages, impose overtime, and redefine normal work time upward. After being defeated as a capitalist strategy for almost 40 years in the West, absolute surplus value has returned with a vengeance. Chapter 21, Piece Wages. Outline of Marx's analysis. Piece wage equals payment according to the number of pieces produced. Piece rate equals payment per piece. Piece wage equals a form, just like time wages. Piece wages seem as if workers are paid according to their labor. Piece wages and time wages often exist side by side. In the same industry. In the same factory. Marx's example as point of departure. In 12 hours of SNLT, a worker produces 24 pieces. With total value of SIXS, 1 shilling equals 12 pence, or 72d pence, value per piece equals 3d. If the piece rate equals 1.5d/piece, in 12 hours worker is paid 1.5d x 24 pieces equals 36d, or 3s equals value of LP. But with the value of 24 pieces equals SIXS. The capitalist takes the other 3s as surplus value equals 6 of the 12 hours. The particularities of piece wages. 1. Setting of piece rates is a source of struggle between workers and capitalists. What is the socially necessary labor time, SNLT, per piece? Answered by experience. But with new technology or new products there is a struggle. Whatever the SNLT, that is the standard each worker must meet, or be dismissed. Standard is set in terms of time, example 1 waistcoat equals 1 hour. Standard also sets the average intensity of labor required, example to produce a waistcoat within 1 hour. 2. With piecework the need for direct superintendence is reduced or even eliminated. Workers are forced to work fast and well to meet the going standard of production under the threat of losing their job. 3. Piece wages tend to produce hierarchies of wages. A. The sweating system wherein a parasitic middleman sublets or subcontracts workers and takes a cut of their wages. B. An employer signs a contract with only one worker who then subcontracts other workers. C. Individual abilities vary, therefore output and wages vary from individual to individual. 4. Piece wages result in workers being willing, or even desirous, of longer working hours. To make more money. Lowered piece rates make them want to work longer to maintain their total wages. 5. Technological change increasing the productivity of a given time and intensity of labor will either lead to a rise in wages if the piece rates remain the same, or lead capitalists to try to reduce piece rates to capture all the fruits of rising productivity. To illustrate this dynamic, Marx assumes productivity doubles. As a result, at 1.5D/piece our workers' wages would double, assuming the sales price remained the same at 3D/piece. The total product value would double, and both worker and the capitalist would now get six's each instead of only 3's. Therefore, the capitalists try to lower the piece rate from 1.5D to 0.75D to capture all the increased value. If successful, of the new total value of 12's the workers would get only 3's while the capitalist walks off with 9's. Therefore, there is a struggle over who benefits and how much. The capitalists accuse the workers who try to share in the increased productivity of intimidation and of trying to establish a duty on mechanical improvements, p. 700, fn 20. Commentary. Piecework, to the experienced worker, whether in factory, mine, or field, always carries the flavor of exploitation. Capitalists love piecework and piece wages, because where workers are paid by the piece, whether by the ton of coal cut, or by each part produced in a machine shop, or by the number of vines pruned to earn a living wage, they must work hard and fast to produce enough pieces, even without someone looking over their shoulder. Most costs of supervision essentially pass from the capitalist to the workers as they internalize the discipline of piecework and impose work on themselves, and all too often, compete with one another. In Jack London's The Apostate, 1906, Johnny's supervisor is quite happy with his work. The superintendent was very proud of him and brought visitors to look at him. In 10 hours 300 dozen bottles passed through his hands. This meant that he had attained machine-like perfection. All waste movements were eliminated. Every motion of his thin arms, every movement of a muscle in the thin fingers, was swift and accurate. He worked at high tension, and the result was that he grew nervous. At night his muscles twitched in his sleep, and in the daytime, he could not relax and rest. He remained keyed up and his muscles continued to twitch. 17. Even Malthus, who Marx often mocks for his treatment of the poor, recognized that piecework leads to too much work for any human being. 18. Piece wages hide exploitation. Marx's comments about how piece wages make it seem as if workers are paid for their labor, not their labor power, parallel those in the last chapter on time wages. New and naive workers do not always recognize the subtlety he insists upon. At first, piece wages encourage workers' sense of liberty, independence, and self-control. 19. To them, piecework may seem to provide an opportunity for great achievement. The more you work, the more you get paid. They may not see how the form of payment leads them to work hard and long, even to demand overtime. They don't realize at first how the piece rates are set so that even with their greatest efforts they will be exploited by earning little in relation to the value of what they produce. They don't yet see that if they outperform past standards, their higher productivity will be used to lower the piece rates, undercutting the wages of everyone with the same job. What may be true in the short run, more work equals more wages, is undermined in the long run. More work equals same wages, same value of labor power. More immediately obvious to both capitalists and workers, differential skill and sometimes competition pits workers against workers in a wage hierarchy. Those who work the fastest and most effectively produce more pieces and earn more money. Competition among workers diverts workers' frustration and resentment from their bosses to each other, undermining solidarity and collective resistance. However, in reaction to the unpleasantness of piecework exploitation, workers often band together in self-defense. Where they can, they often fight for hourly wages instead of piece wages to improve their situation. 20. Where that doesn't seem feasible, their primary objective becomes avoiding being drawn into the cruel spiral of more work, lower rates, more work, lower rates, etc. Collaborating to make sure the higher productivity of some is not used to lower piece rates for all provides one way to limit exploitation. Everyone works at about the same speed and no one significantly outperforms the others. They know that if this happens, the fastest worker's time will be used to set the pace for everyone else, and that the rates will be lowered so even the fastest worker will make little more than before. Another of London's tales, South of the Slot, 1909, about a conservative sociologist who got a factory job in order to study labor, illustrates the conflict that sometimes emerges between cooperating workers and individuals who either don't understand the dangers, or refuse to go along with the collective strategy. In London's story, the violence of piece rates is resisted by a cooperation willing to use worker against worker violence to sabotage the system. 21 This situation was undoubtedly one London knew well, because he had worked in just such a cannery himself. Over 60 years later, this same theme provided the substance of Patti Smith's 1974 autobiographical blast that shook the world of rock and roll. In Piss Factory, she recounts being set right by another worker when, at age 16, she worked so fast in a factory inspecting pipe that she was screwing up the quota. When she resisted slowing down, she was warned. I get my nerve up. I take a swig of Romuller. And walk up to hotshit.hook and I say, hey sister, it doesn't matter whether I do labor fast or slow. There's always more labor after. She's real Catholic, see. She fingers her cross and she says, there's one reason. There's one reason. You do it my way or I push your face in. We knee you in the john if you don't get off your Mustang Sally. 22. The understanding of the danger to workers of piecework became so obvious, and so exposed, that by 1949 workers in the United States were able to pressure Congress into adding an amendment to the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act governing wages and hours that specified that piece workers receive wages at least as high as the created minimum wage. Unfortunately, a great many workers were not covered by that legislation and many are still not covered. To thoroughly understand the kind of dynamic Marx describes, read the book A Worker in a Worker's State by Miklos Harristy, 1945, point 23. It's a short book and well worth the effort. Harristy worked in the Red Star tractor factory in communist Hungary where piecework was omnipresent, and his book describes in great detail the dynamics of the struggles between the workers and their managers. Indeed, the book reads like an extended amplification of Marx's chapter on piece wages. Piece wages, then and now. Marx sees piece wages as the form of wage most appropriate to the capitalist mode of production because they not only provoke speed up but also serve as a lever for the lengthening of the working day and the lowering of wages. 24 There are other methods for forcing workers to work faster, such as tying the workers' speed to that of machines, the kind of thing he covered in chapter 15. But in the absence of such technological methods, imposing piece wages and keeping piece rates low puts pressure on workers to work faster and to want to work longer. For example, in the vineyards of California many workers are paid piece wages, while others are paid hourly wages, an example of piece and hourly wages existing side by side. A study by a professor of the University of California confirmed the perpetuation of the tendency observed by the factory inspectors in Britain and suggested by Marx's theory, pruners in the vineyards paid by the piece, work faster than those paid by the hour. The former took, on average, about 19 hours to prune an acre of vineyard, the latter about 26 hours. The piece workers earned a little more $6.84 vs $6.20 per hour but not much, about 10%. Growers in California, however, have noticed a drawback to piece wages, that they and their economists call incentive pay programs, namely that workers paid piece wages may just walk off the job when they meet their income goals. In such cases, gains in work due to increased intensity may be offset by a reduction in total labor time and increased costs of hiring replacement workers, a source of considerable cost and annoyance to employers. Responding to this annoyance with typical concern for the capitalists' worries about such an income effect, another researcher from the University of California interviewed field workers and concluded that wages were so low that few workers, 3%, could afford to leave early. A few more, 11%, left early because of it being too hot in the fields or just disgust with how hard the work was in comparison to the low wages. Recognizing the tendency of employers to hold rates low to keep wage costs down and profits up, This same researcher studied the implications for profits of higher piece rates and the higher output per hour induced by those higher rates. He concluded, and sought to convince employers, that, properly managed, higher piece rates could produce sufficiently higher productivity to give both higher profits and increases in wages sufficient to keep employees working at the faster rates, essentially an argument compatible with the logic of relative surplus value. Point 25. A modern application of the practice of pitting better performing piece workers against others is the practice of using some to set benchmarks, identified best practices against which others are judged. A strategy that can and has been used in all sorts of workplaces, from factories to schools to governments. It encourages innovation by some to increase work from all. Point 26. Piece wages and quality control. Although piece wages reduce the need for direct supervision, capitalists cannot leave workers entirely on their own. With standards set for the number of pieces produced, and hence the time and intensity of work, capitalists must make sure that the workers don't cheat, don't create the illusion of having met that standard by working fast but producing shoddy products. Hence the need for quality control. In any piece work situation, there must be inspectors who examine the quality of the pieces produced to make sure that the quality as well as the quantity is up to snuff. Where large numbers of pieces are produced, only random samples can be checked for quality. If the number is small, all can be checked. For the kind of field workers whose work behavior was examined in the studies of California agriculture mentioned above, the number of vines pruned, or boxes of fruit picked, etc. was certainly large, so the examination of quality was likely only a sampling. Under such circumstances, capitalists try to organize work so it is obvious which worker produced which piece, a step necessary to identify those responsible for not meeting quality standards. Shortly after coming to Texas in 1976, I was asked to help Los Obreros Unidos, a union of packing workers employed by Del Monte in their contract negotiations. I traveled to the factory town of Crystal City where those workers lived and worked and was able to inspect the organization of their work. Among the tasks that I observed was the forking, literally, of cooked spinach into cans by individual workers, mostly women, lined up on each side of a conveyor belt. The belt carried the spinach to the various stations and a can dispenser hung above each station. The cans were marked so that the quality control person sitting at the end of the production line could immediately identify and chastise any worker responsible for overfilling, or underfilling, a given can. Another example, this time from mining. For most of the history of capitalism, coal miners were paid by the amount they dug from the earth. They would dig coal and deliver it to be measured, either by the cart or by weight. At delivery, the coal would be inspected to make sure that the miners had not carelessly, or carefully, included rock in with the coal. This was also the point at which the kind of fraud Marx alludes to might occur, namely that the scales measuring the amount of coal might be rigged to register less than the actual tonnage, thus resulting in lower wages for the miner and higher profits for the boss. In his novel King Coal, Upton Sinclair evokes such fraud and the dangers of challenging it, despite the existence of state laws giving workers that right. In the dining room, someone broached the subject of checkweighmen to him, and the whole table heard his scornful laugh. "Let any man ask for a checkweighmen." "You mean they would fire him?" asked Hal. "Maybe," was the answer. "Maybe they make him fire himself." "How do you mean?" "They make his life one damn misery till he go." So it was with checkweighmen as with scrip, and with company stores, and with all the provisions of the law to protect the miner against accidents. You might demand your legal rights, but if you did, it was a matter of the boss's temper. He might make your life one damn misery till you went of your own accord. Or you might get a string of curses and an order, down the canyon. And likely as not the toe of a boot in your trouser seat, or the muzzle of a revolver under your nose. Point 27. If we switch our attention from the kinds of manual labor that concerned Marx to more contemporary forms of white-collar labor, we often find the same kind of dynamics. For example, there are any number of salespersons who work on commission, where their income depends on the number of items they sell or the number of tasks they complete. For example, in automobile and truck retail sales, a base salary often too low to provide a living wage must be supplemented by working long and hard, talking as many people as possible into buying a vehicle. Other examples can be found in proliferating precarious jobs such driving for Uber, providing digital services on a freelance basis through companies such as Upwork Global Incorporated, etc. Such is the gig economy, the hell of the precariat. Another white-collar job, which is structured by the dynamics of piecework, is that of university professors. While most formally receive pay in the form of a salary, in truth the size of that salary is largely determined by piecework. Although universities pretend to value the importance of teaching, large research universities that dominate higher education and set the standards by which other universities are judged overwhelmingly base professors pay not on teaching but on research and publishing. Among scientists working at universities, the income of many is dependent upon pulling in grants to fund their research. To get those grants, they must compete with others. The primary mode of competition is the publication of articles detailing new discoveries. The old saw publish or perish has never ceased to be appropriate. Point 28. Also characteristic of the working conditions of academic labor, the choice and management of research projects are left up to the individuals involved. Professors are supposed to understand their fields well enough to choose appropriate projects and skilled enough to craft both research and articles reporting on that research without direct supervision. The more research they perform, the more articles they publish, the more likely their promotion and the more likely they are to receive what are now commonly known as merit pay increases. They are, in short, paid according to the number of pieces they produce. Moreover, like other piece workers, they are not entirely on their own. They too are subject to quality control when they submit grant proposals or articles to journals. Quality control takes the form of peer review, wherein other professors evaluate their proposals or articles and decide whether they should receive grants in the one case or publication in the other. This situation, again like other piecework situations, is highly conducive to intense competition. With research funds and space in prestigious journals limited, professors compete for both as well, of course, for tenure and promotion. For almost 4 decades, the last 20 years of the 20th century and the first 18 of the 21st, conservative politicians have used tax reductions on the rich to produce rising fiscal deficits used to rationalize imposing austerity not only on the poor by cutting social programs but also on higher education, including reduced funding for research, which intensifies competition and makes universities more vulnerable to corporate influence. Piecework in unwaged work. While Marx's analysis of piecework and piece wages focuses on formally waged work, we can apply his analysis beyond that realm in various spheres of unwaged work. Not only is much unwaged work organized by task, rather than by the hour, but much de facto payment for that work is also organized by the piece. As a result, many of the characteristics of piecework in capitalist industry can also be found in various parts of the larger social factory. Piecework in schools. Once you recognize the piecework character of the work of professors in universities, it is easy to see how those professors, and the administrators for whom they work, impose the same kind of logic on their students. As students progress through elementary, middle, and high schools, K-12, careful supervision is increasingly complemented by unsupervised homework. While parents are often admonished to make sure they do it, some do, many don't. At the university level, although there are a few professors who behave like school teachers and take attendance, for the most part students can come or not come to classes as they like. They are expected to impose the discipline of coming to class on themselves, and most do. For the most part, university students' work is unsupervised study whose accomplishment depends totally on the student's self-discipline. At all levels, most schoolwork consists in the accomplishment of specific tasks, such as writing papers or preparing for and taking tests. Given the large number of courses most students are expected or required to take and the associated large number of tasks set by each teacher or professor, They rarely have either time or energy left over for any autonomous study or real appropriation of knowledge. Point 29. Indeed, students are notorious among their would-be teachers for doing only what is required to prepare for a test or to write a paper. Such shirking follows from the imposition of fully specified degree plans, with pre-established sets of tasks, at the expense of self-directed study, motivated by students' curiosity. In short, students suffer the imposition of externally imposed, alienated labor of the sort Marx analyzed in the 1844 manuscripts and I discussed in my commentary on Chapter 7. As a result, a great many students seek to minimize the amount of time and energy devoted to meeting those requirements. They want to know which pieces of knowledge they will have to know for tests and don't want to waste their time on other, useless, topics. Similarly, the first question about required papers is how long does it have to be? How many pages? How many footnotes? How many sources? So commonplace is such minimization of effort, that nowadays, in the age of computers, some professors go to the extent of specifying such things as font size, margins, or word count to force students to crank out the specified amount of work. Associated with such structuring of schoolwork by the piece are piece rate-like payment systems. The most universal of these is grading, in which students are paid by the piece, a grade for each task accomplished, each quiz, each test, each paper, each research report, etc. Grades, of course, are not money payments, but the promises that school administrators, professors, and future employers attach to grades, that the better grades you get, the better jobs and higher wages you will eventually obtain, makes them ease on future income. Like piece wages, grades are handed out according to the number of pieces accomplished and according to the quality of those pieces. Teachers and professors, of course, play the role of quality control inspectors. They do the grading, they decide which piece is worth an A, which is only worth a B, and so on. In the enlightening thermodynamic metaphor pointed out by George Caffin Zeiss, they play the role of Maxwell's daemon, sorting students according to their degree of entropy, i.e., the degree to which they are willing to make their energy available for work. Point 30. From this, we can see that whereas piece wages in industry produces a hierarchy of better and worse paid workers, piece work in schools produces a grade hierarchy, promised to eventually translate into an income hierarchy. As with all such hierarchies, this kind of grading system encourages competition, and many students strive to get higher grades than others, both for the immediate satisfaction of demonstrating their superiority and in the hope that later they may get better jobs. Hence too, the common phenomenon of students banding together in various ways to overcome this alienation. One form of such banding are simple study groups or cheating networks, whereby students help each other out in pre-test study or in the tests themselves to minimize the amount of alienated work and to maximize their grades. Fraternities, sororities, and other kinds of clubs and associations provide other vehicles for students to collaborate to reduce their schoolwork and increase the time and fun they have outside their academic requirements. All these forms of collaboration try to improve working conditions and outsmart their professorial bosses. Beyond such small group strategies, large-scale student movements mobilize in their collective self-defense, not only to challenge working conditions, but also to demand the elimination or reduction of tasks, example the elimination of redundant comprehensive exams, easier grading, changes in curriculum, and the possibility of self-structured programs to allow their work to correspond more closely to their own intellectual interests instead of someone else's notion of what they should be doing. All these demands were common in the student movements of the 1960s and 1970s and have reappeared since. More recently, acting in collective self-defense has taken on new meaning in the wake of mass shootings in schools at all levels. The nationwide mobilization of students since the massacre at Stoneman Douglas High School demanding increased gun control constitutes both an angry protest of the failure of politicians to defy the National Rifle Association and the gun industry and a demand for improved working conditions. Peace work in the home. We can find similar structures of work and resistance in the larger community, especially in the home. While in Marx's time working-class men, women, and children were all finding themselves herded into factories and mines, dramatically shrinking the sphere of domestic life, their eventual success in reducing the length of the working day and in banning of child labor, coupled with the exclusion of women from some jobs, made the nuclear family with only one wage earner dominant. One result was an expanding sphere of housework, undertaken by wives and sometimes by children, when not in school. As discussed in Part 3, capitalists intervened directly and systematically to control the shape of housework, who did it, how it was structured, what technologies were used, what standards would apply, and so on. Any careful examination of housework reveals the piecework character of its organization. Although parents may supervise children's chores, as a rule no one directly supervises housewives. But governments and private industry do set standards that housewives are expected to meet, and husbands, relatives, welfare agents, and even neighbors, co-workers and bosses act as quality control inspectors who check to see that the standards are met. Let's begin with governments. Generally responding to pressure from business, they formulate things like pronatalist policies to encourage women to bear more children to expand the available labor force, or conversely, in other times and places, implement family planning programs to limit procreation. Pronatalist programs are sometimes accompanied by family allocation payments to women according to the number of children they produce, a bump in pay for each new child. In China, on the other hand, for nearly 40 years those who violated its 1979 one-child policy faced fines and other legal sanctions. Aiming to increase the fertility rate, the Chinese government relaxed the policy in 2013 and a two-child policy was implemented in 2016. Governments also create welfare programs in which social workers monitor the housework of welfare recipients, checking up on such things as the degree of cleanliness, whether children's health is properly cared for, whether single mothers are engaged in illegal relationships with men, and so on. Such intrusiveness has also been observed in the efforts by some employers to shape their workers' family lives. Robert Owen structured workers' homes and community to shape both work and non-work life. Years later, Henry Ford tried to monitor his employees' home life, and met with so much resistance that he had to abandon the effort. Today, it is common for some corporations to try to structure the off-the-job lives of their employees in various ways, such as providing gyms and organizing sports teams, picnics, etc. The electronic giant Motorola calls its employees Motorolans and utilizes just such mechanisms to shape their employees' private lives. Beyond such direct interventions, capitalists also set standards for housework. As corporations have developed more and more products for household work, their advertising constantly pesters housewives, indeed all the denizens of the home, with images and detailed specifications of what housework should consist of, and what standards should be met. Example for cleanliness, next, we were long reminded, to godliness. When housewives washed clothes by hand, and only occasionally because of the physical difficulty, no one expected nor judged others ill for appearing in less than sparkling clean attire. Today people have complex and effective washing machines that dramatically reduce the wear and tear on housewives' hands and arms. But given the heightened standards of what is clean, they wind up spending as much or more time running washes, drying, ironing and folding as they used to with more primitive technology. Despite the introduction of this kind of labor-saving household technology, the amount of household piecework has been increased rather than decreased. By convincing people that every corner of every home must be spotless, corporations have developed, and advertisers have peddled, a wide variety of household cleaning agents for clothes, floors, dishes, furniture, windows, kitchen surfaces, toilets, tubs, and so on. Fomenting fears of illness, they have lately pushed antibacterial soaps and cleansers of all sorts. 31. One prototypical advertisement produced for Whisk, the first liquid laundry detergent developed in 1956, claimed it would remove the oil, dirt, and grime that gathers around the neck and rubs off on the inside of white business shirts. Dreamed up by Madison Avenue ad man James Jordan, The advertisement offered a solution for frustrated housewives struggling to meet this new standard: the absence of ring around the collar to avoid condemnation from bosses, fellow employers, friends, and neighbors, all presumably exposed to, and convinced by, the same advertising. In effect, housewives were being taught to fear that everyday people would act as quality control managers for this kind of household piecework. Later Whisk's slogan changed from "Whisk beats ring around the collar" to "America needs dirt," and its advertising campaign encouraged children to play hard and get dirty. In an age of growing child obesity and too much television, too many computer games and addictive social media, hard physical exercise out there in the dirt is good for everyone. Whisk could always get us clean again, and boost Whisk profits too. Another example is the peddling of dishwasher detergents like Cascade to prevent embarrassing spots on glassware. In the ads, dinner guests are shown casting critical eyes on the crystal, raising eyebrows over water spots, or smiling approvingly at perfect, spotless, gleaming glass. The message is clear: meet the standard artificially set by the capitalist corporation to get you to buy its product or suffer the contempt of your friends. Most of this advertising is done, of course, on television or in magazine ads against backdrops of beautifully clean, spotless homes of the sort portrayed in magazines like Home Beautiful and in virtually every soap opera and sitcom set in upper and middle class life. The results are explicit and implicit messages of acceptable standards by which anyone and everyone can judge the work of a given housewife, or more rarely, a house husband. Such analysis can be extended to any number of tasks undertaken by the complex labor of housework: the clothing, cleaning, and feeding of children and spouses, the nursing of the sick and the psychological support given to the worn out and beaten down, and even the provision of sensual and sexual services to spouses. While some such tasks are inherent in any relationship, the number, frequency, and character have all been quite consciously shaped by capitalist social planners, advertisers and policymakers with the aim of making sure that they contribute not to the happiness or well-being of family members but to corporate sales and the reproduction of lives as labor power. Piecework in the countryside. A final example of extending Marx's analysis of piecework concerns farmers and peasants who produce at least in part for the market. Although economists and capitalist ideologues like to paint such people's work as that of small businesses producing commodities to be sold on the market with the hope of a profit, the vast bulk of such producers earn barely enough to maintain themselves on their land and in their communities. Indeed, the history of both primitive and ongoing accumulation, of the ever greater concentration of agricultural land in the hands of corporate agribusiness shows quite clearly that most small farmers and peasants in the United States and Europe have not made profits but have been driven off their lands. Listen to John Mellencamp's song "Rain on the Scarecrow" on YouTube, also cited in my notes on chapter 27. For such small farmers and peasants, the price of their output, example the price of a bushel of wheat or corn, amounts to a piece rate for their work, with the rate so low that the income they receive, on average, barely allows them to survive. As with other piecework, it is rarely supervised, unless they work under a putting out arrangement with some corporation. Low prices/piece rates impose long, intense hours of work and often on all family members. Because farmers have varied abilities and varied circumstances, their varied success results, once again, in an income hierarchy, unless they band together in cooperatives, in which a very few may turn enough of a profit to invest, to expand their operations, to hire growing numbers of waged workers and actually become the capitalists they are portrayed as being. Chapter 22, National Differences in Wages. Outline of Marx's analysis. Comparing wages in different countries requires that we consider all the factors that determine changes in the value of labor power. These include the price and extent of the necessities of life in natural and historical development, the costs of training workers, the part played by the labor of women and children, the productivity of labor, the extensive and intensive magnitude of labor, the reduction of the average daily wage for the same trades to a uniform working day. Time wages must be translated into piece wages. Each country has a certain average intensity of labor, but with a scale whose unit of measure is the average unit of universal labor. Where the average national labor is more intense, then there is more value and more money. Each country has a certain average productivity, but with a scale, or hierarchy. More productive labor amounts to more intensity and more value. As long as the absence of competition means no lowering of selling price. Because the development of capitalism brings increases in productivity and in the intensity of labor. Above average development means above average levels of these characteristics. Suppose we have the same kind of commodity being produced during the same working time in different countries. Given the above, we should expect different unit values and different prices in different countries. The relative value of money will be less in more developed countries. Nominal wages will be higher in more developed countries, but real wages may be lower in more developed countries. Case study number 1, spinning industry in England and continental Europe. Productivity, wages, and C/V are all lower on the continent. Data for the ratio spindle/worker, the technical composition of capital, in several countries. Hours of work are longer. Two main cases, Germany and Russia. Russia, overwork, long hours, and shameful underpayment of the workers, low wages. Yet, manufacturing vegetates due to protectionism. Case study number 2, British railroad construction in Eastern Europe and Asia. Firms use both British and foreign labor. British labor, more intense and gets paid higher wages. Foreign labor, less intense and gets paid lower wages. Price of labor in relation to the product is still high. Marx ends with critiques of economist Henry Carey. Commentary. Marx's analysis provides more of a cursory indication of what should be taken into account in studying national differences in wages than a systematic treatment. He begins with 7 factors, but his ensuing discussion deals with only 2, variations in intensity and in productivity across countries. The implications for workers everywhere of the international wage hierarchy was and continues to be an extremely important and contentious issue. In the 19th century, British capitalists were pitting cheap Irish labor against higher-paid English workers, while exploiting labor in colonies abroad. Today, capitalists are still pitting immigrant workers against local ones and outsourcing production to areas of lower cost and less powerful labor. The resulting fear of an antagonism toward multinational workers from low-wage countries has become widespread, while anger over corporate relocation of production facilities to countries where wages are low has also become common. As recent work by historians Peter Linnebaugh and Marcus Rediker has begun to document, the internationalization of the labor force developed as part and parcel of capitalist foreign investment and trade. 32 Capitalists did not merely employ workers at home, but shipped them abroad and put them to work in colonies, hired crews from all nations for their commercial and war fleets, entered the slave trade to redistribute African workers internationally and enslaved workers in every colonial area possible. In short, throughout virtually its entire history, capitalism has imposed work on people over as much of the world as it could conquer, reorganizing both itself and its labor force to maximize profit and control. With the extensive development of multinational corporations and rapid rebound of international trade in the post-World War II period, such international organization and reorganization became ever more essential and rapid. The more capitalists have come to produce at a multinational level and the more international trade developed to redistribute the results globally, the more important this subject has become. By the end of the 20th century, capitalist attacks on higher-paid workers by shifting production overseas to lower-paid labor pools and their drive for so-called free trade to facilitate the re-import of outsourced production has made consideration of international wage differentials of growing importance. The current expanding use of outsourcing of business operations has become a hot political topic as the slow growth of jobs during the recovery from recent financial crises and recessions has made the displacement of American jobs whether at home or abroad anathema to American workers. Resentment has also flared in Europe in response to the recent influx of refugees from wars in the Middle East and immigrants from Eastern Europe and Africa. In this light, we can see Marx's interest in national differences in wages lay not in simply making international comparisons or constructing some United Nations-like index of standards of living. It lay, instead, in drawing attention to how global capitalist development creates and tries to manipulate an international hierarchy of wages and living standards to pit workers against each other across the face of the earth, and in pointing out the necessity for workers to organize across national boundaries, precisely the objective of the first international with which he was deeply involved. Price and extent of the necessities of life. Some determinants of the costs of reproducing labor power, as his original list makes clear, have to do with natural factors. Example, the cost of reproducing labor in northern countries may be higher than that in the tropics because winters mean greater costs of housing, heating, and clothing. But most factors are historically determined, and, as we have seen throughout Capital, at the core of that historical determination is class struggle. For example, remember Marx's amusement cited in my commentary on section 5 of chapter 10 at Capitalist desires to reinstitute slavery in the British Caribbean in the 19th century because of the difficulty in getting freed slaves to work for them. The owners of the island plantations had enslaved Africans and put them to work producing sugar sold around the Atlantic, an international investment in labor force creation and trade. But with the end of legal slavery won by slaves and abolitionists, the labor force suddenly became less available. So, the planters whined that without compulsion workers would only work enough to earn what little they needed for their own consumption, without regard for capitalist profits. The reason why they could work so little was because food was apparently plentiful and cheap. At the same time, it should be clear that whether slavery could be reintroduced or whether large numbers of workers could be brought to Jamaica would be determined by class struggle, by the respective power of capitalists and workers, not just in Jamaica but in Britain, where both workers and economists such as John Stuart Mill opposed the reintroduction of slavery, and Africa, where without slavery very few Africans might be interested in moving to Jamaica, especially at near slave wages. 33. A serious survey of conditions throughout the colonial world of that period reveals again and again how colonizers sought to monopolize the production of food crops, and turn them into exports, and where that was infeasible to impose some alternative method for overcoming their availability to the indigenous population. Slavery was one such alternative. Another was the imposition of a hut tax, where colonized people were forced to pay taxes with the colonizers' money, and the only means to obtain such money was to work for their new overlords. Where the latter method was used, wages were kept low, even below subsistence, to force those who entered the labor force to work long hours. They could be kept so low because much of the workers' subsistence was produced by either the workers or their families. We find similar situations in the post-colonial world, a world where, in general, when they were forced out by independence movements, colonial powers left behind neo-colonial elites who continued the economic policies of their mentors. Throughout these periods, the changing hierarchical pattern of national differences in wages was determined by different historical paths of class struggle. In industrial countries, or what Marx in this chapter calls the more developed countries, the cost of the necessities of life has been just as important in determining the value of labor power, and thus the level of wages. Never was this more obvious than in the debate over the Corn Laws in Britain, analyzed by Marx in chapter 17. Whereas tariffs kept up the price of grain, and hence bread, benefiting landlords, and by necessitating higher wages hurt capitalist profits, their repeal resulted in lower prices, cheaper bread, and reduced wages. In more recent times, capitalist policies have sometimes been aimed at keeping food prices low and sometimes at raising them depending on the desired impact on real wages. In the post-World War II period, cheap fertilizer and cheap imported labor, example braceros in the US, workers from the Mediterranean basin in Northern Europe, kept food prices low, supporting higher real wages negotiated through productivity deals. In the 1970s, when rising money wages were outstripping productivity growth and undermining those deals, and when they didn't have the power to lower money wages directly because of well-organized worker opposition, capitalist policy makers used increases in food prices to undermine the real value of wages. 34 In the 1980s and 1990s, during the international debt crisis engineered by U.S. central bank policy, one common austerity strategy deployed by policymakers was currency devaluation that increased the cost of food imports, undermining real wages in so-called debtor countries. 35. From the above discussion, we can see three things. First, price and extent of the necessities of life in each country depends only partly on natural circumstances and mainly on the historical development, especially of class struggle. Second, national differences depend not only upon local circumstances, both natural and historical, but also on international ones as well, i.e., the overall pattern of class struggle across countries. Third, that overall pattern involves both capitalist strategies for controlling labor and worker resistance to those strategies, as well as their struggles to realize their own desires, example good food, less work, and more opportunity for self-directed activities. The costs of training workers. This topic was discussed by Marx in Chapter 6 on the labor market, where he dealt with the value of labor power and thus deserves attention in dealing with wage differentials at the international level. The costs of training are determined, for the most part, by the character of work for which workers are trained. Clearly, it costs more to train an engineer than an assembly line worker, and if engineers tend to rear future engineers, and assembly line workers to rear future assembly line workers, then the former need higher wages than the latter. Sociological studies show that despite the presence of some upward mobility, the wage hierarchy in capitalism tends to reproduce itself. From the time of colonialism to the mid-20th century, global capitalism was characterized by a division of labor in which, for the most part, the colonized and then decolonized, yet still less developed world mainly produced raw materials, either means of subsistence or means of production. The so-called developed world, on the other hand, mainly specialized in manufacturing and later service production. Therefore, in general, those put to work by capitalists in the less developed world have been employed throughout most of modern history in such activities as agriculture and mining. Although both of those kinds of industry require a few workers trained in technical skills, most require little training. Moreover, given the colonial and neocolonial history of such industries, much of the required skilled labor has been drawn from the abroad. As a result, the level and cost of training of the labor force in such countries has been low. It doesn't take a university education to learn how to collect palm nuts, or dig peanuts, or shovel debris in copper, diamond, or gold mines. Thus, insofar as the wages of such unskilled workers in those countries have been determined by the need to cover their education, they could be kept low. In the more developed capitalist countries where industries such as manufacturing, from tool making to computers, and more sophisticated services, from healthcare and finance to software development, are more common, the costs of training for many workers has been greater. It does take a university education to train an electrical or software engineer, as well as considerable on-the-job training. Obviously, there are a great many unskilled or low-skilled workers in those industries, workers who require little more training than their counterparts in the less developed world, but they are a smaller proportion of the labor force, and therefore the average cost of training and level of wages tends to be higher in these countries. In more recent times, the kind of outsourcing mentioned above has included the displacement first of manufacturing labor and most recently of some service labor from the developed to the less developed world. Unfortunately for local average wages, most of the jobs in outsourced manufacturing and services have been low-skilled ones, example assembly labor in the first case, routine call center work in the second, requiring little education and thus requiring only low wages. This has been changing, to varying degrees in different places. Some capitalists have invested in the training of more skilled workers, example software engineers in India and China, while others have invested less, example clothing production in Bangladesh. As history has amply demonstrated, understanding how the capitalist global division of labor changes, requires understanding not just changes in capitalist strategies, but the struggles of workers causing and responding to those strategies. Women and children. Although he doesn't discuss this factor in this chapter, elsewhere in Capital it is clear enough that Marx's concern with the part played by women and children primarily involves the way they were being increasingly drafted into the labor force as cheap labor to undermine more highly paid male labor. In other words, the drafting of women and children was a capitalist strategy to hold down or lower wages. This has been true within countries and across different countries. There can be little doubt that in recent years one reason some capitalists have embraced feminist demands for the removal of traditional patriarchal obstacles to women obtaining wage jobs has been the desire for an expansion of the supply of labor and downward pressure on wages. The associated feminist demand for wage equality, of course, is designed to counter this aspect of capitalist strategy. So too has been the feminist demand for wages for housework which, in such forms as family allocations, pay for work already done and reduce the need for a second wage from an employer. The battle over child labor around the world has resulted in a much greater public awareness of such issues. The emphasis of those fighting to eliminate child labor has been on the low wages and execrable working conditions of children. As in Marx's time, those still opposed to its elimination have pointed to the low wages of their parents and their families' need for the extra money, however little the children bring in. In other words, the benefits to children achieved by the elimination of child labor, it is argued, would be offset by the increased poverty and suffering of their family. Clearly one issue in that debate should be the size of effects. The elimination of child labor would reduce family income from the children, but it would also reduce the labor supply which would, ceteris paribus, tend to raise wages. Would the rise in wages be enough to offset the fall in income? The answer to this question cannot be given a priori but depends upon labor market conditions that may vary from place to place. Nor, I hasten to add, is it necessarily a deciding issue, even if wages did not rise enough to offset the reduction of income caused by the elimination of child labor, some other offsetting mechanism, example minimum wage laws or income transfers, are possible. Beyond this kind of discussion, my comments on earlier chapters have hopefully made clear that there is another dimension to the part played by women and children in the determination of average national wages and in the determination of national differences in wages, namely, the unwaged labor of women and children in the home and community that contribute to the production and reproduction of labor power. As I indicated in my discussion of the circuit of the reproduction of labor power, the more work done by women and children in homes and gardens, the lower the wage required to obtain a given quality of reproduction. Two examples relevant to the international wage hierarchy follow. First is housework. As I have indicated, the less control women have over their own bodies, the higher the birth rate, the greater the supply of labor and the downward pressure on wages. Not surprisingly, a loose correlation exists between the international hierarchy of wages and that of women's autonomous power. Also, the more wives and children in the typical patriarchal family do the work of growing and preparing food, the lower the value of labor power and the less wages are required to support the family. The importance of this in rural areas helps explain the hierarchy of wages within all countries. In the global south, agricultural production in extended families often makes possible still lower wages, even below what would be required for subsistence in the absence of such work. Second is schoolwork. Where the generalized imposition of elementary and secondary education has replaced on-the-job training and apprenticeships, children go to school, which is not everywhere. Whereas educational opportunities were severely limited in colonized countries, once liberated the new post-colonial elites dramatically expanded them, in part to provide employment as teachers for those already educated. 36 Today, although there are still many areas in the global south with few or no schools, especially for girls and young women, most countries have created systems of primary, secondary, and higher education. Those systems tend to be geared to local labor force requirements and thus to replicate a country's position in the international hierarchy of development and wages. As capitalist investment has moved from manufacturing to large-scale industry to the service sector and diversified internationally, so too has education. For many years, students from better-off families in the global south have been sent for higher education in the global north, but over time investment in educational systems in the former have contributed to the education of students capable of competing with those of the latter. That development has facilitated the outsourcing from north to south of both industrial and service sector jobs, from automobile production in Mexico and Brazil to software development in India and China. The productivity of labor. As mentioned at the outset, Marx deals more with the productivity than with those factors discussed above. The main reason why differences in the average level of national productivity is important in determining differences in the average level of national wages is revealed in chapters 12, 15's analysis of relative surplus value. There we saw that increases in the productivity of the labor that produces the means of subsistence lowers their per unit value, and when this is translated in the market into lower per unit prices, it lowers the nominal wage necessary to supply a given real wage. Therefore, we should expect that to the degree that productivity is higher in one country than another, the lower the value per unit of subsistence goods in the higher productivity country. All other things equal, we should therefore expect the prices of those subsistence goods to be lower, and therefore lower wages to reproduce labor power. However, all other things are not equal. To the degree that the higher productivity is itself the product of workers' struggles that have induced capitalists to substitute machinery and other technology for labor, and to the degree that those same workers have been able to force capital to share the fruits of rising productivity, they receive higher real income. Depending on the size of the various forces, it is, paradoxically, possible that the higher nominal wages of workers in the higher productivity countries actually buy a lower value package of consumer goods than the lower nominal wages of workers in less developed countries. 37. The second factor on which Marx dwells in this chapter, the relative average intensity of labor, also can contribute to the existence of an international scale or hierarchy of wages. Given his discussion in chapters 12 to 15 of the influence of capitalist organization and the use of machinery to set the rhythm of work, we might expect intensity to be higher in more developed capitalist countries. This may or may not, however, be the case because, as always, other things are not generally the same. For instance, it may be that the relative weakness of workers in a less developed area, say, forced to work for extremely low piece wages, may drive them to the very limits of the intensity possible to any human being. It may also be the case that good self-organization of workers in the more developed areas may shift work from piece to hourly wages and force up the level of those wages while imposing work rules that limit work to a more leisurely pace. About all that can be said a priori is that capital always seeks the highest intensity that it can impose and that workers resist this. Given differences in the balance of power between capital and workers across countries, we can expect that the degree of intensity will vary and that variation will play a part in shaping the global wage hierarchy. Case study number 1, spinning. Marx's example of differences in the spinning industry between Britain and the European continent and among countries on that continent can be generalized. As a rule, Britain led the development of textile production technology at every stage of production, from the growing of the raw materials through the spinning of thread and weaving of cloth to the sewing of clothing. Therefore, Marx's observation that British spinning labor was more intense was likely applicable throughout the industry. The basis for his argument that spinning labor was more intense in Britain was data on the number of spindles per worker. The more spindles for which each worker was responsible, the more intense would be the labor of taking care of them. Although, it is worth noting, in the period in which spinning and weaving were being gathered from homes into factories and then automated with water and then steam-driven machines, it is quite possible that the still at-home handloom weavers, who were struggling to survive in the face of factory competition and falling prices, might well have been working not only longer hours but more intensely than factory operatives. While it is relatively easy to observe changes in the pace of work, speed up or slow down, it is not so easy to obtain any absolute value for intensity. One can imagine the use of modern scientific apparatus to measure something like BTUs burned per hour per worker, but I have never heard of such a thing being done, much less done systematically in such a way as to permit cross-industry or cross-country comparisons. At any rate, Marx presumes the higher productivity and higher intensity of labor in the English factories follows from more machinery per worker, which allows higher wages in England than on the continent. As we have seen above, this would be at least the tendency, although other factors would have to be considered in a concrete historical analysis. Case study number 2, railroad construction. This case is of interest for several reasons. First, it is a case of British foreign investment. Considerable British capital was invested in railroad construction not only in Eastern Europe and Asia but also in the United States. It was a major area of British overseas investment for quite a long time. One must suppose that such investment was undertaken based on familiarity with production conditions and costs in the various areas, and the estimated conditions and costs, coupled with government subsidies such as grants of land and rights of way, were expected to yield competitive profits. Second, when Marx notes that British labor was more intensive than local labor and got paid higher wages, he doesn't specify any differences in either job categories or work behavior. We may assume, however, that he thought that the British firms were sending dedicated careerists to oversee such production, and those overseers would be hiring mostly unskilled peasant labor to cut through forests and mountains and lay track. Such was certainly the case in the United States, where large numbers of Chinese immigrant workers were hired by railroad robber barons such as Charles Crocker, 1822–88, and Leland Stanford, 1824–93, to lay the Central Pacific Railroad, east, west, and through the Sierra Nevada mountains. In photographs from time, we can see both Chinese workers in traditional garb and well-dressed white men overseeing their work. 38 As research by historians such as Herbert Gutman, 1928–85, has demonstrated, peasants drafted for industrial work often brought with them agrarian habits of time and work that were much more leisurely than those demanded by industrialists. 39 Extremely low wages and often brutal oversight were often required to inculcate habits of punctuality and work intensity desired by their employers. Under those circumstances, Marx's assertions seem likely to have been accurate. Third, with the expansion of imperial investment during the colonial period and the post-colonial growth of multinational corporate investment, such differences in work habits, and consequent length and intensity of labor, have proved of decisive importance time and time again. There are a seemingly endless number of examples where multinational firms have displaced production facilities geographically to take advantage of lower wages, and other lower costs. This was true, to choose an example in line with Marx's exposition, in the American textile industry that moved first from New England to the U.S. Sun Belt, and then later into Mexico and Asia. But it is also true that not every country that has extremely low wages has been able to attract such foreign investment hell-bent on escaping rising labor costs at home. Among the reasons why many pools of labor have been bypassed by such movements are precisely the work habits, and habits of struggle, of the people there. In the post-World War II era, anti-colonial struggles and insurgency, example Indochina, dissuaded such investment. Even later in the post-colonial era, in India, for example, workers have demonstrated the nasty habit of going on strike using giraus, or sit-ins, that surround their employers and refuse to let them out until they capitulate. This may be hard to believe, inasmuch as American high-tech investment in India has become common. It becomes more believable, however, when we recognize that such investment involves the hiring not of feisty, blue-collar Indian workers but of relatively well-educated and well-conditioned middle-class workers. 40. Marx's overall treatment, of course, draws our attention not only to the question of the intensity of effort of such workers hired abroad but also to that of their productivity. Lack of skill at even low-skilled jobs may result in lower productivity and even render such investment unprofitable. In recent years, there have been some cases where the productivity of outsourced workers turned out to be so low as to lead to the abandonment of such foreign investment. One example is that of technical assistance call centers relocated abroad. Despite newsworthy efforts by Indians to relearn English pronunciation so they can sound like Americans on the phone, and their adoption of false American names, the impatience of many parochial American callers with both their accents and their skill has been so great as to lead more than one company to abandon their investment and repatriate the jobs. The costs of repeated hang-ups by impatient customers, irritation with the company and the resulting bad satisfaction ratings have outweighed the reduced cost of low foreign wages. Critical comments on Carey. Henry Charles Carey, 1793 to 1879, was an American economist and advisor to President Lincoln who supported protectionist measures by the United States against the diabolical influence of England. Commenting on Carey's 1835 essay on the rate of wages, Marx sees Carey's understanding of the determinants of wages, and relative wages across countries, as simplistic. For example, Carey tried to prove that differences in national wages are directly proportional to the degree of productivity. As one might suspect, on the basis of this chapter, Marx argues this is wrong, because so many other factors have to be taken into account. He also notes both the contradiction between Carey's stated belief in free trade and his advocacy of protectionism and how his support for the former became the secret source of the harmonious wisdom of a Bastiat, and of all the other free trade optimists of the present day. 41. Foreign direct investment and free trade. Current debates about differences in wages among various countries have arisen amidst larger debates about so-called free trade agreements, such as NAFTA and the more recent, hotly contested, Trans-Pacific Partnership. Negotiated in secret in the first case by the governments and capitalists of the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and in the second case by those of the United States and 11 other countries around the Pacific Ocean, these agreements have been met with widespread opposition. 42. As explained earlier, literally hundreds of grassroots groups mobilized against NAFTA and created a network of organizing across national borders. Those efforts provoked dissent within the legislative branches of all three governments as the draft of the agreement was posted to the internet and became available for anyone and everyone to read. Among the arguments against the agreement was one based on existing national differences in wages between the United States and Canada, minor differences, and between those countries and Mexico, major differences. The fact that wages were so much lower in Mexico than in the United States or Canada led many to argue that successful passage of NAFTA would make it easier for Canadian and U.S. corporations to move, or threaten to move, their production operations south into Mexico. Third-party candidate for president in the 1992 and 1996 election cycles, Texan billionaire Ross Perot, 1930, became famous for his evocation of a possible great sucking sound as jobs were drawn out of the United States into Mexico by low wages. This issue, which focused on the same topic as Marx does in this chapter, was, however, only part of a larger debate. Those who were worried about U.S. or Canadian corporations shifting jobs into Mexico also addressed many other dimensions that bore on the issue. For example, they pointed out how even though Mexico had reasonable environmental laws, the ease with which they could be bypassed through bribery, la mordida, added to the allure of low wages by further reducing the costs of production. Moreover, they also pointed to the organizational weakness of Mexican labor, how the only trade unions tolerated by the Mexico government were those that had sold out to the PRI, the then dominant party in that virtually one-party state. Yes, a growth of investment would mean more jobs and an expansion of the labor force, but political repression would prevent both new and existing workers from fighting for their rights, higher wages, better working conditions, and so on. As it turned out, the professional political classes of Canada, the United States and Mexico ratified NAFTA, narrowly, despite this opposition. The defeat of the opposition to NAFTA was soon followed by the same debate on a much larger scale, namely about the newly created WTO, spearheaded by the United States and aimed at accelerating the freedom of movement for multinational capital. Because the WTO had dozens of members rather than just 3, and because it amounted to the imposition of the same set of trading rules on all its members, opposition to it, to its rules and to the implementation of those rules was soon global in scope. As in the case of NAFTA, opposition forces created networks to share information and organize against it. The first sign of the seriousness of that opposition came when opponents besieged WTO meetings in Geneva, Switzerland in 1998. Organized by People's Global Action, PGA, some 20,000 from around the world protested. It was followed by the much more widely reported siege of the WTO meetings in Seattle, Washington in 1999. The Battle of Seattle saw some 30,000 protesters from dozens of countries converge on Seattle and successfully shut down the WTO meetings. 43 Among those protesters were a very large number of blue-collar workers from the U.S. labor movement as well as environmentalists, left-wing party members, anarchists, university students, and so on. Once again, the issue of national wage differences was front and center for many protesters, most obviously for those in the labor movement for the same reason it had been during the debate over NAFTA, the fear that more trade with countries with very low wage rates would make it easier for multinational corporations to undermine better paid workers elsewhere. Once again, that argument was buttressed by the consideration of many other issues. The protests at Geneva and Seattle were the first of their kind. When Marx was writing in the mid-1800s, it was only with great difficulty that workers and activists were able to collaborate across national boundaries. Even throughout most of the 20th century this was also true. There were cases of collaboration such as opposition in the United States to counterinsurgency in Vietnam, or support around the world for the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa, but creating and mobilizing networks was a slow process. Those earlier transborder collaborations lacked the capacity to organize collective demonstrations of tens of thousands such as those that exploded in Geneva and Seattle. There were two key factors leading to these anti-WTO mobilizations. First, was the gathering of some 3,000 grassroots activists in Chiapas, Mexico in the summer of 1996 for an intercontinental encounter against neoliberalism and for humanity called by the Zapatista movement that had challenged NAFTA, the Mexican government, and sparked an indigenous renaissance around the world. Almost a week of discussions and networking among activists from over 40 countries led to the recognition of how neoliberal policies were being implemented everywhere and triggered a new surge of cross-border organizing to oppose them. When the encounter was over, and participants went home, they carried with them a vision of global networking and global, collaborative mobilization. Among the fruits of that vision were the PGA and the anti-WTO protests. Beginning with the organizing that produced the Battle of Seattle, global grassroots networking accelerated and evolved new dimensions, especially the elaboration of internet channels of communication, of which the one key new form was indie media websites that could post news from a grassroots perspective almost instantly, including audio, photographic imagery and streamed video. The possibilities were demonstrated during the confrontations in Seattle, when for the first time dozens of independent reporters armed with camcorders circulated amidst the demonstrations and then streamed their filming directly onto the web, bypassing the capitalist-controlled mass media. The difference between the images broadcast by media such as CNN, generally emphasizing the breaking of McDonald's windows by a few, and those broadcast by indie media, generally showing nonviolent protesters and violent police actions, was dramatic. After that, indie media operations sprang up in country after country, city after city. As mass mobilizations were mounted against other capitalist organizations such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum at Davos, Switzerland, and the G8 meetings, indie media would provide alternative coverage of events. Alongside the issue of the uses to which capitalists try to put national differences in wages pitting workers against workers and the attempt to overcome that strategy by organizing across borders, the very success of such demonstrations made visible another way in which workers were divided by those wage differentials. In all these large-scale demonstrations, it soon became obvious that most of the demonstrators were from countries high on the international wage and income hierarchy. Traveling intercontinentally to participate in such demonstrations was something most of the world's workers could hardly afford. A cluster of villages or a city might pool its resources to send a representative, but the resources required is large and the numbers sent small. One response to this problem has been the diffusion of protests. Instead of gathering very large numbers of people in one spot, a la Seattle, even larger numbers of people have mobilized for the same purpose with the same kind of target at a multiplicity of easier-to-reach sites around the world. The issues are the same, although often mixed with purely local ones, but one message is common: the unity of vast numbers of people in many different countries against capitalist policies. How to make such global mobilization more effective is an ongoing subject of discussion in these early years of the 21st century. 10. Part 7. The process of accumulation of capital. These 3 chapters complete Marx's theoretical analysis of capitalism in this volume. After laying the groundwork by describing what the mere maintenance of capitalist system requires, he analyzes accumulation or the expanded reproduction of capitalist society. Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction. For capitalism to reproduce itself at all, simple reproduction requires recreating all those elements whose roles we have seen analyzed in previous chapters: money, means of production, labor power, production and final products. The most important, of course, is the reproduction of labor power, the recreation of a labor force able and willing to be put to work with all the other elements. Chapter 24, The transformation of surplus value into capital. Turning surplus value into capital requires investing it. In simple reproduction, elements that have been used up are simply replaced. In expanded reproduction or accumulation, surplus value is used to buy extra means of production and labor power to increase production, output, sales, and the total amount of surplus value generated. Along the way, Marx critiques economists' understanding of these processes and some of their ideological justifications. Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Growth, or accumulation, is, above all, the accumulation of the classes and of class struggle. Here, for the first time in this book, Marx seriously analyzes how the reproduction of the working class involves not only waged labor, but also unwaged labor. The unwaged or surplus part of the working class, making up what he calls the reserve army, consists of at least 3 sectors: the floating, the latent and the stagnant. Drawing on previous commentary, I show how the terms surplus and reserve can be as misleading as unemployed, given the diverse forms of work occupying people in these sectors, creating and reproducing labor power. Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction. Outline of Marx's analysis. Reproduction. Continuous production. Continuous valorization of value advanced as capital. Reproduction equals replacement of all elements of the circuit of capital. Reproduction of means of production, MP, equals replacement of used up raw materials and worn out machinery, buildings, etc. Reproduction of labor power, LP, requires production of necessary means of subsistence, MS. Labor fund equals the means of subsistence required for reproduction of labor power. Variable capital. Product of peasants' own land/labor, under feudalism. Simple reproduction. The mere continuity of the production process. Converts all capital into accumulated capital. Alienation. Of workers' labor, sold by them to capitalist. Alienation of workers' product, owned by capitalist, an alien power that dominates and exploits him. Reproduction of the worker. Workers' consumption is of 2 kinds. Productive consumption of MP during work allows capital to live. Individual consumption of MS outside work allows worker to live. Abusive consumption, where individual consumption is merely the means to keep the worker's labor power in motion, just as coal and water are supplied to the steam engine. At the aggregate level of the classes, investment of variable capital equals reconversion of the means of subsistence into fresh labor power. As such, individual consumption remains an aspect of the production and reproduction of capital. but the capitalist may safely leave this individual consumption to the worker's drive for self-preservation and propagation. Exceptions: example, mine owners who force their workers to eat beans to increase their strength and work. For capital, workers' consumption above what is needed for reproduction of labor power is unproductive. Reproduction of workers also involves transmission and accumulation of skills from one generation to another. Capitalist understanding. Quotes from a spokesperson for English cotton textile industry against worker emigration during cotton famine. Workers are machines that should be kept on hand and in order. If they left, it would take a generation to replace them with a new batch of skilled workers. Therefore, the cotton industry and other, related industries would suffer. Therefore, the workers should be kept via forced public works. The Times newspaper editorial also worried that human machinery will rust under inaction. Human machinery will, as we have just seen, get the steam up of its own accord and burst or run amok in our great towns. Marx concludes his example by noting Parliament passed an act empowering the municipal corporations to keep the workers in a state of semi-starvation, i.e., to exploit them without paying the normal wages. Commentary. Marx's two-page introduction to Part 7 of Capital alerts us to its simplifying assumptions. The most important one in this chapter, and the one that differentiates this chapter and its analysis of simple reproduction from that of expanded reproduction in the subsequent chapters, is that capitalists consume all value generated over and above requirements for replacing used-up means of production and replacing workers. In other words, this chapter deals with how production must reproduce all elements of the capitalist organization of production, abstracting from investment to generate growth. Most of what Marx writes should already be familiar from preceding chapters, especially chapter 6 that deals explicitly with the reproduction of labor power, and indeed he often refers to those discussions. There are, however, a couple of points, one minor and another major, that are worthy of examination. Alienation. As discussed in my commentary on chapter 7 on the labor process, there has been a debate as to whether there was a fundamental change in Marx's analysis of capitalism from his discussion of alienation in the 1844 manuscripts to the theory laid out in Capital. I argue that Capital includes concrete elaborations of his earlier theoretical discussion of four forms of alienation, i.e., of how capital, 1. controls workers on the job, thus alienating them from their labor, 2. owns their product and uses it against them, 3. pits workers against each other, alienating them from each other, and 4. by imposing its will, alienates workers from their very species being. Substantiation of this argument requires showing how Marx's analysis in Capital elaborates these themes despite the absence of any explicit use of the term alienation. In this chapter, however, he does use the term, and his use deserves some attention. Since, before he enters the process, his own labor has already been alienated on from debt from him, appropriated by the capitalist, and incorporated with capital, it now, in the course of the process, constantly objectifies itself so that it becomes a product alien to him from their product. Point 1. Marx here describes two forms of alienation. The first refers simply to the sale of labor power. This is a vernacular use of the term alienation, just meaning to go away from or be taken away from. Here the term does not seem to refer to any of the four forms that Marx discussed in the 1844 manuscripts. The second use, however, refers to what happens in the course of the labor process, during production. The capitalist utilization of the use value of the worker's labor power results in a product owned by the capitalist. This is the second form mentioned above. When Marx goes on to point out how that product becomes capital, i.e., into value that sucks up the worker's value-creating power and thereby becomes an alien power that dominates and exploits him, too, we have, explicitly, all the elements of the second form of alienation discussed in the manuscripts. The reproduction of the worker. The more important issue concerns the reproduction of workers and their labor power as an integral part of capitalist reproduction. The key passage concerns the reproduction of capital as a social whole, of the capitalist class and the working class. The capital given in return for labor power is converted into means of subsistence which have to be consumed to reproduce the muscles, nerves, bones and brains of existing workers, and to bring new workers into existence. Within the limits of what is absolutely necessary, therefore, the individual consumption of the working class is the reconversion of the means of subsistence given by capital in return for labor power into fresh labor power which capital is then again able to exploit. It is the production and reproduction of the capitalist's most indispensable means of production, the worker. The individual consumption of the worker, whether it occurs inside or outside the workshop, inside or outside the labor process, remains as aspect of the production and reproduction of capital, just as the cleaning of machinery does, whether it is done during the labor process, or when intervals in that process permit. The fact that the worker performs acts of individual consumption in his own interest, and not to please the capitalist, is something entirely irrelevant to the matter. Point 3. Let us examine this passage in some detail. First, the capital given in return for labor power is the wage, the variable capital invested in the hiring of workers. As we have seen before, this can be represented, from the capitalist point of view, as M.L.P., the exchange of money for labor power. Or, from the worker's point of view as L.P.M., the sale of labor power for money. Second, the conversion of the wage into the means of subsistence refers to all those expenditures workers make on commodities necessary to reproduce their labor power, example food, clothing, music, transportation, housing, and so on, or M.C.M.S. Third, all such things must be consumed in order to reproduce the muscles, nerves, bones and brains of existing workers, and to bring new workers into existence. In other words, individual consumption must reproduce the labor power of existing workers and produce the next generation and its labor power. The key point, from the capitalist point of view, their consumption must be production, the production of labor power. Leaving it to the workers. Now Marx's final comment in the above passage notes that the fact that the worker performs acts of individual consumption in his own interest, and not to please the capitalist, is something entirely irrelevant to the matter. From the workers' point of view, their entry into the labor market provides a means toward their own interest, the elaboration of their own lives. For them, consumption is not production, it is simply living. On this Marx elaborates in Chapter 1, Volume 2 of Capital. M.L. is the sale of labor power on the part of the worker, the owner of labor power. We can say labor here, as the wage form is presupposed. What is M.C.M.L. for the purchaser, is here, as in every other sale, L.M.C.M. for the seller, the worker, in this case the sale of his labor power. The latter is for the seller of labor the first stage of circulation, or the first metamorphosis, of the commodity, Vol I, Chapter 3, 2a, it is the transformation of his commodity into its money form. The worker spends the money thus received bit by bit on a sum of commodities that satisfy his needs, on articles of consumption. The overall circulation of his commodity thus presents itself as L, M, C, i.e., firstly as L, M, C, M, and secondly M, C, i.e., the general form of the simple circulation of commodities, C, M, C, where money figures simply as an evanescent means of circulation, as merely mediating the conversion of one commodity for another. Point 4. But this little circuit, L, M, C, fails to capture the central point of this part of Chapter 23. From the capitalist point of view, working class consumption must involve the production of labor power. As we have seen, the industrial circuit of capital can be represented by the following sequence, what Marx calls the circuit of money capital. M, C, LP, MP, Pi, C, M. Where Pi stands for the industrial production process. Nowhere in Marx's writings, not even in Part 1 of Volume 2 of Capital, where he sketches a detailed analysis of that circuit, and analyzes it from two other points of view, Is there a parallel symbolic representation for consumption qua production of labor power? Point 5. However, there is nothing to prevent us from using his same notation to represent just such a parallel process. Thus, as I suggested in my comments on Chapter 1, we can represent what Marx is saying in the above passage by LP, M, C, MS, PC. LP asterisk, where PC represents consumption as production of labor power and LP asterisk is the labor power produced. The sense of this circuit of the reproduction of labor power is the same as his circuits of industrial capital. It represents a sequence of processes through which a key element of capital is reproduced. Recall that I have given the final LP asterisk an asterisk instead of a prime, example LP, because while in Marx's notation primes are used to designate unambiguous increases in value, the work of consumption has ambiguous effects. Procreation that generates new workers, or worker success in struggle may increase the value of labor power, but more housework that substitutes for purchased goods or services may reduce the value of labor power. After the passage quoted above, Marx comments that the capitalist may safely leave this consumption qua production of labor power to the workers' drives for self-preservation and propagation. 6. Almost immediately, however, he gives a counterexample of South American mine owners forcing their workers to eat beans as well as bread to increase their strength and productivity. Point 7. What are we to make of this contradiction? Marx's comments reflect what he was seeing around him in England and what he was reading in the reports of the factory acts inspectors, a general tendency on the part of capital to minimize wages and neglect the needs of workers. He also drew repeatedly from Engels's book The Condition of the English Working Class, 1845, that gives many vivid illustrations of such minimization and neglect and the resulting misery of British workers. Point 8. Although Marx calls the South American mine owners' oversight of their workers' diet crude, in historical retrospect we can see them as harbingers of the capitalist future. As workers' struggles reduced the working day to 12 hours, then 10 hours and then 8 hours, they freed more and more time for living. More and more consumption could be freed from mere production of labor power. Those working class successes forced capitalists to rely more and more upon two strategies, one that Marx analyzed extensively and one that he did not. The first was relative surplus value, the second was intervening in workers' off-the-job lives, in their free time to make sure that their consumption resulted in the production and reproduction of labor power. Chapters 12 to 15 detail Marx's analysis of the former strategy. The sketchiness of this chapter shows how little attention he paid to the latter strategy. We must do better. As capitalists' active interventions in shaping workers' lives have multiplied, so has our need to understand what they have been doing so that, as in production, we can discover how best to deal with their efforts. Analyzing those interventions requires applying to capitalist strategies in the sphere of reproduction the same kind of close, detailed examination that Marx applied in the sphere of production. Where he examined the basic outlines of the labor process, Chapter 7, some forms of cooperation, Chapter 13, the division of labor in industry, Chapter 14, and the dynamics of technological change, in Chapter 15, we need to examine the concrete forms of such relationships in reproduction relevant to our contemporary struggles, not just as examples to illustrate the theory, but to help us decide what future directions we should take. While a systematic investigation goes beyond the scope of these commentaries, I will briefly illustrate applying his analysis of the labor process to the sphere of reproduction. In Marx's analysis there are three elements: the workers, their tools, and the raw materials upon which they work to fabricate commodities. When the commodity being fabricated is labor power, how are we to understand these elements? The workers include all kinds of people, beginning with housewives and children in school and continuing through waged workers on and off the job, prostitutes, teachers and so on. The tools would include everything used by those people to produce and reproduce labor power: kitchen and dining equipment, washing machines, irons, beds, computers, school books, training manuals, self-help books, playgrounds, footballs, condoms, and sex paraphernalia, music CDs, film DVDs and so on. And the raw materials? Those are the people themselves, from children to adults. Applying Marx's understanding of the labor process as active workers using tools to transform passive, will-less, nature to reproduction reveals how efforts to shape human beings according to capitalist needs involves destroying the autonomy of their own will and subordinating it to that of capital. The process is easy to recognize in the human subordination of other animals' wills, example breaking horses to the saddle, or slaving oxen to the plow, and in the enslavement of some humans by others. Harder to recognize is the parallel relationship between capitalists and ostensibly free workers. Yet this is precisely what we discover in the analysis of primitive accumulation and in that of alienation. To the degree that capitalists are successful in such subordination, we must recognize how family life, procreation, child-rearing, education, and training are not shared activities of socially interactive, free human beings, they are poisoned by alienated relations of power. Once we understand this, we can grasp the nastier aspects of the various hierarchies capital imposes on our relationships, example the patriarchal dimension of capitalist reproduction. Men's power over women in their daily lives not only mediates the latter's relationship with capital, but requires their dehumanization, via the subordination of their will, directly to that of men, indirectly to that of capital. For years feminists have pointed out how patriarchy involves men demanding services from women. But where those services merely reproduce male labor power, their own labor counts as work for capital as well as work for men, whether those services are provided on the job by waged women or off by the unwaged. Recently brought back into the spotlight by the #MeToo movement, one aspect of men's efforts to dominate women has been sexual, to satisfy male desires for control, sexual release, and progeny, with the desires of women either ignored or manipulated into compliance. That movement should remind us that one of the discoveries by feminists in the 1970s was how few of their mothers and grandmothers ever experienced any real pleasure in sex and mostly viewed it as an onerous obligation, sometimes tolerated and sometimes rejected, by deploying such weapons of the weak as fatigue, headaches, or nervous breakdowns, feigned or real. In this domain, the labor process of reproduction involves the dehumanization of women to the degree that they are beaten physically and or psychologically into will-enslaved objects to be used and abused. Parallel concrete forms of such dehumanization and alienation can be discovered within the many, many different labor processes in the sphere of reproduction. Recognizing and revealing such relationships has been key to organizing collective resistance and to beginning the search for more fulfilling alternatives. The personal narratives that triggered the #MeToo movement not only resulted in an outpouring of hitherto hidden stories of manipulation and domination, but fueled a resistance already spurred by attacks on women in other domains, example rights to good health care, including abortion. Such is the circulation of struggle in the sphere of reproduction out of shadows and into light. Schemas of reproduction. In chapters 23 through 25, as Marx distinguishes between simple and expanded reproduction, his exposition is largely verbal. In Volume 2 of Capital, however, he reworks the tableau économique of François Quesnay, 1694–1774, to model the requirements of reproduction and to distinguish between simple and expanded forms. Quesnay, the main theorist of the physiocrat school of political economy in the 18th century, developed his tableau to trace/demonstrate the interlinkages of the economy and to argue how, in his view, all expansion could be traced back to the work of farmers on the land, the only truly productive workers. Like Adam Smith before him, Marx found Quesnay's approach to analyzing the circular flows of the economy useful, while disagreeing with his interpretation, especially his privileging of land/farming as the unique source of value. So, in Volume 2 of Capital, he suggests his own formulation of those flows, first for simple reproduction and then for expanded reproduction. In what follows I will only sketch his analysis of simple reproduction, holding a discussion of his parallel treatment of expanded reproduction over for chapter 24 that deals with that subject. Marx's analysis divides the economy into two sectors, or departments. All those circuits of industrial capital that produce the means of production are regrouped, or aggregated, into Department I. All those circuits of industrial capital that produce the means of subsistence are aggregated into Department II. Using his value theory, the value of the output of each department can be represented in the same manner. Department I equals C1 plus V1 plus S1. Department 2 equals C2 plus V2 plus S2. For capitalist society to reproduce itself, certain conditions must be met. First, Department I must produce enough of the means of production to replace those used up in its own activities, C1, plus enough to replace those used up in the activities of Department 2, C2. Second, Department 2 must produce enough means of subsistence to sustain/reproduce the labor power employed in its own activities, V2, plus enough to sustain/reproduce the labor power employed in Department I, V1. Third, given the assumption that none of the surplus value is reinvested, but is consumed by capitalists, Department 2 must also produce enough consumer goods for the capitalists of both departments to buy with their surplus value. These conditions can be represented in the following manner. Department I must produce C1 plus C2. Department 2 must produce V1 plus V2 plus S1 plus S2. If, and only if, these conditions are met can simple reproduction take place, i.e., can the system reproduce itself from period to period. In the language of Chapter 23, not only must capital organize its productive activities to maintain the quantity of its raw materials and the effectiveness of its tools and machines at the current level, but it must also make sure that enough food, clothing, housing, etc. are produced to make possible the reproduction of the current number, and effectiveness, of the labor force. Meeting these requirements necessitates an appropriate balance between the activities of the two departments. Failure to achieve that balance creates a crisis in the ability of the system to reproduce itself. Indeed, some Marxists have leaned heavily on these schemes in advancing the thesis that capitalist crises originate in such disproportionalities. There are limits to this schema. First, there is no discussion of the labor processes in either department, only their outcomes in terms of value, neither the processes of replacing depreciated physical capital, nor the processes of maintaining labor power. These processes, and the parallels between them, are touched on in Chapter 23, but not in these schemas. Second, as Marx will make clear in Chapter 25, the ability of capital to keep its currently employed workers working, at profitable wages, also requires that it produce and reproduce what he calls the reserve army, unwaged workers whose demands for jobs and wages keep pressure on those with jobs to accept wages and working conditions that they might refuse in the absence of such pressure. This is true whether we are talking about simple reproduction, Chapter 23, or expanded reproduction, Chapter 25. In both cases, capital must reproduce not only those who are waged, but also those who are unwaged. Therefore, the output of the means of subsistence in Department 2 destined for the working class, i.e., V1 plus V2 must be sufficient to feed, clothe, etc. To greatly varying degrees, of course, not only the waged but also the unwaged. But nowhere is this explicit in the schema. I will return to this in my analysis of Chapter 25. Economists, productive and unproductive consumption. Marx highlights how both capitalists and political economists have differentiated between working-class consumption necessary to capital and any consumption that goes beyond that and only benefits the workers themselves. Point 9. He cites James Mill, David Ricardo, and Thomas Malthus as all considering any working-class consumption over and above what capital requires as unproductive. Their concepts of what constitutes productive versus unproductive consumption clearly express the viewpoint of capital itself. Adam Smith insisted on distinguishing between the unproductive use of money, example rich landlords hiring large numbers of retainers, and the productive use of money as capital, i.e., hiring workers who produced products upon which a profit could be earned. Marx, in Volume 3 of Capital, retained a similar distinction between investments of money in mere mercantile buying and selling or financial dealings versus investments in industrial production. In this chapter's discussion of working-class consumption, Marx accepts the economist's usage, even embracing Thomas Malthus's assertion that workers' consumption is not even productive to themselves. The workman is a productive consumer to the person who employs him, and to the state, but not, strictly speaking, to himself. Point 10. Marx's formulation is, in reality, the individual consumption of the worker is unproductive even from his own point of view, for it simply reproduces the needy individual. 11. But he follows this with, even it's the working class's individual consumption is, within limits, a mere aspect of the process of capital's reproduction. The caveat within limits refers, of course, to the degree to which workers achieve some degree of life autonomous from capital over and beyond the simple reproduction of their labor power. This was the worry of the capitalists and of their economists. They knew that in periods of upturn and tight labor markets workers were sometimes able to achieve increases in wages from which they alone benefited. Marx was well aware of this phenomenon, not only because the economists that he read were aware, but because such increases in wages were occurring around him during upswings and because there was debate among working-class strategists about the importance of struggles to win such gains. Embracing such struggles, Marx argued against those who thought they were a waste of time because eventual downturns and rising unemployment would eventually hammer wages back down. Point 12. The important point here, I think, has nothing to do with the periodic fluctuations in wages, and hence variations in the degree to which working-class consumption became unproductive for their employers, but rather the simple fact that such consumption could, and has, occurred, and that therefore, there is something like a counter-concept of productivity from our point of view. To the degree that we consume in ways that escape or go beyond simply reproducing our labor power, that consumption is autonomously productive of our lives, even if unproductive from the point of view of capital. Instead of being part of the self-valorization of capital, it becomes an aspect of our own self-valorization autonomous of capital's desires and projects. Vocabulary, their and ours. Terms such as productive, unproductive, self-valorization, as well as their roots, production, valorization, and even consumption fit the vocabulary of capital, even if we use them in an inverse sense to express our own point of view. We do better, I think, to seek out, and use, a vocabulary untainted by such vile origins and associations. Capital may find it convenient both theoretically and ideologically to reduce our various life activities to the categories of consumption and production, but we will find it more enlightening to break out of such reductionism and to contemplate our activities as irreducible and complex variety. When we prepare, serve, and eat food, especially in a social setting, we are not merely consuming, something the fast food industry seeks to make brief, for high turnover and increased sales and profit. On the contrary, in preparing food we can be engaged in a creative search for, as the Chinese say of their cooking, a harmonious combination of tastes, shapes, smells, colors and textures. We can also be engaged in the preparation of gifts for our friends and or families, gifts of ourselves objectified in our dishes. In that preparation, we may well be engaged in cooperation and collaboration, mutual aid, in the language of Kropotkin. In eating together, we can be sharing the pleasures of food laced with love and the joys of cooperation. Our meal times can be moments of the sharing of our lives through conversation, stories, body language, and facial expressions. Eating together may have collective spiritual significance, and so forth. Let us not allow the reductionism of capital's economists to guide our language and our lives. Let us rather learn from poets and artists how to talk about and appreciate all the dimensions of human experience, both individual and social. Point 13. Labor power and the transmission of skills. The chapter ends with a discussion of how the reproduction of workers and their labor power requires the transmission and accumulation of skills, especially from one generation to another. 14. Marx already touched upon this in chapter 6, but here he takes the opportunity to illustrate how acutely aware capitalists are of this necessity. He quotes at some length from Edmund Potter, 1802-83, who argues against allowing cotton mill workers to emigrate away from British mills during the downturn in employment brought on by the disruption in cotton imports caused by the American Civil War. Potter emphasizes how such workers are the mental and trained power which cannot be replaced for a generation. Better than allowing them to emigrate, he argues, the state should spend the money necessary to force them to accept some local occupation or labor. While, in response, the Times of London mocks Mr. Potter's proposal to sustain them by alms and, most likely, to keep down their discontent by force, it too worries about the loss of skill due to unemployment. Human machinery will rust under inaction, oil and rub it as you may, and the possibilities of such workers running amok in our great towns. 15. Over time, these kinds of concerns did lead to increasing state intervention in the transmission and accumulation of skills, especially from one generation to another, often under the goad of private enterprise or their philanthropic spin-offs, such as Rockefeller's General Education Board. Today, part of the crisis of the school brought on by both student struggles and capitalist efforts to reorganize its labor force for better control has been a fierce debate over the relative role of private versus public schools. Capitalists have sought to frame that debate, not surprisingly, primarily in terms of which kind of school, private or public, can best prepare young people for the labor market. That framing obviously seeks to exclude other questions we might well consider more important, such as which kind of school provides a better terrain for fighting to liberate learning from its subordination to skill transmission and the capitalist world of work. Chapter 24, The Transformation of Surplus Value into Capital. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, Capitalist Production on a Progressively Increasing Scale. The inversion which converts the property laws of commodity production into laws of capitalist appropriation. Section 2, The political economist's erroneous conception of reproduction on an increasing scale. Section 3, Division of surplus value into capital and revenue. The abstinence theory. Section 4, The circumstances which, independently of the proportional division of surplus value into capital and revenue, determine the extent of accumulation, namely, 1. The degree of exploitation of labor power, 2. The productivity of labor, 3. The growing difference in amount between capital employed and capital consumed, and 4. The magnitude of the capital advanced. Section 5, The so-called Labor Fund. Preliminary commentary. This chapter opens the discussion of expanded reproduction, or accumulation, by highlighting the utilization of surplus value for investment. Extremes of income and wealth inequality in capitalism have often provoked critics to emphasize greed as the motivation for capitalist actions, especially policies that have enriched some and impoverished others, such as repeated tax cuts for the very rich and attacks on social programs that benefit working families. One result has been a long history of capitalists being caricaturized as obese Mr. Moneybags, surrounded by bags of money, sometimes sitting on the shoulders of gaunt, ill-clothed workers. Such motivations on the part of individuals and such policies, while quite real and recurrent within capitalism, are considered by Marx as secondary, albeit functional, to the primary social use of surplus value as investment, as the expenditure of money on the resources and labor necessary to impose ever more work, and thus the extension of the capitalist social order. Section 1, Capitalist Production on a Progressively Increasing Scale. The inversion which converts the property laws of commodity production into laws of capitalist appropriation. Outline of Marx's analysis. Surplus value can be employed for capitalist consumption, as revenue. For investment, as capital. Net revenue, sales minus costs, is the money form of surplus value. It becomes capital when invested in more means of production and the hiring of more labor. Expanded reproduction must include new MP, beyond replacement of used-up MP. New LP, workers. New MS to sustain them. Wages to purchase enough MS to support an expanding labor force. Not a circle, but an expanding spiral. The laws of private property that assume equal exchange hide the real relationship. Equal exchange, assuming wages equals value of labor power, mystifies the real content of the relationship. i.e., surplus value equals unpaid labor stolen from workers. Property rights were once grounded in labor. Example: John Locke's theory of property 16. But in capitalism, property equals the right to appropriate the labor of others. General law of commodity production equals law of exchange equals exchange of equal values. Marx assumes this to always hold. Yet exploitation exists. Generalization of commodity production only occurs when labor power becomes a commodity. Commentary. There are two basic points in this section. First, for capitalism to expand beyond simple reproduction, the surplus value earned through the exploitation of workers and accruing to capitalists as money realized through the sale of the commodities produced by those workers, must be invested rather than consumed. Second, in his analysis of such investment, Marx assumes equality in exchange. But, because the extraction of surplus value constitutes the very unequal exploitation of workers, the laws of exchange hide the reality of the situation. Investment, by corporations, by philanthropies, and by the state. In simple reproduction, where the existing situation is merely reproduced, all surplus value is consumed, either by the capitalist class to whom it belongs or, perhaps, by the beneficiaries of any charity the capitalists might distribute to the poor. Marx doesn't discuss charity, but others of his time were aware of this secondary consumption of surplus value. Some, such as the parson Thomas Malthus, upon whom Marx both draws and frequently mocks, argued against it. 17 Others, such as the French novelist Émile Zola, 1840–1902, in Germinal, 1885, based on investigative research into the mining industry, sketched biting portraits of such condescension in the annual bestowal of charity on impoverished coal miners by the mine owners' wives. Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, 1868, portrays such charity during the American Civil War. 18. In expanded reproduction, or accumulation, surplus value is invested to buy more means of production and acquire additional labor. 19 This expands the imposition of work, the scale of production, the amount of output, and the amount of surplus value/money realized from enlarged sales. For this to occur, current production must supply not only replacement means of production but also new raw materials and equipment to expand production. At the same time, it must also supply sufficient means of subsistence to support an expanding working class. Thus, in accumulation, ordinary wages must suffice, not only to maintain existing workers but also to increase their numbers. 20. In the language and symbolism of Marx's reproduction schemes, for the present organization of capitalist society to reproduce itself on an expanded scale, new conditions must be met. First, Department I must produce enough of the means of production to replace those used up in Department I and II, and enough to meet the needs of new investment in each department. Second, Department II must produce enough of the means of subsistence to sustain/reproduce the labor power employed in Departments I and II, and enough to sustain/reproduce whatever new labor is employed with the surplus value realized and invested in each department. These conditions can be represented in the following manner. Department I must produce C1 plus C2 plus C1 new plus C2 new. Department II must produce V1 plus V2 plus V1 new plus V2 new. If, and only if, these conditions are met, can investment be successful and expanded reproduction take place. While in Marx's exposition the production of new means of production and the expansion of the labor force were financed by new investments, the 19th and early 20th centuries saw a few, extremely wealthy capitalists discover a new way to achieve these same goals, philanthropy, which must be distinguished from charity. Most people understand charity to be made up of small gifts, sometimes drawn from capitalist profits but more often drawn from wages, offered to improve the lives of a few in dire need, these days often deductible from one's taxable income. But philanthropy is a much more extensive use, not of wages, but of surplus value for purposes of social engineering. Any close examination of such well-known philanthropies as those associated with the Rockefellers, with Henry Ford, or with Bill Gates reveals that their expenditures amount to sizable investments in either the shaping of labor power, or in the development of new technologies and strategies aimed at achieving socio-political goals. A few examples follow. The early efforts by John D. Rockefeller's General Education Board to support the expansion of public schooling in the southern states and to transform the Southern family through the development of home economics, were paralleled by those of the Rockefeller Sanitary Commission, 1909-15, that financed an anti-hookworm campaign in the same region. 21 Both philanthropic expenditures were investments, designed quite consciously to transform and improve the quality of the Southern labor force. 22. Unlike, say, the corporate financing of a gym to help their own employees stay in shape, be productive and reduce health care costs, these philanthropic investments were aimed at improving the quality of the labor force in the region, no matter who their future employers might be. These capitalist philanthropies finance social investments in the interests of the capitalist class as a whole. 23. Similarly, philanthropies have often invested in the development of new technologies aimed at improving productivity throughout much of society, far beyond any personal profit motives of those supplying the funds underwriting such research. Motivated by the desire for a more stable labor force, the funding of agricultural research centers by the Rockefeller and Ford Foundations in the post-World War II period was aimed at the development of new, higher-yielding varieties of grain to boost food supplies in the Third World. 24 They believed this could reduce unrest and rebellion caused by hunger. The new high-yielding varieties of wheat and rice at the heart of the so-called Green Revolution were aimed at removing causes of red revolutions. 25 In all these cases, surplus value was expended not to improve the means of production or to expand the labor force of particular corporations, and thus not aimed, directly, at expanded reproduction, but rather at the expanded reproduction of an exploitable labor force, as opposed to a rebellious one, necessary for accumulation and or improved productivity that would generate greater relative surplus value and greater profits generally. Thus, philanthropy involves social investment and social engineering. Not surprisingly, given the influence of powerful capitalists on public policy as well as the demonstration effect of successful private programs, these private philanthropic investments have often become the starting point for similar investments by the state. The General Education Board's lobbying in support of public education in the southern states successfully led to the organization of public schooling by state governments. Similarly, the Rockefeller Sanitary Commission's campaigns led to broader government programs of public health. 26 And, of course, there have been extensive government expenditures on productivity-raising research of all kinds. For the most part, such government efforts have been financed with taxpayer money, mostly drawn from the wages of workers. Section 2, The Political Economist's Erroneous Conception of Reproduction on an Increasing Scale. Outline of Marx's analysis. The classical political economists were correct to emphasize how hired retainers, example butlers, housemaids, are unproductive because they produced no new products on which a profit could be realized. Whereas industrial workers, who produce such profitable products, are productive. They were also correct to distinguish hoarding where money or things are just piled up, from capital investment where money is spent to buy new means of production and labor power that are put to work. 27 So, consumption of surplus product by productive workers is, indeed, a characteristic feature of the process of accumulation. Adam Smith is wrong to pretend that accumulation is nothing more than that consumption. Because invested surplus value takes the form of both constant and variable capital. Because wages buy the means of subsistence which are consumed, not by productive labor, but by the productive worker. Commentary. Marx dwells on this error of classical political economy because it goes without saying that political economy has not failed to exploit, in the interests of the capitalist class, Adam Smith's doctrine that the whole of that part of the net product which is transformed into capital is consumed by the working class. How is this doctrine exploited? By providing an ideological cover for the real exploitation of workers. Evoking this doctrine, business can tout how workers gain from capitalist profits and their investment, because, ultimately, the workers consume it all. 28 In both this section and in the next, Marx critiques this ideological ploy and, along the way, further clarifies his own analysis of how the normal functioning of capitalism involves the exploitation of workers. Marx's acceptance of the classical political economy distinction between productive and unproductive labor can be found not only in this chapter but in many places, especially Volume 3, where he uses it to distinguish between the productive labor of workers in industry and the unproductive labor of workers in commerce and finance. It turns out that Marx's retention of this distinction is much more problematic than its original use by Smith. Working during the latter part of the 18th century, The Wealth of Nations was published in 1776. Smith was preoccupied with calling attention to how manufacturing industry was supplanting landed property as the major source of wealth. The traditional landed aristocracy in Britain maintained huge country estates, opulently furnished inside and surrounded by extensive and lavish formal gardens, tended inside and out by hordes of retainers paid out of rents obtained from tenants on the owner's vast land holdings. 29 The supplanting of rents by profits occurred both in the gradual transformation in the management of the great landed estates from mere rent-taking to capitalist methods, chapter 29, and in the rise of capitalist manufacturing, chapter 31. Writing in the 19th century and primarily focused on a fully developed capitalist system, Marx sharply distinguishes between the spheres of exchange/circulation and of production. Indeed, we are not formally introduced to the sphere of production until chapter 7 on the labor process. Here, Marx draws the same sharp line between equality in the sphere of exchange/circulation and inequality in the sphere of production as he did at the end of chapter 6. The sphere of circulation or commodity exchange is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. It is the exclusive realm of freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. When we leave the sphere of simple circulation, or the exchange of commodities, a certain change takes place, or so it appears, in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae. He who was previously the money owner now strides out in front as a capitalist, the possessor of labor power follows as his worker. The one smirks self-importantly and is intent on business, the other is timid and holds back, like someone who has brought his own hide to market and now has nothing else to expect but a tanning. 30. Despite this sharp association of productive labor with factories and the industrial production of things, there are times when Marx recognizes how service labor, when organized by capitalists as opposed to servants working for the wealthy, can also be productive of surplus value. One example analyzed in Part 1 of Volume 2 of Capital is transportation. On the face of it, the transportation of commodities seems an obvious moment of circulation, a necessary moment of buying and selling because buyers are often far from the location of the producer. This is true whether the seller is the original industrial capitalist or wholesalers and retailers who have bought to resell. Actual sale, therefore, depends on transportation to deliver the use value to purchasers. However, Marx recognizes that transportation is more than just a moment of circulation. He notes that while physically a commodity at point A may be the same after being transported to point B, whether miles of roads or oceans away, there is a real difference. A shirt manufactured and warehoused in Manchester, England has zero use value for a buyer located in the United States, Australia, or India. For the seller to sell, the buyer must be able to realize the use value of the item purchased, and for that to happen the commodity must be transported to the buyer. When this happens, he writes, what the transportation industry sells is change of location. 31 Therefore, he continues, the useful effect is inseparably connected with the process of transportation, i.e., the productive process of the transport industry. The exchange value of this useful effect is determined, like that of any other commodity, by the value of the elements of production, labor power and means of production, consumed in it plus the surplus value created by the surplus labor of laborers employed in transportation. 32. In Marx's time, this meant the labor of loading vehicles, lighters, and ships, driving or sailing them and unloading them all counted as productive labor. As transportation methods improved rapidly in the 19th century, railroads were being built and steamships were replacing sailing vessels. The new kinds of labor associated with these technologies counted, in Marx's view, as productive labor. As in manufacturing, capitalists in the transportation sector were investing in new kinds of machines and new kinds of labor to put people to work and extract surplus value. The key questions for deciding whether any labor is productive are: 1. Does that labor produce a new product, be it a thing, a service, or a useful effect? And 2. Does the sale of that new product realize a surplus value? It is entirely secondary, according to Marx in Volume 2, whether such labor takes place within the sphere of production or the sphere of circulation. Accepting this reasoning means we must ask the same questions of labor employed everywhere. Let's examine this issue in the spheres of education and of finance. Education and the question of productive versus unproductive labor. Investment in education can be productive of surplus value in two ways. First, raising the productivity of labor power results in a rise in the relative surplus value. The investments of the Rockefeller's General Education Board successfully promoted state investment in public schooling and raised the productivity of the Southern labor force. Second, capital can also be invested in private schools with the aim of directly realizing surplus value from the labor of teachers and other school employees. Marx used just such an example from outside the sphere of material production in Chapter 16 and in Results of the Immediate Process of Production. In the latter text, Marx writes, "A schoolmaster who instructs others is not a productive worker." Example: the governesses and tutors of upper-class children, who would be counted among those unproductive retainers discussed above. But a schoolmaster who works for wages in an institution along with others, using his own labor to increase the money of the entrepreneur who owns the knowledge-mongering institution, is a productive worker. But for the most part, work of this sort has scarcely reached the stage of being subsumed even formally under capital and belongs essentially to a transitional stage. 33. But, as workers forced down the length of the working day and freed their children from waged labor, something which has not yet been achieved by millions of families around the world, the number of knowledge-mongering institutions multiplied. Sometimes they have been byproducts of capitalist efforts such as those of the Rockefeller General Education Board. Sometimes they have been direct investments, such as the recently proliferating for-profit technical schools. In retrospect, what he was observing was an early moment of a truly epochal transition from a capitalism based primarily on manufacturing to one based primarily on services. Similarly, services provided by unproductive retainers on the great estates have come to be provided by waged workers employed by capitalists. Where the landed gentry employed extensive kitchen staffs, housemaids, launderers, and gardeners, increasingly such work is done by caterers, restaurants, laundry, cleaning and landscaping services, all employing waged workers generating surplus value. Where the masters of such estates hired nannies and tutors for their children, such work was taken over by for-profit daycare centers and schools. Over time, these capitalist-provided services became available to waged and salaried workers as well. Successful struggles to raise wages and reduce the working day led to increasing expenditures of wages and salaries on services. This has been especially true where women have fought to substitute purchased services for their own unwaged domestic labor, cooking, cleaning, child care, etc., intensified where women have entered the labor force and sought to avoid a double working day of waged work in one part of the day and unwaged work in the other. But what of administrators, teachers, and staff in public schools, whose costs, including fixed capital costs, salaries, and wages, are paid for by tax revenues and are ostensibly non-profit? Because neither the service being produced, the conversion of life into labor power, nor the product labor power are sold for a profit, such workers clearly do not directly generate surplus value/profits in the same manner as those employed in for-profit private schools. However, as with the activities of students, to the degree that their labor does successfully produce labor power and the cost of that labor power to the capitalists who buy it is lower than it would be otherwise, their profits will be higher. Therefore, the labor of those administrators, teachers, and staff in public schools, like that of students, turns out to be productive for capital in the sense that the higher the productivity of the labor power produced, the greater the surplus value. Hence, the ceaseless efforts by private industry both to shape public schooling to produce the kinds of workers desired and to ensure public schooling is mostly financed out of workers' wages. 34. Finance and the question of productive versus unproductive labor. Turning to labor expended in the sphere of finance, which Marx quite pointedly considered unproductive in Volume 3 of Capital, we are obliged today to examine that sphere as carefully as he examined transportation and schooling in his day. Workers in the financial industry produce services that their bosses sell. One service many workers find vital are mortgages, loans that allow them to buy homes today and pay for them over a long period of time. Another is banking services, insured deposits, where money can be safely stored, and credit cards that, like mortgages, allow workers to obtain goods today and pay for them later. Such loan services may be far costlier than the borrower initially realizes, even fraudulently marketed. But that is true with many products, from foods, supplements, and drugs that don't supply the nutrition or health benefits advertised, to automobiles and other products that do not perform as marketed. Nevertheless, they are still new products produced by workers for their employers and sold by the latter to make a profit. Once identified, the labor processes that produce services provided by the financial industry can be researched just as with industrial production or transportation or schooling. Traditionally, legions of Bartlebys scribbled away in the back rooms of financial houses creating and processing the paperwork used to provide such services. 35 More recently, investment in computers has spread dramatically in the financial industry, displacing some workers, but many still fill forms and shape the final products. That this labor has proved profitable has been glaringly obvious to those who have followed recent financial crises, brought on, in part, by how the financial industry has fashioned and handled the marketing of its products. That a few profited immensely, while many lost their jobs, wages, and commissions characterizes most capitalist crises. So why did Marx consider the financial industry, and the labor employed within it, to be unproductive? The answer he gave in Volume 3 of Capital argued that the profits of the financial industry, summarized as interest, were but a share of the surplus value that resulted from the labor of workers in productive industrial spheres. This paralleled his reasoning about the unproductive nature of labor in commerce. In both cases, he thought, to the degree that such labor merely contributed to buying and selling and thus took place uniquely in the sphere of exchange where he assumed equality, it was unproductive and constituted merely the faux phrase of circulation. The above examples show that a far closer examination of the financial industry is required than Marx provided. A cursory dismissal of all labor in that industry as unproductive just won't do. 36. Section 3, Division of Surplus Value into Capital and Revenue. The Abstinence Theory. Outline of Marx's analysis. Surplus value can be either consumed by capitalists, SC, or invested, SI. Capitalists can do both, consume some surplus value and invest some. Total S equals SI plus SC. In the short run, this is a zero-sum game, upward arrow SI downward arrow SC. As capital personified, the motivating force is SI. Diversion into SC counts as a robbery committed against the accumulation of his capital. Historically, there is an evolution in the attitudes of capitalists. Early on, the capitalist of the classical type brands individual consumption as a sin against his function. As capitalist development proceeds, as surplus value grows and as the availability of luxury goods expands, capitalists' attitudes change. There develops in the breast of the capitalist a Faustian conflict between the passion for accumulation and the desire for enjoyment. Marx quotes Dr. Aiken at length on this historical evolution. An historical turning point came with the July Revolution in France. Rebellion on both sides of the Channel. Owenism in England, Saint-Simonism, and Fourierism in France. Senior's abstinence theory replaces capital with abstinence. but this is totally inappropriate in an epoch in which capitalists live in luxury, with the ratio SC/SI extremely low. Rather, it is the workers who are forced to abstain from consumption due to their endless exploitation by capitalists. Commentary. Following several pages sketching the history of capitalist attitudes toward consumption and investment, Marx critiques and mocks Nassau Senior's abstinence theory, a theory concocted by replacing the word capital, considered as a means of production, with the word abstinence that refers to capitalists' choices. Senior's theory, he shows, amounts to the resurrection and glorification of the attitudes and practices of the capitalists of a much earlier era, when individual capitalists struggled to accumulate, a struggle often requiring personal sacrifice. But, he maintains, it is totally inappropriate for the more modern capitalism of the 19th century, when capitalist enterprise and development have grown to such a degree that the conventional degree of prodigality requires very little diversion of surplus value and therefore has very little effect on the rate of accumulation. Senior would, Marx sneers, have us feel sorry for the self-chastisement of this modern penitent of Vishnu, the capitalist, and revere that peculiar saint, that knight of the woeful countenance, the abstaining capitalist. 37. In the dawn of the capitalist era, it was easy to find emphatic rants against self-indulgence on the part of those who extracted surplus value. In a footnote, Marx provides a very long quote from Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546, condemning usurers, that old-fashioned but ever-renewed specimen of the capitalist. Luther wrote, "Whoever eats up, robs, and steals the nourishment of another, that man commits as great a murder, so far as in him lies, as he who starves a man or utterly undoes him. Such does a usurer, and sits the while safe on his stool, when he ought rather to be hanging on the gallows, and be eaten by as many ravens as he has stolen guilders, if only there were so much flesh on him, that so many ravens could stick their beaks in and share it." 38. He might also have quoted almost any of the merchant capitalists whose sage advice to their monarch almost always included tirades against consumption and calls for abstinence and investment. One such was Thomas Munn, who condemned the general leprosy of our piping, potting, feasting, fashions, and misspending of our time in idleness and pleasure, contrary to the law of God, and the use of other nations, hath made us effeminate in our bodies, weak in our knowledge, poor in our treasure, declined in our valor, unfortunate in our enterprises, and condemned by our enemies. 39. Once a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth, and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity, luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. This necessity can be understood in two senses. First, with the expansion of capitalist operations, both at home and abroad through colonialism and foreign trade, the ability to obtain credit from the ever more important but also ever more unstable financial sector, required a solid reputation in the business world. Reputations depended on successful investments, but also the perception of success created by one's representation of oneself and one's enterprise. Second, the rising capitalist class challenged the old landed elite, not only in terms of providing the wealth of nations but politically and socially. New capitalist money vied with old landed money for recognition and social valorization. Although capitalists would eventually displace the landed aristocracy as the ruling elite, they fought to do so not only in the formal political sphere, example pushing the supremacy of the House of Commons over the House of Lords in Britain, but also in the social sphere. For a good while, they did so by emulating many of the social practices and graces of the old aristocracy. Thus, another need for luxurious display as an essential element of self-representation. This social tension was treated extensively in the novels and social commentaries of the time, my favorite being Jane Austen's portrayal of the vainglorious Bingley sisters in Pride and Prejudice, 1813, who repeatedly make fun of those in trade, i.e., capitalists. The role of self-representation was taken up and made famous by the American economist Thorstein Veblen in his analysis of conspicuous consumption. While we can debate the degree to which Veblen's ideas were derived from Marx, both clearly perceived how capitalists divert at least some of their profits into self-representation for both business and social motives. Whatever an individual capitalist's personal proclivities, Marx insists, the development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external and coercive laws. Point 40. In other words, the capitalists who ignore the pressures of competition and divert too much of their surplus value into personal consumption may soon find themselves outcompeted and driven from the field by those who have devoted more attention and resources to accumulation. Point 41. This is one of the reasons why, for the most part, Marx is only concerned with individual capitalists to the extent that their behavior accurately embodies the values and dynamics of the system. Thus, there are good capitalists whose behavior strengthens the system, especially those who invest surplus value to expand the means of production and the number of people put to work, and bad capitalists who behave as if they think the only purpose of being a capitalist is to get rich and flaunt one's wealth. The latter often pursue money and wealth along paths of speculation and get-rich-quick schemes instead of contributing through real investment to the expansion of the social relations of capitalism. I first came across economists critiquing such bad capitalists while I was in graduate school in the 1960s. The topic was economic development in the Third World, and the critique blasted the strategy, put forward by W. A. Lewis, to spur investment by transferring income from consumers to capitalists. Point 42. The problem with the theory, suggested my professor, Tibor Saitovsky, 1910-2002, was that it assumed that the capitalists who received the increased income would invest it. History has amply demonstrated, he argued, that many so-called capitalists were more interested in buying expensive houses on the Italian Riviera or new race horses or fast cars than they were in investing in the expansion of production and employment. Indeed, for many years a great many economists were convinced that in newly independent countries government policy makers, often trained and groomed by their once colonial masters, were the primary repository of the skills required for managing capitalist investment and accumulation. This was one source of the plethora of state enterprises that would, many years later, come under attack by neoliberal ideologues as being inefficient and deserving of privatization. In the 1980s, as union busting, attacks on wages, the deregulation of business, especially of finance, and the Reagan-era celebration of getting rich spread, such critiques began to reappear in American culture. One example was the movie Wall Street, 1987, with Michael Douglas playing Gordon Gekko, an unscrupulous corporate raider who became famous for uttering a line already associated with the Reagan era, "Greed is good." 3 years later came Pretty Woman, 1990, in which Richard Gere played another corporate raider, only this time the raider was rescued and brought into the domain of good capitalism, putting people to work building big ships, by the intervention of a hooker with a heart of gold played by Julia Roberts. With the latest financial crisis, 2007-12, also brought on by financial fraud and rampant unregulated speculation, new movies were made in the same vein. These included the documentaries Capitalism, A Love Story, 2009, directed by Michael Moore, Inside Job, 2010, directed by Charles Ferguson, HBO's drama Too Big to Fail, 2011, A New Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps, 2010, with Michael Douglas still playing Gordon Gekko, Margin Call, 2011, directed by J.C. Shander, and, most recently, The Wolf of Wall Street, 2013, based on the memoirs of a Wall Street speculator enriched by securities fraud and corruption. In short, understanding what makes for successful accumulation and what undermines it shapes one's grasp of both its successes and its failures, its periods of booms and its periods of crash and collapse. Section 4, the circumstances which, independently of the proportional division of surplus value into capital and revenue, determine the extent of accumulation, namely, 1. The degree of exploitation of labor power, 2. The productivity of labor, 3. The growing difference in amount between capital employed and capital consumed, and 4. The magnitude of the capital advanced. Outline of Marx's analysis. Rate of surplus value, S/V equals the degree of the exploitation of labor power. Upward arrow in S/V can result from upward arrow productivity of labor. Upward arrow in S/V can result from upward arrow hours of work. Upward arrow in S/V can result from downward arrow wages. We have assumed wages equals value of labor power, equal exchange of LP for M, but capitalist efforts to downward arrow wages, even below the value of labor power, have been common. Capitalists in one country have often complained about local wages being higher than those in other countries. Capitalists have examined diets to see how close wages could be pushed to the bare minimum of biological subsistence. Adulteration of food and medicines have reduced their prices, and thus the minimum subsistence wage. Parish charity, the poor rate or the workhouse have helped keep wages below the value of labor power. Longer hours, while keeping total wages constant, raises the amount of surplus product, the amount of absolute surplus value and the rate of surplus value, S/V. Reduces the cost of tools, per unit of output, and raises the rate of profit and rate of accumulation. Especially in extractive industries, example mining, quarrying, where tools are the only constant capital. With upward arrow productivity and S/V constant, the mass of S rises. If SI/SC constant, then consumption of capitalist can rise with no decrease in the fund for accumulation, no more zero-sum game. With an upward arrow in productivity and a higher level of S/V, real wages can rise, even as the value of labor power falls. But a downward arrow in the value of labor power, the same value in variable capital, therefore sets in motion more labor power and consequently, more labor. An upward arrow in the productivity of labor also lowers the value of constant capital. C. As the application of science to industry improves technology, so old machines are replaced by newer and cheaper, but generally more productive ones. Therefore, a given amount of surplus value can generate more and more accumulation as time goes on. As the hashtag of workers and mass of capital increases, the more does the sum of value increase that is divided into a fund for consumption SC and a fund for accumulation SI. With the total mass of SI plus SC growing, the capitalist can therefore live a more pleasant life, and at the same time renounce more, i.e., allow SC/SI to fall. Commentary. The first part of this section provides a rare moment in Capital apart from Part 6, where Marx discusses the wage struggle, focusing on the desire and sometimes the efforts of capitalists to lower wages to increase surplus value/profits and accumulation. With his frequent quoting of various authors lamenting high wages of English workers, as opposed to those in other countries, these paragraphs are reminiscent of Chapter 10 on the struggle over the length of the working day and his later discussion in Chapter 22 on national differences in wages. Among those quoted are an unnamed 18th-century writer who reveals, Marx says, the innermost secret of English capital, i.e., the effort to force down English wages to the French and Dutch level. That writer, in turn, quotes a North Hampshire manufacturer who claims workers in France survive very well on a diet considerably more restricted than that of English workers. The American Benjamin Thompson, 1773 to 1814, goes so far as to propose a specific recipe for the preparation of a cheap soup based on barley, Indian corn, and herring sufficient, he says, to feed 64 men. Such quotations demonstrate how carefully capitalists have calculated the minimum wage that could imaginably support workers at the level of bare subsistence. When the classical economists spoke of a subsistence wage, they meant exactly that. However, it is worth remembering Marx's analysis in Chapter 6 on the buying and selling of labor power that subsistence is socially and historically determined. Today economists and sociologists determine basic needs or the poverty line, i.e., the income below which one is declared to be poor or in poverty, varying their estimates according to local requirements. Thus, to avoid being poor in New York City requires more money than avoiding being poor in Podunk, Mississippi, because of differences in the cost of things like food, clothing, housing, heating, and transportation. What is true across regions is also true through time as requirements for producing and reproducing labor power changes. Computer techs working for Dell in Austin, Texas today need to be able to buy computers to keep up their skills, unlike cowboys on the King Ranch when beef production dominated the Texas economy in the 19th century, or workers juggling pipes and chains on drilling rigs around Beaumont during the oil boom in early 20th century. One part of this discussion throws some light on the debates of the early 19th century over the Corn Laws, introduced in 1815 at the end of the Napoleonic Wars to artificially sustain the high price of wheat which had prevailed when imports from the continent were cut off. On one side, capitalists and their spokespersons, including David Ricardo, wanted to remove the laws and sought to mobilize workers to that end with promises of cheaper bread. On the other side, landlords, whose rents were high as a result of the laws, and their supporters, including Thomas Malthus, fought to keep the laws and high rents intact. What the capitalists kept from the workers to whom they appealed for support was how their calculations of the subsistence wage would drop with any fall in the price of bread. Their real objective was to reduce rents and wages while increasing profits. As Marx goes on to show, wherever it was feasible, capitalists would try to pay less than the bare minimum if they could get someone else to provide the difference between what they paid and that minimum. One source of such support was parish charity and the workhouse. If, for example, local charities would provide workers with clothes, wages could be reduced accordingly. The contemporary relevance of this material should be obvious. In place of parish relief, a variety of federal, state and local programs provide the difference between existing wages and a subsistence income, making it possible for capitalists to hire workers for less than the value of their labor power. The level of wages is still determined by struggle, but among the least powerful sectors of the working class we find millions who cannot even earn a subsistence wage and depend on taxpayer-financed public subsidies to survive, subsidies as diverse as food stamps, food banks, school lunches, general hospitals for the indigent, homeless shelters, and so on. Such underpaid workers can be found in places as diverse as Walmart and the University of Texas at Austin. To such obvious subsidies we must add all of those that reduce the costs of basic subsistence goods, such as food and clothing. I am referring here to the vast federal and state agricultural subsidies, paid for primarily by taxes on middle-class income, that keep down the price of food and raw materials. These last include cotton, used in clothing, not to mention subsidies to the energy sector that keeps down the costs of fertilizer, other agricultural chemicals, the raw materials of synthetic fibers and, most recently, the price of ethanol. Just as the capitalists fought to eliminate the Corn Laws in the early 19th century to reduce the price of bread, so have they in the 20th and 21st centuries lobbied for and obtained vast subsidies to keep down the price of bread and many other consumption goods, so they can pay low wages. Of course, it is also true that reducing such subsidies is a weapon for attacking the real wage and forcing it down, not only for workers living with a subsistence income but for all workers. Such reductions have been common elements of the structural adjustment policies imposed by the International Monetary Fund and capitalist banks during the decades of the international debt crisis of the 1980s and 1990s, as well as the current efforts to impose austerity reduced real wages and standards of living on the working classes in Europe and the United States. All of these attacks are capitalist responses to earlier working class successes in fighting to increase wages, benefits, and programs that have subsidized their income and standards of living. The dominant rationale for current attacks is the existence of debt crises wherein various governments have borrowed heavily from the international banking system to finance their expenditures, including those that support working class income and well-being. Naturally, when we examine the reductions demanded by these austerity policies, we discover that the main cuts in government expenditures are those that benefit workers. Section 5, the so-called Labor Fund. Outline of Marx's analysis. Marx, Capital. Fluctuates with the division of surplus value into revenue and additional capital. Yet, classical political economy has always liked to conceive social capital as a fixed magnitude of a fixed degree of efficiency. This became dogma with Bentham. This dogma has been used to argue that the amount of capital that can be converted into labor power is fixed, to justify telling workers that there is no point in fighting for higher wages. Because fixed, it can only be redistributed over available workers. To put the division of the total capital into constant and variable capital off limits to discussion or negotiation. Classical political economists, such as H. Fawcett, equated the wages fund with the circulating capital of a country. The average possible wage will be determined by the size of the labor force over which it is distributed. Fixed and circulating capital is not equal to constant and variable capital. Commentary. Eventually economists set aside the wages fund doctrine, as it is mostly known today, in part because they came to recognize precisely the point that Marx made about the flexible and fluctuating character both of capital in general and of the part invested in hiring labor. John Stuart Mill, for example, after having set out and embraced the doctrine in his Principles of Political Economy published in 1848, recanted his support in an 1869 book review article. 43 The theory, he writes, rests on what may be called the doctrine of the wages fund. But is there, he then asks, such a thing as a wages fund, in the sense here implied? Exists there any fixed amount which, and neither more nor less than which, is destined to be expended on wages? His answer? There is not. He made his case thusly. If we choose to call the whole of what he possesses applicable to the payment of wages, the wages fund, that fund is coextensive with the whole proceeds of his business, after keeping up his machinery, buildings, and materials, and feeding his family, and it is expended jointly upon himself and his laborers. The less he expends on the one, the more may be expended on the other, and vice versa. The price of labor, instead of being determined by the division of the proceeds between the employer and the laborers, determines it. If he gets his labor cheaper, he can afford to spend more upon himself. If he has to pay more for labor, the additional payment comes out of his own income, perhaps from the part which he would have saved and added to capital SI, thus anticipating his voluntary economy by a compulsory one, perhaps from what he would have expended on his private wants or pleasures SC. There is no law of nature making it inherently impossible for wages to rise to the point of absorbing not only the funds which he had intended to devote to carrying on his business, but the whole of what he allows for his private expenses, beyond the necessaries of life. The real limit to the rise is the practical consideration, how much would ruin him, or drive him to abandon the business, not the inexorable limits of the wages fund. This, of course, was one of Marx's points published 2 years earlier. As with Marx, Mill very clearly sees how this doctrine has been used to undermine workers' wage struggles and how once we recognize the falsity of the doctrine, we must also see that it cannot be used to justify arguing against those struggles. Mill wrote, "The doctrine hitherto taught by all or most economists, including myself, which denied it to be possible that trade combinations can raise wages, or which limited their operation in that respect to the somewhat earlier attainment of a rise which the competition of the market would have produced without them, this doctrine is deprived of its scientific foundation, and must be thrown aside. The right and wrong of the proceedings of trades unions becomes a common question of prudence and social duty, not one which is peremptorily decided by unbending necessities of political economy." Finally, Mill argues that this critique justifies the struggles of workers and their unions for a greater share of the wealth they produce. It has made it necessary for us to contemplate, not as an impossibility but as a possibility, that employers, by taking advantage of the inability of laborers to hold out, may keep wages lower than there is any natural necessity for, and converso, that if work people can by combination be enabled to hold out so long as to cause an inconvenience to the employers greater than that of a rise of wages, a rise may be obtained which, but for the combination, not only would not have happened so soon, but possibly might not have happened at all. The power of trades unions may therefore be so exercised as to obtain for the laboring classes collectively, both a larger share and a larger positive amount of the produce of labor, increasing, therefore, one of the two factors on which the remuneration of the individual laborer depends. Spreading rejection of the wages fund doctrine in the latter part of the 19th century was facilitated by the rise of a new economic doctrine that provided new weapons against workers' wage struggles. That new doctrine was marginalism, its rise often called the marginal revolution, and the name we know it by today is neoclassical microeconomics. The fruit of the work of several economists, of whom those most closely associated with its crafting were William Stanley Jevons, 1835–82, Marie-Esprit Leon Walras, 1834–1910, and Karl Menger, 1840–1921. Its spread to hegemony in the English-speaking world was primarily due to its embrace by Alfred Marshall, 1842–1924, who elaborated these new ideas in the Economics of Industry, 1879, written with his wife Mary Paley, 1850–1944, and in his Principles of Economics, 1890.44. The weapon provided by the new marginalist or neoclassical doctrine was the concept of the marginal productivity of labor, or, put more generally, the neoclassical doctrine that each factor of production is due the value of its marginal product. Whereas the wages fund supposedly defined an absolute upper limit to what workers could possibly receive, so, according to this new doctrine, labor should neither expect, nor struggle, to achieve any more than the value of its marginal product. Moreover, the doctrine argued that given free markets, labor would receive neither more nor less than the value of that product. The only possibilities of exploitation in this theory were those few cases, due to imperfectly competitive markets, where labor received less than the value of its marginal product. The theory raised an obvious question: what is meant by the value of a factor's marginal product? The marginal revolutionists' answer was to replace labor as the source of value, by utility. Jeremy Bentham, the same Bentham Marx mocks in this chapter, was one of those who popularized the concept of utility as a replacement for labor as a source of value. 45 That this new doctrine provided a weapon against the struggles by labor to raise wages, and other benefits, is not surprising, given the attitudes of its creators. Let us examine those of Jevons, who saw great dangers to both workers and society in union wage struggles. In a lecture given in 1866 to primary school teachers about the importance of teaching economics to working-class children to avoid the evils of class struggle, we find the following. The best example I can give, however, of the evils and disasters which may accompany progress is to be found in trade unions and the strikes they originate and conduct. Of these I may say, in the words of a recent article of the Times, that every year sees these organizations more powerful, more pitiless, and more unjust. Such atrocities as that reported from Sheffield are but the extreme cases of a tyranny which is at this very moment paralyzing the large part of the trades of the country. There is one great disaster, almost the greatest that I can figure to myself. It is that our working classes, with their growing numbers and powers of combination, may be led by ignorance to arrest the true growth of our liberty, political and commercial. 46. So strongly did Jevons fear such struggles that 2 years later in 1868 he undertook to lecture trades unionists directly. While he approved of the efforts by unionists to reduce working hours and improve working conditions, he deplored any effort by them to raise wages above the value of their marginal product and argued that not only would such efforts be doomed to failure, but any success would be injurious to the welfare of the community. He told them that if some of them succeeded, it would be at the expense of others. Higher wages, he said, would lead to higher prices and thus a lower standard of living for other workers who had to consume the higher-priced goods. If workers as a class succeeded, it would raise all prices, thereby undermining the value of whatever increase had been gained. Real wages would still be limited. In short, Jevons's interpretation of the new marginalist doctrine accepted in a manner altogether parallel to the reasoning of those who had embraced the wages fund doctrine that wages had an upper limit. In the new theory, this limit was set by the value of its marginal product, and any effort to exceed that limit was doomed. The implication that Jevons draws from this, for the edification of workers, is that the best way to achieve increases in wages is to collaborate with their employers in improving the productivity of labor, which will, through market forces, be returned to them in the form of higher wages. Now it must be noted that Jevons not only saw, and argued, that this path was a better one for raising wages but that it was a path to the transcendence of the class struggle. He argued that as wages rose, workers could earn enough and save enough to become capitalists themselves, and as they did, they would abandon their objections to capitalism. But all this is changed for the man who has even a moderate amount of savings. Not only does he disarm sickness or misfortune of half its terrors, but he may also, by cooperation, become his own employer, and then he will, I presume, cease to complain of the tyranny of capital. 47. Marx's analysis, of course, has demonstrated why such a path may work for this or that worker, but it is delusional to think that it would work for all, or even for most, given the nature and dynamics of capitalism. Despite his opposition to wage struggles, there was a progressive insight at the core of Jevons's thinking, one that would be largely ignored by capitalists for many years to come. The insight was how increases in labor productivity made it possible for real wages to rise without undermining profits, the marginal productivity of capital, or provoking inflation. Over time, a few economists, such as Alfred Marshall, and a few capitalists, like Henry Ford, would recognize and accept this principle, but it would not be until John Maynard Keynes demonstrated that the principle was applicable at the level of the whole economy that capitalists would begin to see wage struggles and wage increases as not only compatible with the system but potentially a vital motor of its development. All of this was implicit in Marx's analysis of relative surplus value, but unlike these economists who were devoted to the promulgation of capitalism, he was not preoccupied with discovering how workers' struggles might be compatible with it but rather with how they might lead beyond it. Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, A growing demand for labor power accompanies accumulation if the composition of capital remains the same. Section 2, A relative diminution of the variable part of capital occurs in the course of the further progress of accumulation and of the concentration accompanying it. Section 3, The progressive production of a relative surplus population or industrial reserve army. Section 4, Different forms of existence of the relative surplus population. The general law of capitalist accumulation. Section 5, Illustrations of the general law of capitalist accumulation. A. England from 1846 to 1866. B. The badly paid strata of the British industrial working class. C. The nomadic population. D. Effect of crises on the best paid section of the working class. E. The British agricultural proletariat. F. Ireland. Section 1, A growing demand for labor power accompanies accumulation if the composition of capital remains the same. Outline of Marx's analysis. Composition of capital. Value composition, ratio of constant to variable capital, C/V. Technical composition, arrangement of means of production and living labor power, MP/LP. Organic composition, value composition insofar as it is determined by the technical composition, CO/VO. Individual capitals and branches of production. Compositions differ within a branch. Average gives composition of branch. Total social capital of a country. Average of branch compositions equals average composition of total social capital. Growth of total social capital means growth of the working class. Reproduction on an expanded scale equals accumulation. Accumulation equals expanded reproduction of the classes, multiplication of the proletariat. Proletarian equals wage laborer. Classical political economists recognized essential role of labor in growth of capital. Argued workers had to be kept poor to have incentive to work, but not too poor. Malthus's principle of population blamed workers for their poverty. Rising wages, he said, meant more workers and lower wages. Policy conclusion, keep wages low, no poor laws. Marx mocks him as a plagiarist and many of his fellow Protestant pastors as hypocrites. Business cycle. Against Malthus blaming cycle on changes in workers' wages. Marx argues wages fluctuate primarily as a function of the demand for labor. In periods of rapid growth, demand rises, wages rise. In downturns demand falls, wages fall. Commentary. Marx's opening remarks on the composition of capital harken back to the analysis in Chapter 15 on relative surplus value. There we saw how efforts to offset reductions in the working day by raising productivity involved capitalists replacing troublesome workers with compliant machinery. He suggests that the introduction of more machinery per worker can be formulated as a rise in the technical composition of capital, something we can represent symbolically by MP/LP, the material configuration of means of production and labor power. 48 Looked at from the point of view of value invested, increased expenditure on machinery raises the value composition of capital, or C/V, a ratio of the value invested in constant capital, C, to that invested in variable capital, V. However, because the value composition can change independently of any change in the technical composition, 49 Marx calls the value composition when changes are only due to changes in the technical composition the organic composition of capital. To differentiate, we can represent the organic composition of capital as CO/VO. So, C/V can change, even if CO/VO does not, but any change in CO/VO is also a change in C/V. Therefore, whenever he refers to changes in the organic composition he is talking about a change in the technical composition, but in value terms. Eventually, especially in Volume 3 of Capital, we find that Marx's analysis of some tendencies to crisis are formulated in terms of the organic composition of capital. 50. Although we can analyze these various compositions of capital at every level of the economy, from individual enterprises through branches of industry to the total social capital, it is with this last alone that we are concerned here. 51 In other words, the subject is the expansion of the total social capital. It is therefore vital to be clear about what Marx means by accumulation. Had he defined accumulation merely as an expansion of the total social capital, it would be easy to confuse accumulation with economists' concepts of growth, or, taking qualitative changes into account, with concepts of economic development. But he doesn't leave it at that. He carefully defines accumulation in social terms as the reproduction of the capital relation on an expanded scale, with more capitalists, or bigger capitalists, at one pole, and more wage laborers at the other pole. 52 In other words, what is being accumulated are the antagonistic class relationships of capitalism. Unlike economists who recognize neither classes nor class antagonism, and think of growth in terms of aggregate production functions such as Q equals F, K, L, where factors of production K, capital, and L, labor, produce output, Q, that grows as the economy expands, Marx re-emphasizes here that his interest is precisely those antagonistic relationships within which K, MP or C, L, LP in action or V, and Q, C and M, are only elements or moments. He then proceeds to discuss the dynamics of accumulation in terms of the relationships between the classes. In this first section he assumes that the composition of capital, by each definition, remains the same, so that when capitalists invest, their money buys more means of production, MP, and labor power, LP, in the existing configuration. He relaxes this assumption in the next section. Under this assumption, capitalist investment increases the demand for labor power and puts upward pressure on wages as capitalists compete for available workers. 53. Marx then brings this association between investment and the demand for labor to bear on the analysis of the fluctuations in business activity. He recognizes how downturns and upturns were recurring periodically, but his real interest lay not in their periodicity but how major downturns constituted crises for capitalism. That is to say, large-scale layoffs, rising unemployment and increased poverty could lead to worker-led uprisings and a crisis for capitalist control. Although capitalists had repeatedly overcome such crises and restored accumulation, he never assumed that they would always succeed. Unlike economists who prefer the term business cycle, optimistically presuming that downturns will always be followed by upturns, for Marx each major crisis opened the possibility of the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. Assuming a constant composition of capital, as he does in this section, rapid accumulation was achieved by capitalists hiring more labor, sometimes buying new machines and processing more raw materials to produce more output, whether in agriculture, manufacturing, or services. At some point, however, accumulation slows and then turns down, the boom becomes a bust, a crisis for capital, often a dramatic collapse with bank panics, firms going bankrupt or being taken over by others. Among a working-class population whose wages are already near subsistence, the associated rapidly rising unemployment and falling wages create another kind of crisis: sickness, evictions, and starvation. Forced to bear the human costs of downturns, workers sometimes agree that they have nothing to lose but their chains and explode in revolt. Such explosions were not just a theoretical possibility for Marx but part of his own experience. The dramatic international economic crisis of 1847 was followed by the 1848 revolutions on the European mainland. Marx and Engels followed the crisis closely, analyzing it in their journalism. 54 When revolution erupted in Germany, both traveled there to participate in the uprising. Although the rising failed and both returned to England, Marx subsequently provided a detailed analysis of the parallel uprising in France in a series of articles later published under the title The Class Struggles in France 55. Among theories of the business cycle put forward by economists, that of Malthus became popular with business. He argued that two related phenomena cause downturns: 1. The emergence of a glut, more output being produced than the market could bear, resulting in falling sales, prices, and profits, and 2. Rising wages. Although rising wages might help absorb rising output, he warned, they would also result in workers having more children. The resulting expansion of the supply of labor, he argued, would soon reduce wages, reduce buying power and accentuate glut. His reasoning assumed workers breed like rabbits, that increased income would inevitably result in more children. In his theory, the only checks on population growth were hunger, disease or war. In short, his theory argued against wage increases and was wielded against both workers' efforts to utilize tight labor markets to raise wages and against the poor laws of the time supported by middle-class humanitarians that sought to support the income of the unemployed through various forms of welfare. Against this theory that blamed workers for their poverty, Marx argued that the primary determinant of the rise or fall of wages was fluctuations in the demand for labor power. Accumulation, he reasoned, often tightened labor markets as the demand for labor expanded and facilitated workers' battles for higher wages. But the fall in wages occurring during downturns were due to cutbacks in investment that reduced demand for labor power, not an excessive growth of population. Eventually, demographers, studying the relationship between income and family size, would provide support for Marx's position on this issue. Identifying what they came to call the demographic transition, they would observe how rising income would lead people to reduce the birth rate and the size of their families, the exact opposite of Malthus's assumption. 56. The real source of downturns, Marx argued, was reduced investment in response to declines in profits. When, as a result of rising wages, the surplus labor that nourishes capital is no longer supplied in normal quantity, a reaction sets in, a smaller part of revenue is capitalized, invested, accumulation slows down, and rising wages come up against an obstacle. 57 The rise of wages is therefore confined within limits that not only leave intact the foundations of the capitalist system, but also secure its reproduction on an expanding scale. 58 Despite such limits on increases in wages, Marx supported struggles to raise wages and those that sought to limit their reduction during downturns. 59 Although he doesn't discuss it at this point, Marx argues that one source of Malthus's glut lies in the tendency of capitalists to hold down wages, which in turn limits the ability of workers to purchase the goods they have produced. 60. Marx ends this section by evoking how different things would be if objective wealth was there to satisfy the worker's own need for development instead of capitalists' need for profits and control. 61. Section 2, a relative diminution of the variable part of capital occurs in the course of the further progress of accumulation and of the concentration accompanying it. Outline of Marx's analysis. As capitalists invest in machinery, MP/LP rises, so too does C/V. But C/V rises less than MP/LP because per unit value of MP declines. Increase in social productivity of labor, via MP/LP, involves cooperation on a large scale, creation of systems of machinery, harnessing of gigantic natural forces. Accumulation involves increased scale of production via two processes: the concentration of capital via investment that creates new capital, the centralization of existing capital via mergers and takeovers of existing capital. Commentary. In this section, Marx drops the assumption that the composition of capital remains the same and analyzes some aspects of what is involved as the LP in MP/LP and the V in C/V experience a relative diminution as a result of the relative surplus value strategy. He notes how the value composition of capital, C/V, tends to rise less than the technical composition, MP/LP, because the introduction of productivity-raising machinery in the production of the means of production reduces their per unit value. So, while labor power is employed using ever more machinery and transforming ever more raw materials, the decline in the value of the means of production means that the increase of the difference between constant and variable capital is therefore much less than that of the difference between the mass of the means of production into which the constant capital, and the mass of labor power into which the variable capital is converted. The former difference increases less with the latter, but in a smaller degree. 62. Clearly, as in Part 4, what motivated this analysis was Marx's observation of the spreading use of machinery in factories, mines, and agriculture and the associated relative decline in the use of labor power. Unexamined here, but previously evoked in his Grundriss notebooks of 1857 and later implied in his comments in Volume 3 of Capital on the results of a rising organic composition of capital, is the dangerous consequence of this capitalist strategy, a declining need for labor to produce wealth, a decline that undercuts capital's ability to impose work and can inspire the rejection of any need for capitalists as managers of production. 63. As capitalists strove to cope with workers' struggles for less work and to expand markets, the scale of production grew steadily. Marx examines two ways capitalists achieve greater scale. First, individual capitalists invest in expanding their operations. They build new factories, buy machinery for those factories, produce or contract for raw materials and hire more workers. This process, he calls the concentration of capital. Second, one capitalist buys out, or takes over, the operations of another, combining existing production facilities. Such combining he calls the centralization of capital. This choice of words can be confusing because it became common for economists to speak of increasing industrial concentration when referring to what Marx calls the centralization of capital. Indeed, governments compile statistics on the degree to which various industries are concentrated as part of their effort to monitor the degree of competition and the need for antitrust regulation. That preoccupation arose as the result of public opposition to monopolistic practices and the demand for antitrust regulation, thanks in large part to the revelations of investigative journalists into the practices of large-scale business operations. 64. Drawing on some changes introduced by Marx in the French translation of Capital, Engels rewrote some of Marx's analysis to highlight the role of credit in the form of limited liability or joint stock companies. Throughout the 1850s and 1860s, Marx followed the rapid expansion of the financial industry and published many articles on the growing role of credit in financing both concentration and centralization. The issuance of stock, or the exchange of certificates of part ownership in a firm for money, facilitated the drawing together of disposable money, whether the retained profits of firms or the savings of individuals. This process enabled centralization in the twinkling of an eye, a vast speed up in what had hitherto been a much slower process. 65 The preoccupation here, however, is not with the modes of centralization but only with their impact on the relationship between capital and labor. Marx concludes his analysis by noting that whether achieved by concentration or centralization, the increasing scale of production either attracts fewer and fewer workers in proportion to its magnitude or repels more and more of the workers formerly employed. 66 Both observations prepare the next section on the genesis of a reserve army of the unemployed. Section 3, the progressive production of a relative surplus population or industrial reserve army. Outline of Marx's analysis. As total invested capital, C plus V, rises, so does the demand for labor, but the organic composition, CO/VO, of the total social capital rises quicker than social wealth. Because simple accumulation is accompanied by centralization. So, the demand for labor, determined by VO, falls relatively to the magnitude of the total capital. As a result, while size of the working population grows, capital produces a relatively redundant or surplus population. The growth in surplus population involves the extrusion of workers, laying off or firing, increased difficulty in absorbing a growing working class, violent fluctuations in the economy. Law of population in capitalism, workers produce both the accumulation of capital, the means of their redundancy. Accumulation equals growth in number of waged workers plus growth in industrial reserve army. Industrial reserve army is a vital component of capital. Provides a mass of workers available when needed. Cycle of expansion and contraction produces and absorbs the surplus population. Duration of cycle is variable, will gradually shorten. Political economists and their popularizers recognized the need for an industrial reserve army. Increases in CO/VO. Reduce MP's capacity to employ workers. Increase the number of unwaged and enforces idleness. Facilitate increased intensity of labor and overwork. Partly by speed up, machine-driven work rhythms. Partly by the pressure of the unwaged reserve army on employed waged workers. Therefore, the movements of wages are determined by fluctuations in demand for labor. Not determined by fluctuations in supply of labor as Malthus et al. Claimed. Fluctuations in the supply of labor are much too slow to meet capital's fluctuating demands. Labor moves in response to variation in wage rates. From low-wage spheres of production to higher-wage spheres. A movement that eventually lowers higher wages. Apologetics of political economists sycophants of capital. Prate virtues of supply and demand when they meet the needs of capital. Abandon supply and demand and resort to force when they do not. Commentary. Marx's analysis in this section makes unambiguously clear that accumulation, i.e., the expanded reproduction of the antagonistic social relationships of capitalism, includes both the waged and the unwaged sectors of the working class. This implies rejecting the standard 20th century position of orthodox Marxism-Leninism that defined the working class purely in terms of its waged components and sought to subordinate the struggles of the unwaged to those of the waged. Working through this section, the need to complement analysis of the waged with that of the unwaged becomes obvious. Marx's demonstration of why accumulation includes the unwaged consists of showing, first, how capital constantly regenerates an industrial reserve army, and second, how that regeneration is vital to the dynamics of its development. The regeneration of the industrial reserve army takes place as capital's strategy of increasing the organic composition of capital results both in the expulsion of some waged workers and a reduction in the ability to absorb new unwaged additions to the growing labor force. Among both Marxists and economists, the emphasis has usually been on the expulsion, the laying off or firing of workers, and has derived from concerns about the loss of wages and reduced standard of living of such workers and the potential for revolt. Such concerns have been recurrent during periodic crises, especially during severe ones with high levels of unemployment. Concern with the ability of capital to absorb new unwaged additions to the working class has been associated with several different phenomena. First, lengthy, slow jobless recoveries from crises eventually worry economists not only because of the anger of those expelled who lost wages, but because of growing youth unemployment as new entrants to the working class are unable to find waged work. Having been subjected to fewer years of the discipline of imposed labor, young workers are less patient and more likely to revolt against the conditions in which they find themselves. Second, new entrants to the labor market come not only from population growth but also from new enclosures of subsistence agriculture. Where real investment has been weak and involving a high organic composition, accumulation has been unable to generate enough jobs to absorb rural, urban migrants who have formed a huge informal sector of largely unwaged workers who survive by organizing themselves in communities rather than being organized by capital in factories and offices. Capital's control of such unwaged sectors has, therefore, required supplementary methods, example police repression and urban planning, repeated physical destruction and dispersion of autonomous communities. Point 67 Where such methods have been severe, they have spurred both resistance and exodus, involving an often difficult to control level of working class mobility, including cross-border migration. Along with his own analysis of the genesis of the Industrial Reserve Army, Marx also highlights the recognition by political economists and historians such as Malthus and Marivalli, 1806-74, whom he quotes at some length, of the need for readily available unwaged workers. He also quotes the well-known popularizer for such political economic views, Harriet Martineau, 1802-76, who wrote stories embodying the apologetics of economists with the aim of convincing her readers that workers should accept their sorry lot as the inevitable consequence of the natural dynamics of social development. It was undoubtedly because of this role that Marx dismissively refers to her as an old maid. She remained unmarried until her death. His dismissal was unfortunate because despite her role as an apologist for capitalism, a great many of Martineau's writings called attention to and provided analyses of various aspects of the work of the unwaged. Indeed, in recent years she has been celebrated not only as the first woman sociologist but as an early analyst of the domestic labor of reproduction. Point 68 Instead of dismissing her, and her work, Marx would have done better to draw on it to amplify his own analysis of the Reserve Army. He then returns to the issue of the causes of fluctuations in wages and reiterates his argument that they are primarily the result of fluctuations in the capitalist demand for labor rather than the results of changes in labor supply. He makes this argument taking into account such phenomena as increases in the intensity of labor associated as he showed in Chapter 15 with the subordination of work to the rhythm of machines and the replacement of better organized workers by those more vulnerable. Evoking his analysis of how machinery is used to impose more work through speed up and the intensification of labor instead of freeing workers from labor, Marx points out the irony and injustice of the way capitalist development imposes overwork on some while denying others any chance to earn a wage. As he also made clear in Chapter 10, overwork is not just a theft of daily lifetime and energy, it also kills. In Japan, where it is all too common, death by overwork has a name, Karoshi. Point 69 It should have a name everywhere. His uncritical acceptance of the conventional vision of the jobless alternative to waged overwork as enforced idleness also limits his analysis. He readily uses the term unemployed to designate those without jobs. As I've indicated in my commentary on earlier chapters, the unwaged are rarely idle, the unemployed generally must employ their skills to survive. Both those who have lost their jobs and those who have yet to find one must work at trying to stretch what little money they have or finding ways to get more, whether from welfare or a new wage job or some creative, temporary gig in the informal economy. When, in the next section, Marx offers an analysis of the composition of the Industrial Reserve Army, the absence of this recognition becomes apparent. Fortunately, since he was writing, others have filled this gap in his work and often applied his ideas to the analysis of various domains of unwaged labor. Marx ends this section by mocking the hypocrisy of economists and other priests of capitalism who preach the virtues of the markets capitalists impose on us, but quickly abandon their catechism when force and state intervention serves them better. His examples we have seen before: crackdowns on workers' self-organization at home and violent colonization abroad. Recognizing such hypocrisy is particularly important today, when once again, in this era of neoliberalism, market worship forms the central ideological framework of contemporary economics and public policy, while the state wholeheartedly represses workers at home and abroad. Markets and force have always gone hand in hand. The state has always been the enforcer and protector of capitalist markets, from their forcible imposition to the use of force to maintain them, against both efforts to escape them and any violation of their rules, property ownership. In so doing, the state has played as central a role in the shaping of markets as private capitalists. Perhaps not since overt colonialism has this been as clear as during this period of trade agreements among capitalist nation-states. Whether multilateral or bilateral, they are ostensibly negotiated by governments, and then overseen by such supranational state institutions such as the World Trade Organization. In reality, such agreements are designed in secret and in collusion with capitalists, who desire arrangements that facilitate pitting weaker, generally lower-waged, workers overseas against stronger ones at home. Only by being able to export back to the country from whose workers they have fled can companies take advantage of cheap labor abroad to produce for domestic markets. Section 4, Different Forms of Existence of the Relative Surplus Population. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Outline of Marx's analysis. Relative surplus population possesses three forms: floating, latent, stagnant. Floating includes dismissed male workers who have reached maturity. Some emigrate, following emigrant capital. Replaced by younger workers, often female, often children. Work in large-scale industry burns up lives, shortens them. Early marriages produce child replacements. Latent includes those working in agriculture, not yet repulsed from the land. As capitalist development in agriculture proceeds, it generates a constant flow of outmigration. Stagnant includes those with extremely irregular employment. Typically, maximum of working time, minimum of wages. Chief form, so-called domestic industry, constitutes a growing proportion of surplus population. Workers' family size inversely related to income. Lowest sphere of stagnant exist in sphere of pauperism. Lumpenproletariat, i.e., vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes. Those able to work. Orphans and pauper children. The demoralized, ragged and unable to work. Older people. Victims of industry, the mutilated, sickly, widows, etc. Pauperism is the hospital of the active labor army and the dead weight of the industrial reserve army. Absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. The greater social wealth, the greater the industrial reserve army. The greater the reserve army, the greater the mass of surplus population. The greater the surplus population, the greater pauperism. Political economists have recognized some of this. Orts, Townsend, Storch, Sismondi, Stoyart. Commentary. This analysis of the composition of the unwaged industrial reserve army and surplus population not only details the conditions of life and situations facing various sectors but also argues their essential role in accumulation. Effectively, Marx shows, with few exceptions, how the surplus population is not really a surplus at all but necessary for capital to be able to meet its ever-changing demands for labor power and keep in check those it hires. The floating form. Today, the floating form corresponds to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics category of currently unemployed members of the labor force who are looking for waged work. Just as governments estimate the number of new hires additions to the active labor army as one index of the state of accumulation and the economy, so too do they estimate the number of the unemployed and their percentage of the labor force, the rate of unemployment. Drops in the rate are interpreted as a sign of accelerating accumulation and economic health, increases in the rate are taken as measures of deceleration or recession. These government-generated figures are regularly and dutifully reported by the capitalist media. Only outspoken critics of current government policies make a habit of pointing out how the rate of unemployment underestimates the degree of actual joblessness by ignoring those who have stopped looking for work and dropped out of the labor force. Underestimation serves the ideological needs of capital by hiding from frequent consideration all those sectors of the reserve army not included in the narrow definition of looking for work. The situation is akin to what we saw in chapters 19 to 21, how the wage, when defined as payment for labor, as opposed to payment for labor power, hides the existence of surplus labor. Marx reveals how, once you take into account the dynamics of their relationship to work, most members of the population, with the exception of the leisured few who live off the work of others, of the bedridden casualties of labor and of preschool infants and toddlers, make up a working class, whether they receive wages or salaries or not. Despite this, officialdom treats all of those sectors of the reserve army of labor who are not currently looking for paid employment as entirely separate phenomena. Although his treatment here is brief, his comments on how overwork burns up the lives of workers, shortening their life expectancy, is worth noting. So too is the correlation between short lifespans and large families. When he speaks of the premium set on the production of children, he undoubtedly had in mind the growing tendency of capital to replace adult with child workers and the need of poverty-stricken working-class families to render up their children to exploitation. Today, thanks to considerable research, we know a great deal more about both of these phenomena. As we saw in section 3 of chapter 10, work can not only kill quickly in industrial accidents, but also more slowly through continuous exposure to low levels of toxic chemicals and noxious substances, example cotton dust in textile mills, rock and coal dust in mining, that cause bisonosis, silicosis and pneumoconiosis, respectively. Then there's the poisoning of water, land, and air by pollution from industrial factories, mining, factory farming and energy generation. Added to such physical abuse, we also now know how stress, anxiety, and depression weaken the body and lead to health-destroying behaviors outside, as well as within, working hours. Beyond such direct workplace-related dangers, we are increasingly conscious of how the mining and burning of fossil fuels contribute not only to pollution and acid rain but to global warming, which affects not only those working but the larger environment and all of those living in it, human and non-human. Economists call such capitalist-spawned plagues by the euphemistic and depreciating term of negative externalities. The work of demographers revealing how the success of workers in raising their income generally results in smaller families because fewer children are needed as income earners must be complemented by more gender-specific considerations. Feminists have pointed out how the size of families is also determined by the degree of control that women are able to exercise over their own bodies. Against the patriarchal relationships that capital inherited, adopted, and promoted, women have long organized for greater freedom and self-determination. Part of that self-determination is the choice of whether or to what extent to have children. Everywhere women have won access to various methods of birth control and abortion, they have reduced the average number of children they have been willing to bear, and the size of families has dropped accordingly. To some degree, there has been a correlation between working class income and the success of such struggles. Where income is higher, and women win access to that income, their battles for self-determination are more easily financed, including their access to methods of contraception. Therefore, in those countries with higher average income and standards of living, women have been more successful in gaining control over their own bodies, procreating and rearing fewer children. The latent form. When we turn to the composition of the latent reserve army, it is evident that who can be considered a part of the sector varies historically. When Marx was writing, those still attached to the land, still being periodically driven off by the development of capitalist agriculture, constituted the larger part. Even today, a great many people are still subject to such repulsion. Enclosures, which once constituted primitive accumulation, have become a recurrent strategy of ongoing accumulation. But even in that earlier period, there were parallels between the situation of those still in agriculture and the situation of women and children in the families of waged workers in manufacturing. They were not immediately and automatically available as members of the floating reserve any more than those attached to the land were immediately available for employment in factories. Although some women and children sought independent income, many had to be driven into the labor market mostly by poverty, as others had to be driven off the land. Later, years after Marx died, when workers were successful in imposing not only further restrictions on the length of the working day but labor laws that liberated children from waged labor, they were effectively shifted from part of the active army or floating reserve into a position of latency. Typically, child labor laws forbid employers from hiring children, from birth to some legally determined age, usually in the teens. There were often exceptions, both legal, such as family and farm labor, and illegal, such as human trafficking, but vast numbers of children are only a latent source of potential labor power. As I have discussed in earlier commentaries, capitalists need those children, temporarily free from waged employment and exploitation, to be properly prepared to eventually enter the floating reserve. Thus, their incarceration in schools structured and designed to produce compliant and exploitable future participants in both the reserve and active armies of labor. Although school children are not engaged in producing commodities on which a profit can be earned, they are put to work producing labor power. So, although workers' struggles have liberated most children from waged exploitation, their youth is still being poisoned by the forced labor of schooling through which they are disciplined into accepting authority today of teachers, tomorrow of employers, and acquiring, to a greater or lesser degree, depending on their resistance, the skills and abilities required by those future employers. Although latent with respect to the active army of labor, capital still manages to impose unwaged work on children. The position of women, vis-a-vis labor, has also varied over time, the result of both capital's demands and women's struggles. In Marx's time, along with children, they were being driven from work in the latent to work in the active army. In the late 19th and early 20th century United States, laws and rules were passed excluding women from certain jobs, pushing many back into the latent reserves, despite a wave of feminist suffragette struggle when women marched out of workplaces and homes into the streets. In both the First and Second World Wars, women were drawn into waged labor to replace men mobilized as soldiers. Then, as soon as the wars were over, despite having demonstrated both their ability and willingness to work in industry, vast numbers of women had their wages snatched away and handed to demobilized soldiers as a family wage. With the rise of second-wave feminism in the 1960s, autonomously organized women fought for universal access to, and equal treatment in, whatever form of work they choose. The stagnant form. The closest modern equivalent of what Marx calls the stagnant form is made up of what economists call the structurally unemployed. This section, however, shows that to be a poor parallel. The structurally unemployed are defined as those who, having lost a job, discover it impossible to find another of the same kind. But the chief sort of the stagnant surplus population for Marx were workers actually at work in so-called domestic industry. As he explained in section 8 of chapter 15, the domesticity of this industry refers only to workers being employed in other workers' homes. There, he provided details of the exploitation of women and children. Here, he largely evokes such conditions and points out how they favor large and pauperized families. Stagnant describes the social condition and immobility of persons caught in such circumstances. Whereas workers in the floating and latent forms may eventually, or periodically, find jobs in one industry or another, those in the stagnant form are largely stuck. If they can work, they work at the most miserable, low-paying jobs. If they cannot work for wages too old, mutilated by capitalist machinery, or sickly because poisoned by working conditions, they may still contribute to the reproduction of labor power. Although Marx refers to pauperism as the hospital of the active labor army, it does not function like a real hospital where impediments to work may be repaired, but rather as a kind of obscene social hospice to which some are condemned to slowly die. The lumpenproletariat. In this subsector of the surplus population, which Marx places within general category of pauperism, he includes vagabonds, criminals, and prostitutes. We have already seen in Part 8 on primitive accumulation how vagabondage and petty crime were, like begging, active alternatives to the meek acceptance of entering the labor market in search of waged labor. Since Marx touched only briefly on such alternatives, we have been fortunate enough to have several Marxist historians delve much more deeply into examples drawn from the same period to which he makes reference, including the authors of such books as Albion's Fatal Tree, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea and the London Hanged. 70 From such studies we have learned much about the complicated relationships that have existed between wage earning and alternative modes of survival. Such studies have revealed how individual lumpenproletarians, that in Marx's brief treatment appear to be stuck in a stagnant state of pauperism, have often been quite mobile, moving among the alternatives available to them, including waged labor. Studies of more recent periods, including the present, have revealed much the same. Prostitution is one survival strategy, which Marx includes among those of the lumpenproletariat, that deserves closer treatment than he accords it. In the 19th century, the dominant image of the prostitute seems to have been the fallen woman, often a woman who had not fallen but been pitched into poverty and recourse to prostitution by being gotten with child and then abandoned by the man responsible. With the extended family rapidly disappearing under the pressure of expropriation and the need to seek wages wherever they could be found, such single mothers often had few options for earning a living. These were the street walkers and brothel sex workers often portrayed in literature. But we know that, as in so many other domains, there has always been a hierarchy of prostitutes, both female and male, from the paupers evoked in Marx's text to well-kept courtesans and mistresses living among the wealthiest in society. In Victorian England, such diversity was well known but kept in the shadows, except in a more or less underground literature and salacious journalism. Elsewhere, say in mining towns and those with military barracks, brothels functioned with greater openness and often government sanction. In more recent times, feminist works, such as Simone de Beauvoir's L'Extrême Sexy, 1949, and success in overcoming obscenity laws have allowed a more open circulation of literary treatments of sexual relationships, forcing a more general recognition of this diversity. Along the way, some authors, often feminists, have drawn parallels between formal prostitution, in which sex and other reproductive services are provided in what amount to short-term contracts, and marriage, formal or de facto, where those same services are provided in exchange for long-term contracts. Such observations harken back to Marx and Engels's critique of marriage in the Communist Manifesto that blasted its conventions within capitalism as exploitative of women. Unfortunately, while describing these various strata of the reserve army or surplus population, Marx gives us little sense of the various forms of struggle undertaken by individuals and groups, nor of how movement from one strategy of survival to another might constitute such a struggle. Beyond the struggle for a wage, of movement from the reserve to active army, are many other struggles unfolding within the various sectors of the surplus population and contributing to the political recomposition of the working class. Knowledge of all of these can inform useful strategies for circulating our efforts from one sector to another. Section 5, Illustrations of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Overview of Section A. England from 1846 to 1866. B. The badly paid strata of the British industrial working class. C. The nomadic population. D. Effect of crises on the best paid section of the working class. E. The British agricultural proletariat. F. Ireland. A. England from 1846 to 1866. Outline of Marx's analysis. Rapid growth, but slowing. Accelerating increase in income from profits and rents. Increasing concentration and centralization of land and production. Parallel increase in working class poverty. Real wages undercut by rise in consumer prices, debt. Steady growth in pauperism, ill health, and starvation. Must take into account situation of workers outside of production. Commentary. The bulk of this section presents statistics mainly drawn from official government documents illustrating the historical accuracy of Marx's previous analysis of accumulation. He shows how the rapid growth, concentration, and centralization of wealth in the hands of the rich was paralleled by an equally rapid spread of poverty and pauperism. Against evidence of some increase in wages, among some sectors of the working class, he provides evidence of increases in the prices of the means of subsistence that has undercut real wages. These kinds of statistics have also been used to attack Marx's theory of the pauperization of the working class. Pro-capitalist economists and historians have used increases in real wages and various measures of standards of living in England, and in other industrialized countries, to argue that the pauperization that Marx illustrates here was soon reversed as capitalism continued to develop. Among Marxist responses to such attacks has been the argument that with the spread of colonialism and primitive accumulation abroad, the issue of pauperization has to be reframed in international terms. Following the early period of slavery for the production of industrial inputs, of colonial conquest, of the seizure of the best lands and their conversion from local food production to export agriculture and of mining operations, global capitalist accumulation displaced the locus of pauperism from industrial England, where concessions were granted to an increasingly well-organized and militant working class, to the colonies, and later neo-colonies. Even in this section, however, Marx is not arguing that all workers will be reduced to paupers, only that the dynamics of capitalist development, including downturns in business activity that cause many to lose their wages, continually produces paupers and on an expanding scale. In one of the few passages in this volume where he brings up the issue of debt, he does so in a quotation from Henry Fawcett's book on the economic condition of the British labourer, 1865. They, the workers, become almost the slaves of the tradesmen to whom they owe money. 71 The increasing dependence of workers upon credit from tradesmen, Marx notes in a footnote to that passage, is the consequence of the frequent oscillations and interruptions in their employment. In other words, with wages at, or very near, subsistence, the loss of wages forces workers to pawn their few worldly possessions and to beg credit from local merchants who supply subsistence goods. Once in debt, the risk of near slavery, or what some economists and historians call debt peonage, lay in the way some tradesmen manipulated debt accounting to prevent workers' escape, even if, and when, wages could once again be obtained. In a period in which workers' income and wealth was so low as to make access to bank credit impossible, such were the limited legal possibilities open to them, short of being turned out into the street, starving or entering the prison-like workhouses. To my mind, however, the most important point in this section is that, for a full elucidation of the law of accumulation, workers' condition outside the workshop must also be looked at, his condition as to food and accommodation. 72 My emphasis. Just as sections 3 and 4 of this chapter have shown how the unwaged are an integral and necessary part of the working class, reproduced on an expanding scale, so too must an analysis of accumulation take into account the character of the lives of workers, both waged and unwaged, outside of places of waged employment. This is a shift from chapter 23, where Marx thought it sufficient to point out 1, that the reproduction of the class was part of the reproduction of capital, and 2, that the capitalists mostly leave it to workers to take care of that reproduction. Here he examines the conditions of that reproduction, especially workers' ability to eat, to clothe themselves and to find shelter. Largely missing from his analysis in the next few sections, however, is the kind of close examination of work outside the workshop that he undertook inside it. b. The badly paid strata of the British industrial working class. Outline of Marx's analysis. Illustrations from public health reports. Food intake often near or below biological subsistence. Working class housing is execrable, conducive to disease. Made worse by city improvements that benefit capitalists. Made worse by public health measures. Made worse by speculation. Made worse by overcrowding. Made worse by sudden influxes of workers. Commentary. Drawing on a series of public health reports, commissioned in response to the appalling conditions in both cities and countryside, Marx cites statistics and comments by the authors of those reports as to the malnourishment of the waged, active labor army of the English working class. For present-day readers from middle and upper levels of the global hierarchy of working-class income, where discussion of food intake has largely shifted from requirements to maintain biological subsistence to how to avoid overeating and obesity, the statistics Marx cites may seem quaint and passé. However, although advances in science have made such measurement more sophisticated today, estimates of nutritional requirements for the maintenance of life are not all that different from Marx's time. Instead of calculating the intake of grains of carbon and nitrogen, requirements are now calculated for things like general energy intake and nutrients, example amino acids, carbohydrates, essential fatty acids and a variety of vitamins and minerals. Moreover, whereas in the public health reports of the mid-1860s differentiation was only made between men and women, today nutritional requirements are calculated for males and females over their entire life cycle, from gestation and infancy to old age, taking into account things such as activity and body characteristics. As in the days of the reports cited here, those preoccupied today with fighting hunger, whether working in governmental or non-governmental agencies, study the close relationship between malnutrition and susceptibility to illness and disease. Marx's analysis makes clear that the situation was so dire among so many workers as to risk the spread of disease to respectable people, i.e., the bourgeoisie. As a result, public health measures were demanded, not out of any benevolent attitude towards workers but from self-defense. To this motivation must be added the demand by capitalists for healthy, productive workers. Often unwilling to implement costly changes within their own production facilities that would improve the health of their workers, or to pay wages sufficient to support a healthy life, capitalist support for public health measures always wanted the cost to be borne by other taxpayers. As capitalist investment moved into disease-ridden areas, either at home, the American South, or abroad, the colonies or otherwise subordinated nations, there too capitalists began to demand public health measures to reduce their own labor costs. 73. When Marx turns from food to housing, the public health reports upon which he draws are even more graphic in describing the terrible living conditions of waged workers, especially those in urban areas. 74 Poorly built, ill-maintained, often with little or no access to light, air, water or sanitation, the typical tiny apartments were often overcrowded, ill-furnished, especially when wages were lost and furniture was pawned, they were homes of the malnourished and breeding places of disease. Although it is still possible to find similar conditions in the ghettos and poor neighborhoods of the global north, those conditions are more rampant in the sprawling shanty towns and slums of the global south. Often created and then packed with rural, urban migrants escaping the enclosure of their lands in the countryside, only through great effort and collective struggle are workers who dwell in such favelas, barrios, or bidonvilles able to gradually convert their hovels into decent housing and obtain utilities such as electricity and running water. To what degree there was collective self-organization in the 19th century slums of England's great cities, such as London and Newcastle upon Tyne, we are not told, we are only offered an account of the dynamics of exploitation and impoverishment. 75. Those dynamics include such familiar phenomena as urban renewal and real estate speculation. Urban renewal projects, which in Marx's time were called city improvements, replaced the old with the new, often at the expense of workers' housing. Ill-built and ill-kept housing, tenement or row houses, 76 were demolished to make way for wider roads, for commerce, bigger, better buildings, for businesses and for homes for the wealthy, tramways, to bring workers to work from increasingly marginalized distant neighborhoods, sanitation systems, to protect the bourgeoisie from disease, and so on. That projects to improve public health should have such adverse consequences for workers is especially bitter. Subjected to the worst living conditions, they were displaced by such remedies only to find themselves in even worse conditions. Such reorganization of cities to meet capitalist needs has been going on ever since. As workers have become better organized in their communities, however poor, they have learned to fight back against such attacks. In recent years, pitched battles have been fought against such projects as new airports or sports stadiums intended to benefit commercial airline and sports industries at the expense of local people. Such conflicts erupt every time whole working-class neighborhoods are demolished to make way for World Cup or Olympic stadiums and associated buildings. 77. Anticipation, or insider knowledge, of such projects also feeds real estate speculation, buying cheap today to be richly compensated tomorrow by the state for property subjected to eminent domain. Such speculation proceeds even in the absence of such large-scale projects, because the growth of capitalist industry in cities and the associated growth of the working class increases the value that can be realized from rents and thus from land. As land rent rises, so too does the price of homes and the cost of rental housing, especially during periods of rapid growth. Today, when the middle and upper income strata of the working class have obtained access to bank credit and mortgages, the same phenomena complete with speculation puts upward pressure on the price of single-family dwellings. It was precisely such speculation coupled with widespread fraud that inflated the bubble in housing prices in the early 2000s, whose bursting triggered the great financial collapse of 2007-08. C. The nomadic population. Outline of Marx's analysis. The light infantry of capital. They march from workplace to workplace. They are execrably housed. They spread disease. They are exploited as waged labor and as tenants. Commentary. Despite its title, this section does not deal with traditional nomads, neither subsistence pastoral tribes who move their herds according to season and available forage, nor geographically restless, itinerant groups such as the Romani or the Irish travelers. Instead, Marx analyzes the living conditions of workers only able to obtain temporary employment, who are forced to move more frequently than most. High unemployment and rapid changes in industrial demands for labor, coupled with capitalist efforts to minimize the cost of labor, combine to result in horrible housing for such workers, even worse than that in cities surrounding factories, often in more isolated, temporary workspaces, such as construction sites and mining camps. In this section, he illustrates such conditions by drawing on the reports of official government inspectors. Typical are flimsy, overcrowded shacks, or even caves, with no running water, no sanitation, no ventilation, no drainage, no health services, and often built in proximity to toxic wastes. Because of these conditions, suffering and death proliferate as contagious diseases spread easily from worker to worker, from parent to child. The public health reports are particularly scathing in their condemnation of the living conditions of such workers. At best, special houses are provided to separate those with diseases such as smallpox, typhus, scarlet fever, and cholera. But in the absence of medical care and sanitation, those diseases spread not only to other workers but to people in the surrounding areas. All of this unfolded in the absence of both modern understanding of the vectors of disease or of effective methods of treatment. In these conditions, Marx notes, capitalists exploit their workers in two directions at once: as soldiers of industry and as tenants. Even among relatively highly paid workers, such as miners, employers minimize their costs by treating such things as housing, fuel, and water, be it good or bad, as payments in kind, deducting their costs from wages. These patterns of abuse in living conditions parallel those at the point of production. The minimization of expenditure on life outside mines or construction sites replicates the minimization of expenditures on protective measures against dangerous machinery in the factory, from safety appliances and means of ventilation in the mines, and so on. 78 Such consistent efforts to minimize costs and maximize profits have condemned workers to injury and ill health. Those familiar with the conditions of life available to today's nomadic segments of the working class will be struck by how uneven changes have been since the mid-1860s. In the global north, some workers have succeeded in escaping from such conditions. For example, through decades of arduous struggle, often against violent repression, miners, through collective resistance, have won recognition for their unions, collective bargaining, higher wages, and escape from isolated mining camps into better living conditions. Another example has been the successful resistance of some migratory agricultural laborers. In the United States, in the 1960s, the United Farm Workers in California, UFW, evolved an innovative strategy that complemented strikes and protest marches with consumer boycotts of farm produce. Their success forced grower recognition of the UFW and negotiations that have brought better wages, less dangerous working conditions and improved temporary living conditions. More recently, the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, CIW, anti-slavery campaign has uncovered, investigated, and assisted in the prosecution of numerous multi-state farm slavery operations across the southeastern U.S., helping liberate over 1,200 workers held against their will since the early 1990s. 79 On the other side of the country, in Washington state, Familias Unidas por la Justicia, FUJ, an organization of mostly indigenous migrant farm workers, has recently won a collective bargaining agreement with Sakuma Brothers Farms. 80. On the other hand, vast numbers of the estimated 150 million migrant workers in the world today continue to suffer all the ills described in this section of Capital. In construction sites around the globe, it is easy to spot crude shacks, lacking all the same amenities described here, thrown up to house temporary migrant labor, often imported from far away. Most recently, such practices have been revealed in the construction of sports facilities, example those for the World Cup in Brazil in 2014 and currently in Qatar in preparation for 2022.81. Similarly, while some agricultural workers, such as those who organized the UFW and CIW, have made substantial gains, millions of other workers toil and continue to struggle against intolerable conditions of both work and life. D. Effect of crises on the best paid section of the working class. Outline of Marx's analysis. Example number 1, Impact of Crisis of 1866 on English workers. Overproduction and speculation in shipbuilding fed by diversion of capital in response to cotton famine. Result, financial crisis and mass unemployment of skilled mechanics and artisans. Thousands out of savings, out of things to pawn, in workhouses, on parish relief or starving. Example number 2, Impact of crisis on Belgian workers. Workers' paradise. No unions, no factory acts. Average worker income is less than that of soldiers, sailors, or even prisoners. 1855 study shows most with minimum subsistence. Any downturn, any loss of income equals disaster. Commentary. Newspaper reports on the crisis of 1866 in England illustrate the catastrophic effects of that downturn on even the highest paid workers, example shipbuilders, who tended to be highly skilled mechanics or artisans. Those reports detail the miserable condition of workers, whether admitted to workhouses, where they break rocks or pick oakum for less than subsistence wages, or desperately besiege factory gates in hopes of obtaining some relief, however little. 82 Marx also gives us an interesting analysis of the causes of the 1866 crisis. First, the crisis came in the wake of an industrial crisis in the textile industry resulting from the cotton famine caused by the American Civil War that cut off cotton exports to the United Kingdom, causing a dearth of raw materials and a spike in cotton prices. Second, the financial panic that set off the crisis was due to the collapse of a speculative wave of investments, in shipbuilding among other industries, fed by capitalists throwing much capital from its accustomed sphere into the great centers of the money market. 83 Thus, from a global perspective, the crisis was not merely due to financial speculation but also to workers' struggles, those of slaves and those of waged workers in the Union Army to end the Confederate use of slavery to undercut the income of waged labor. In Volume 3 of Capital, in an expanded, year-by-year analysis of the cotton famine and its consequences for workers, Marx also reports on the effects on British workers of the substitution of weaker, shorter fiber Surat cotton from India for stronger, longer fiber American cotton, a substitution made possible by the British conquest of the subcontinent and its annexation of the labor of Gujarati cotton workers. 84 In these two cases, we can see not only the global reach of capital, but the interconnectedness of workers' struggles in different parts of the world. The victory of the Union against slavery and the militancy of British workers, evident in the so-called Hyde Park riot where thousands faced down police and government troops, resulted in the passage of the Reform Act of 1867 enfranchising most English and Welsh male workers. In the Belgium case, often admired by English capitalists, Marx quotes from an 1855 report by the Inspector General of Prisons and Charitable Institutions whose data show that the average working-class family receives less real income than soldiers, sailors, and even prisoners. Moreover, that data also revealed income so close to bare biological subsistence that even the slightest downturn in economic activity, any reduction of wages or employment, or any increase in the price of basic necessities throws the average family into destitution and pauperism. 85. E. The British agricultural proletariat. Outline of Marx's analysis. Wage and living conditions have steadily worsened. Wages often below subsistence. Housing execrable, gross overcrowding, conducive to illness and spread of disease. Worsening conditions parallel rapid investment and growth of agricultural productivity. Enclosures, evictions associated with primitive accumulation continue, produces surplus population. Reduces capitalist farmer and landlord contributions to poor rates. Subjects farm workers to housing at great distances. Cheap hovels built in open villages, let at high rents to expelled farmers. Many examples drawn from various official reports. Both labor surpluses and dearth of labor during periods of peak need, example harvests. Gang system of subcontracted labor, employing men, women, and children. Commentary. The living conditions of agricultural workers differ little from that of the nomadic working class population analyzed in section C, above. The former are less mobile, the latter more so, but both were subjected to extremely low and precarious wages and forced to live under horrible conditions of overcrowded, often deteriorating huts with no sanitation or running water, rampant disease, etc. What this section shows is why at the very beginning of his analysis of proletarian nomads, Marx states that their origin is rural. Here he examines the forces that continue to drive agricultural laborers off the land, into open villages and sometimes further afield in search of the kinds of jobs discussed in section C. Those forces are twofold. First, a revolution in agricultural technology that dates from the mid-17th century produced investments in new methods of land drainage and cultivation that often involved labor displacing machinery. Second, far from sharing the resulting increased productivity of the land with those retained to work it, capitalist farmers transformed and reduced the cost of their labor force. Whereas in earlier times a great many agricultural workers were housed on the ever-growing estates, as this revolution progressed, the owners of those estates found it more profitable to evict their workers and force them to find worse housing many miles away in local open villages. The various reports upon which Marx draws reveal a continuation of the processes analyzed in Part 8 on primitive accumulation, the expulsion from the land to distant villages or small towns and an ever-growing concentration of control over the means of production, both the land and the tools to work it. Yet, as with manufacturing, agriculture requires workers who must now walk miles to and from their assigned fields. As in the towns surrounding factories, the poor laws and those laws and police practices aimed at curbing resistance force them to remain in the local labor market and subject to exploitation by their employers in the countryside and by landlords and merchants in the villages. These processes complemented over time by other exploitative methods, such as debt peonage and taxation, have been constant elements of ongoing accumulation ever since Marx wrote. The development of the American Midwest, the corn and wheat belt enabled by railroads to serve far markets, was marked by the invention and deployment of first reapers, then threshers, then combines, all labor displacing machinery. 86 A parallel process of mechanization in American cotton growing of planting, picking, and baling displaced millions of black farmers and workers from the land. A more recent great revolution in agricultural technology was the advent of the Green Revolution in the 1950s and 1960s that involved the introduction of new high-yielding wheat and rice in the global south. The nature of the new plants, short, with heavy heads of grain, and the switch to monoculture required increased investment in controlled irrigation, heavy use of fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides, and the profits from the resulting increased productivity permitted many better-off farmers in places like Mexico, India and Pakistan to purchase and use, for the first time, labor-displacing technologies such as reapers and threshers, once more depriving rural laborers of jobs. Not surprisingly, the Green Revolution turned red in many places as unemployed and destitute rural workers fought back against their worsening poverty. 87. In other words, this section reveals how capitalist development in agriculture paralleled its development in manufacturing, how the replacement of labor by machinery investments that raised the organic composition of capital contributed to the production of a surplus population that constituted parts of the floating reserve army of labor, and more broadly, elements of the latent reserve that, over time, would gradually escape the poverty of fields and village to find employment elsewhere. In construction sites, mines, factory towns, or cities. After giving abundant illustrations of these dynamics, Marx ends this section by focusing our attention on the way the increasingly precarious employment of agricultural workers came to be organized through processes of subcontracting, known at the time as the gang system. Whether the gangs were of the public, common or tramping types, organized by an agricultural worker turned gangmaster, or of the private type, organized by some old farm servant, the pattern is the same. The intermediary negotiates with the farmer on the one side and the workers on the other. They work for him, not the owners of the land, and his income derives from his leverage on both sides. This organization of labor proved highly profitable for capitalist farmers, by reducing their labor costs and because workers could be mobilized and moved from farm to farm as needed. In such movement, of course, they resembled that nomadic population discussed earlier. This method of labor organization, while growing in Marx's time, has exploded in recent years. An element of local outsourcing, it is no longer confined to the countryside and the employment of farm labor but has infected cities and industry where a wide variety of workers, example custodial workers, clerical labor, domestic labor, and so on, are organized through such mediation. It has been an essential element of the increasing precariousness of labor in recent decades as members of what has been dubbed the precariat are hired part-time, with few or no benefits and find themselves dependent on intermediaries for repeated employment and income. F. Ireland. Outline of Marx's analysis. Ireland equals merely an agricultural district of England that provides corn, wool, cattle, and industrial and military recruits. Run by a government which is maintained only by bayonets and by a state of siege. Dramatic decrease in population beginning with famine year of 1846, over 1 million died. 14th century plague. Increased poverty provoked massive emigration, over 1 million persons fled the country, mostly to America. Deaths plus emigration meant big increase in concentration of agricultural land. Decrease in population, decrease in production, but increased proportion of surplus product. Despite fall in population, decline in real wages as price increases outstripped nominal gains. Refutes Malthusian claims about decline in population raising wages. Increased resistance to British rule both in Ireland and among emigrants. Increased surplus product plus increase in prices equals increased profits for capitalists and landlords. Forced from land, agricultural laborers formed a reserve army in towns for work on farms, similar to situation of British agricultural workers but with less possibility of escaping to cities and industry. Commentary. All commentary on conditions in Ireland in the mid-19th century must keep in mind that Ireland, along with Scotland and Wales, were the first colonies of the British Empire. From the early Norman invasion of the late 12th century, through the invasion, conquest, and rape of the country by Oliver Cromwell in 1649-50, Just 3 years after the Great Famine, the mostly impoverished Irish population was subjected to systematic expropriation and exploitation by the British, and by local Irish capitalists and landlords who sided with them. The characterization by Marx of Ireland as being merely an agricultural district of England was not only correct but would be applicable to colony after colony as the British Empire expanded, annexing lands and peoples labor in the Americas, the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Oceania. Place after place was colonized to provide raw materials and the cheap labor to produce them for British industry, first the textile industry and then others. 88. Never completely assimilated or subdued, the history of Ireland was one of repeated rebellion against British control and exploitation. The consistency of that resistance, fueled partly by Gaelic nationalism, partly by Catholic refusal to accept Henry VIII's imposition of Protestantism, was the source of the government's dependence on bayonets and a state of siege. British rule in Ireland was what historian Peter Linebaugh has called a thanatocracy, rule by death, whether the method was starvation, local police and courts or military repression. 89. Marx's primary interest here, however, within the context of illustrating the character of accumulation and its impact on the working class, is how capitalists profited from the vast suffering caused not only by the potato blight that wiped out workers' basic foodstuff, bringing on the Great Hunger, and Gorda of 1842 to 1852, but by the conditions of colonialism that had made them dependent on that one food and by the response of the colonialists to their plight. Instead of helping the Irish cope, the colonizers, from local landlords, such as Lord Dufferin, to English economists, such as Nassau Sr., welcomed the famine and the exodus of emigration because it undermined resistance and increased the rate of exploitation. Despite the dramatic reduction of both population and agricultural output, capitalists and landlords managed to appropriate an increased proportion of output as surplus, earning profit and rent for them. Having already debunked Malthus's analysis of the relationships among wages, changes in population and crises in the very first section of this chapter, Marx points to the way the evolution of events in Ireland illustrate the errors of the Malthusian argument, i.e., the dramatic decline in population instead of raising real wages was accompanied by their fall and by a rise in profits and rents. 90. This redistribution of income, from workers to capitalists and landlords, took place not only within the context of the vast suffering of Irish workers, but also through a massive reorganization of agriculture. Here Marx highlights two phenomena: the concentration of land and farms as families died off or moved away and a change in the composition of agricultural production. The reduction in the number of small farms meant a reduction in the production of food crops to support the local population. The abolition of the Corn Laws, which had encouraged the production of wheat for export to Britain, brought on the conversion of cultivated land to grazing land to provide meat and wool to British markets, and with it a reduction in the demand for agricultural labor and greater poverty for Irish farm workers. 11. Conclusion. One of the hazards of reading Capital is the danger of becoming depressed, not in the clinical sense but depressed about the state of the world around us. I didn't realize this when I first read it because I had already been studying the evils of capitalism for some time and was only looking to see if Marx's analysis of the source of those evils and the struggles against it made sense to me. So mostly I just added his horror stories to those I already knew and focused on his theory. But once I began teaching the book, my students soon brought to my attention how depressing its study could be. Because of its emphasis on capitalism's bloody origins and of its ongoing methods of exploitation and alienation, some found reading chapter after chapter, hundreds of pages, and realizing that it's all still relevant had the depressing effect of heightening their awareness of how virtually all aspects of our daily lives have been warped and tainted by those methods. Grasping the overall portrayal of the capitalist world, as laid out in Capital, does tend to replace the rose-tinted glasses that capitalists try to get us to wear, through which, like Dr. Pangloss in Voltaire's Candide, 1759, we see ourselves in the best of all possible worlds with a new, dismaying way of seeing reality. We are like the drifter in the film They Live, 1988, who puts on a pair of accidentally found dark glasses and discovers not only aliens disguised as humans, but their subliminal messages plastered everywhere of work, work, buy, and submit to authority. Or like Neo in The Matrix, 1999, who, upon swallowing the red pill, discovers that he, along with all other humans, are having their life energy drained by an exploitative machine, a modern update of Marx's characterization of capitalism as being vampire-like, sucking up our life energy. The more thorough the awareness, the more depressing. There can be little doubt that after discovering in Capital how capitalists have imposed their kind of social organization, one that subordinates our lives to work, it is impossible, in our waged and salaried jobs, not to recognize how work time dominates our lives, day after day, week after week, year after year, monopolizing our time and energy, depriving us of opportunities to live, love and create alternatives. After reading Marx's analysis of how capitalists pit us against each other in our jobs, whether we like those jobs or not, we cannot avoid seeing hierarchies of income and power, and often of race, ethnicity, age, and gender, all designed to undermine our ability to organize both against our bosses and for what we want. That perception also leads to seeing how our time is also stolen in preparations for, getting to, and from our jobs and recuperating from them. We don't just hate Mondays, we wake up at least 5 days a week with the depressing awareness that we are about to lose another day to the work imposed on us. Extending the analysis in Capital to domains outside of jobs one's Marx largely neglected, such as the home, family, and schooling, makes it even worse. All day, every day we are surrounded by things and services with price tags, and constant, intrusive advertisements disrupting TV shows, cluttering magazines and newspapers, blocking the view on roadside billboards, blazing in neon distractions, filling first our mailboxes then our recycling bins, most appealing to our worst inclinations or fears and all urging us to buy more. But having read the analysis in Capital of commodities, we cannot avoid seeing them for what they are, alienated products being used against us, first to force us to work because we require some of them to live, and then to convince us that we need them and thus to do the work required to earn the money to buy them. So, sitting at home we find ourselves a bit like Edward Norton in Fight Club, 1999, in the scene where he's in his apartment looking around at all his stuff and sees, superimposed over each item, catalog information describing each and giving their price. Only, having read not just catalogs but also Capital, when we look, we now wonder about the working conditions of those who made each item, how much poison is contained in the materials used and how much of what we paid for them went to workers and how much was pocketed by the capitalist who sold them to us. The less we estimate went to the workers and the more to the capitalists, the more depressing. Before hurrying off to our jobs, when we sit down for a quick breakfast, say of coffee, eggs, bacon and toast, Marx's discussion of colonialism in chapter 31 makes us wonder where the coffee came from, who picked it, under what conditions, and how much was wasted by being burned up to keep supply down and prices up. While musing on this, Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 line about a cup of ambition may run through our heads as we know we're caffeinating in order to wake enough to get to work and do our job. As we take a bite of our toast, having read chapter 10, section 3, we wonder if the cellulose added to the bread is better or worse for us than the chalk added to flour in Marx's time. Thinking back up the supply chain, we pray whatever grain was used to make the bread wasn't weeded and poisoned with glycophosphate or some other nasty substance, and that no farm workers were poisoned along the way. Even if we've never read Sinclair's The Jungle or Schlosser's Fast Food Nation or watched the Matrix films, 2003, 2006, or one of those horrifying covert documentaries about the mistreatment of animals in factory farms, when we eat our eggs, we wonder under what conditions those who lay them were kept. We wonder the same about the pigs whose lives were sacrificed so we could enjoy a hearty breakfast. In both cases, reading Capital makes it hard for us to imagine capitalists providing decent lives for either chickens or pigs, when they don't even do so for millions of human workers. And if we've complimented Capital with Ribble's writings, contemplation of the bacon is likely to provoke the thought, poor bastards. Should I be eating my fellow workers? Breakfast, they say, is the most important meal of the day, but when it's haunted by awareness of the source of everything on our plates, it can be depressing. If, instead of heading off to a job, we stay home as a housewife perhaps and clean up after breakfast, such musings can only continue. Closing up the plastic bag containing the bread, having read Capital, thoughts may wander both upstream back to the oil wars and refining that provided the plastic, the blood spilled and the natural environments polluted, and downstream to whether the bag can be recycled or must go into landfill, and how many other such bags are now part of the massive, floating islands of plastic trash polluting the oceans and killing sea life. With Capital enhancing our awareness, instead of being amused by the phrase "one word, plastics" offered to Ben in The Graduate, 1967, we're more likely to remember the penguin in Happy Feet, 2006, being slowly strangled by a plastic six-pack holder, and then the threat of capitalist overfishing that threatens not only all penguins but our own food supply as well. While cleaning up, any houseworker who has read Capital must wonder to what degree the just finished breakfast was anything more than a quick soaking up of stimulants and calories to fuel the day's work. Depressing. Some of us, instead of leaving for waged work in factories, offices, fields, or mines, or staying behind to do the unwaged work of cleaning up, head off to school as students or teachers. If we have read Capital, especially chapters 6 and 23, we can't avoid thinking about all the depressingly alienating schoolwork that lies ahead in buildings and courses designed for teachers to mold students into obedient workers. We've been told that schools are for our enlightenment, that we study things like history and literature to get to know our cultural heritage and civics to become active citizens, but our experience as K-12 students has revealed that in our EDU factories those subjects have mostly been sterilized of any dangerous knowledge, by narrow-minded, interfering school boards, and as teachers we are forced to shovel those subjects too fast for students to have time for serious contemplation or to gear them to preparation for time-wasting standardized tests. And we also know STEM subjects like math, various sciences, and computer programming, while intrinsically interesting, are shaped and aimed at preparing students for jobs, not to feed our curiosity or convey a sense of awe at the wonders of our environment or the universe. Every day, instead of finding rich opportunities for teaching and learning, we find instead a structure of one active lecturer and many passive listeners, with the latter mandated to sit quietly and compete against each other in tests, and the former condemned to do the work of quality control, while all are subject to the dynamics of piecework spelled out by Marx in chapter 21. After reading Capital, both students and teachers are forced to recognize education as little more than the work of reshaping human being into labor power. Depressing. But does the heightened sense of awareness that comes from reading Capital only breed depression? Not necessarily. For one thing, that awareness must provoke anger over the damage to humans and nature wrought by capitalism. And anger is an important source of energy. Unfortunately, these days we see capitalists diverting anger, along with fear and frustration, from their real causes to made-up ones, such as immigrants and others said to be threats to our income and security. From Capital, we can learn to focus our anger against the real source of our problems, the capitalist system of endless work, of thoughtless pollution, of pitting us against each other. As I have sought to show, a careful reading of Capital can produce an increased awareness not only of capitalist exploitation and the resulting alienations and distortions of our lives and environment, but also how those evils have always been resisted and how angry people have repeatedly succeeded in not only resisting but maintaining or creating spheres of autonomy for self-determined activities. One can begin to offset the depression caused by reading Marx's lengthy analysis of how capitalism poisons our lives by absorbing his briefer but ultimately more important emphasis on workers' resistance and creativity. Yes, we learn from Capital how carefully crafted institutions drain our time and energy by turning so many of our activities into the work of producing commodities. But Capital can also help us discover sources of energy available to us to replenish what capitalists steal from the past. One source of energy are his histories of struggle. From Part 8 on peasant resistance to being expropriated and most people's resistance to colonialism, through Part 3 on resistance to extensions in the working day and then on successful struggles to reduce it, to Part 4 on resistance to the subordination of workers and their organizations to machine discipline, capital offers us energy from inspiring past struggles. In the Americas, we are taught to be inspired by the courage of our founding fathers who fought for independence from colonial exploitation, but capital, and the bottom-up and subaltern histories it has spawned, provide us with a much broader array of sources of inspiration and energy. Beyond resistance to European rule, we can draw energy from slave revolts, from the revolution in Haiti and from the successful conclusion to the Civil War that ended most out-and-out slavery in the U.S. We have been taught to be inspired by the bravery of pioneers and frontier homesteaders, but thanks to the work of indigenous historians we have become more and more aware of the bravery of those who defended their way of life from encroaching Europeans. We can be inspired by them too. That homesteaders and the indigenous were mostly pitted against each other, instead of finding ways to coexist, was tragic especially for the latter, but both struggles clearly provide sources of energy to those who study and appreciate them. Both Chapter 10 on industrial struggles over the length of the working day and our own time about similar struggles in the U.S. illustrate how generations of workers have drawn energy from the struggles of those who came before to continue the fight to free more and more time and energy from capitalist-imposed work. Similarly, from the Luddite resistance to machines that threatened their livelihoods discussed by Marx in Chapter 15 to the subsequent formation of industrial unions and cooperatives, we can recognize and be inspired by the long history of stalwart resistance to how capitalists have turned worker inventiveness and the technological change it has produced against us in the present. But all these historical examples, inspiring though they may be, provide something more. They also show us where to look for present sources of energy. The historical examples of yeoman farmers in England or clans in Scotland or indigenous resistance to enclosure in the Western Hemisphere should awaken us to the contemporary struggles of the MST landless in Brazil, to the Zapatistas in Chiapas, to Native Americans in the US and First Peoples in Canada struggling to take back land or fiercely resisting new efforts at enclosure, at mining and pipeline desecrations. The historical example of Africans resisting slavery and slaves fighting to be free must wake us up to the demands of their great-grandchildren fighting to make Black Lives Matter and to contemporary mobilizations against attacks on voting rights and the promulgation of racial and ethnic hatred by the current administration in Washington, D.C. The historical example of the Irish flight from the British colonization of Ireland should inspire us every bit as much as that of the Pilgrims from religious persecution. But it should also give us empathy with the struggles of contemporary refugees and immigrants from the Middle East and Central America fleeing war, criminal and political persecution, the contemporary legacies of past imperialisms. Their bravery in crossing waters, deserts, and borders in search of more promising shores should give us energy to help them resist capitalist repression, in both their countries of origin and in the lands to which they are trying to escape. All these righteous struggles constitute wellsprings of energy, some fueled by anger, but some fueled by hope and excitement that people are on the march, challenging virtually every aspect of this vile system. Indeed, everywhere we look we can find mobilizations of resistance to the contemporary crimes of capitalism both at home and abroad, and the excitement of discovering them should provide new sources of energy upon which we can draw to replenish what we lose to the capitalist vampires we confront daily. On the job, joining with others by organizing collectively instead of competing, is a source of energy, one we can try to channel into fighting for less work and freeing up energy for figuring out better ways to live. Knowing you have comrades at work with whom you can conspire against the boss makes going to work easier. Keeping watch beyond the shop floor and office reveals the existence of networks of resistance to efforts to roll back regulations protecting us, from those of OSHA to those of the EPA. Yes, Trump and his minions are trying to gut those agencies, but there are many fighting to stop them, or replace them with others who will reverse the damage being done. Yet others are mobilizing against all sorts of poisoning caused by capitalists in workplaces or in the wider environment of land, of water, and of air, as well as their contribution to global warming and species extinction driven by greed for short-term profits and neglect of long-term effects. Although plagued by an unceasing onslaught of commodities and advertisements, a little investigation will reveal the decades-old existence of a diverse consumer movement dedicated to discovering and protecting us from capitalist lies, or silence, about the true nature of their products. This includes financial services. Vigilance and protest once forced the creation of regulations to protect us from speculation, real estate, and stock market booms and busts, and now resist deregulation and financial squeezes on personal and student debt. There are also groups investigating all those sites of production along the supply chain where others are put to work in near or actual slave labor, in manufacturing sweatshops, mines, agricultural fields, brick kilns, brothels, fishing vessels and fish processing camps, labor that keeps the prices we pay down and profits up. Numerous groups seek to at least mitigate these horrors by fighting such labor conditions and by developing fair trade networks in which the share of value retained by workers is greatly improved. So, if we pay attention and investigate, we can know where our coffee comes from, whether glycophosphate has been banned from grain cultivation, whether the chickens who lay the eggs we eat are confined in crippling cages or allowed to roam free, whether the pigs whose flesh we eat are similarly confined in AG factories or had a decent life on family farms while they lived. With a little more effort, we can also discover the progress being made in moving toward a more vegetarian diet and sparing animals from slavery and murder. Recognizing all these efforts should provide energy to cope with our awareness when we sit down to eat. The same goes for the homemaker contemplating the plastic bag containing the bread from which we made toast. Attention downstream reveals both the possibilities of recycling already won and the increasingly widespread campaigns against plastic this and plastic that, from throwaway grocery store bags to unrecyclable styrofoam boxes, winding up in landfills, to tossed aside six-pack holders, that strangle not only penguins but many other animals, straws, that torture seabirds and turtles, beach and ocean cleanup efforts, and even a campaign to live entirely plastic-free. Attention upstream reveals groups in both producer and consumer countries fighting the pollution of the oil industry and others fighting to end both reliance on hydrocarbons and wars over their availability. All that human energy generated in those hopeful campaigns helps in figuring out not only what to do with the bread bag when it's emptied but where one can join one or another of these battles. For those of us who go from breakfast to school, we have many potential allies among our schoolmates or among our colleagues. Yes, administrators at the behest of business impose rigidities that cripple our learning and teaching. But the possibilities of resistance among students has been amply demonstrated by both local and widespread student movements, among teachers at the K-12 level by recent successful mobilizations and strikes in a growing number of states, and at the university level by TAs and adjuncts forming unions. In courses, students can minimize doing what they are told to do and divert their energy into following their own individual and collective intellectual and political noses, while teachers can undermine rigid curricula by introducing more interesting materials and giving students as much time as possible to contemplate and think about them. They can subvert the whole EDU factory system by bringing its character to students' attention, by suggesting that they find ways to use available resources for their own purposes, and by opening discussions about alternatives to incarcerated learning. In the future, perhaps all these examples, past and present, suggest a final, 34th lesson from reading Capital. Even as things change in ways we can barely foresee, as we invent new technologies and face new efforts by capitalists to turn them against us, because Marx's analysis grasps essential aspects of capitalism, it will continue to be relevant and useful for understanding and struggle. In the middle of the 20th century, Jean-Paul Sartre argued that as long as capitalism survives, Marx will remain relevant. Point 1. Already by that time, much had changed, but his point was already clear. While Marx did not, could not, imagine the technologies involved in the rise of the commercial airline, radio, television, or social media industries, his analysis of the roles of the transportation and communication methods of his time have made the subordination of the new technologies to capitalism perfectly intelligible. Although Marx spent few words in Capital, or elsewhere, on the capitalist use of culture and education, what he did write provided solid points of departure for the work of the Frankfurt School, critical theorists, the situationists, and those who have followed them on how capitalists turned radio, television and now the internet into modern means of diversion, proliferating moments of a very capitalist society of the spectacle and reduced education to ideology and the production of labor. Power. Although there is no discussion of robots in Chapter 15 other than the evocation of the dreams of ancient Greeks, the analysis of machine systems and of machines building machines provide excellent insights into how first industrial and now consumer robots are functioning to shape life on the shop floor and in homes. While nowhere in Capital is there any premonition of the kinds of potentially catastrophic crises of climate change and mass extinction that we now face, his analysis in Chapter 7 of non-human nature as mere resources and in Chapter 15 of how capitalist manipulation of the non-human world disrupts all natural metabolisms, once again provide points of departure for confronting both the present and the future. Today, 2 decades into the 21st century, Sartre's claim continues to be validated. But beyond providing us with keys to unlocking changes within the system and alerting us to sources of energy to fuel resistance to it, by providing a guide to so many noxious aspects of capitalism, Capital also provides criteria for judging our efforts to invent alternatives. Because we invent in and against capitalism, our inventions are inevitably scarred by the circumstances of their creation. The clearer we are about what we do not want, the easier it is to design alternatives that minimize such taint. So, it matters how you understand what you find in the book. When readers of Capital have seen capitalism in terms of property ownership, the owners of capital having the power to exploit others through the imposition of alienating labor, they invented a socialism based on redistributing ownership and power from individual capitalists to the state in order to liberate workers. Unfortunately, that conception resulted in continuing the very capitalist subordination of life to work. When readers have read Marx's analysis of money and markets as merely critiquing their use by capitalists, they have tried to imagine alternative monetary systems and forms of market socialism, despite Marx's detailed critique of earlier Proudhonist schemes for people's banks. Seeing work itself as the means of social control, and money as the embodiment of the value of labor to capital, as I have argued here, implies that escaping capitalism must involve the reduction of work to one voluntary activity among others in such a manner as to free everyone to explore alternative means of self-fulfillment, both individually and collectively, and the liberation of social relationships from being measured by any singular value. We bring our reading, whatever its nature, to the evaluation of all the resistance we see around us and to every effort to create alternatives. Are the moments of resistance well aimed, or could they better target more essential aspects of the system? Are proposed alternatives truly different and better, or still carrying so many characteristics of the system that they are susceptible to co-optation? If we set aside, as Marx did, any all-encompassing utopian proposals and focus instead on shaping current struggles to achieve as much change as we can manage, we can minimize their susceptibility to co-optation and maximize the chances of them being stepping stones toward even better alternatives. To truly conclude, while Capital reveals how the history of capitalism has been all too long and all too dark, it also shows how struggles have been ever renewed and how the victories won account for most of what we appreciate about life today. Moreover, the book's demonstration of the dependence of capitalists on imposing exploitative and alienating work shows why struggles will never cease and thus the possibility of getting beyond it never does. Moreover, his analysis of the imagination and creativity at the heart of living labor shows that we have what we need to invent new worlds. Thus, the new glasses that Capital offers reveal not only the depressing darkness shadowing the world but also the optimism of a kaleidoscope of light generated by ongoing struggles.